All right, welcome everybody. We are live on this Friday from Anaheim, California, here for the California GOP annual meeting. Good morning, everybody. Brian Glenn coming to you from a place that we don't normally come out to the West Coast that much, and I'm going to tell you a story here briefly about walking around the facility here early before we came inside this morning to set up for this and some of my experiences with people. But hey, we're out here in California, lots going on, and of course President Trump will be here at around 12:30 here local time to address a sold-out crowd here for this luncheon for the California GOP, and then later today, obviously, they've got some more speakers planned. But today, we're covering President Trump's appearance here in Southern California, plus programming notes, special extended coverage. When we conclude the speech today, we're going to transition back in the motorcade and go to a undisclosed location for some additional coverage as he stops in to a local business. And you always know how fun that is, especially the way we shoot this thing. You know, we kind of go on the fly, and it's unedited and unscripted, and you see how it all unfolds. And so you guys seem to like that. We want to continue that as well. Before we get into today's broadcast, and I'll introduce my special guest co-host for the rest of the day, I want to talk about our friends over at the Birch Gold Group. Now, this BRICS, and I was watching some media this morning talking about the dollar, talking about BRICS and this digital currency that everyone is pushing. There's several countries that are on the forefront of that. That really threatens the stability of the dollar and also threatens your 401k and your retirement. So our friends over the Birch Gold Group want to send you a free information kit on how to take that first step in gold, silver, and precious metals. All you have to do is text the words Trump to 989898. That's Trump to 989898 and get that free information kit. We've had thousands of people say, look, you know, this is one of the options I'm having for my retirement. You don't have to do it all, obviously, but no one's suggesting that. But you need to diversify your investments to make sure that your retirement is safe. So don't forget to text the words Trump to 989898. All right, well, so we're here at the Marriott Anaheim Convention Center is just near this hotel. And, of course, this is the California GOP meetings. They do this. This is their fall meetings. And so they've got President Trump slated to speak at 12:30. They've got some other candidates that are going to come in a little bit later today and, I believe, tomorrow as well. I want to bring in my co-host for the day, Sarah Rodriguez. She is a law enforcement influencer. You are an advocate for law enforcement. You are a native Southern California. You and I were together on the Gavin Newsom recall and the Larry Eldrin election night in California.
Yes, we were, and what a party that was.
Yeah, it was a party. It didn't end the way I wanted it to end, though.
But we expected that.
We kind of did expect that.
Yes, for sure.
And the reason why I thought you were a great person for today's broadcast is you live and breathe Southern California, not only what's happening in the government, culturally, you see it with your daughters in school, and you deal with that. You deal with law enforcement. You deal with the taxes and on the environmentalists, and you deal with it all here. And I thought you'd be a great person to come on.
As much as I love California, you get what you pay for. That's for sure. But they definitely milk you. They
definitely milk you. Now, I was driving in yesterday. We flew in yesterday afternoon, and the first thing I saw when I got in the car and to come to the hotel was the price of gasoline in this state. It is unbelievable. I do not see how anybody survives here.
Honestly, I have no idea. If you don't have 3 jobs, 5 husbands, multiple incomes, I'm not sure how anybody is doing it at this point. So it's pretty unfortunate, but the gas prices are, I drive a diesel, so I really get hit really hard.
You do. Okay, well, we're going to talk about the economy. We're also going to talk about law and order. You work directly with law enforcement officers and across the state, and you kind of have a great pulse of what's going on in the state in terms of dealing with all the crime in the cities and just what the police go through on a daily basis here in California.
Law enforcement has kind of taken an unfortunate turn. They went from superheroes to villains extremely quick. A lot of my departments are extremely understaffed, which is making it very difficult, to fight crime, to keep towns, cities under control, which is very hard. And then we have district attorneys that are allowing tons of felons out of jail and making it okay to cause certain crimes. with no accountability. So
And it's
very
interesting because you've seen those smash and grabs, all the smash and grabs that are going on. I just noticed that there's a retail task force, and I'm reading it right here, put aside $15 million to fight this smash and grab burglaries that are going on all over the state, where they just break into windows and really they just walk into businesses when they're open and start stealing everything.
Which is very scary for families because they're starting to, flood into the nicer areas out of LA County. It's mostly happening in LA, San Francisco, Sacramento, the bigger cities, but they're starting to flow over into the nicer cities, which is very scary to actually go to the mall. I went to the mall the other day and I'm like, stay vigilant, like stay prepared to bounce. Gotta go.
Gotta do what you gotta do.
But yeah, it's scary to go anywhere at this point. But with these people who are doing these, they're not held accountable. Even we have law enforcement showing up, doing the investigations, who's doing these crimes, showing up to their houses.
Is it organized crimes?
Absolutely, yeah, absolutely.
These are like organized gangs that are doing this, you think?
I believe, yeah. I think I see it. It's organized crimes and then other people jumping on bandwagon saying, hey, if they can get away with it,
and they
why
do
can't
get away
we?
with it, right?
Absolutely, yeah. They're not held accountable at all.
Yeah, at all. And of course, that's due to the lack of prosecution in these different counties. I know that Gaston in Los Angeles was notorious for not prosecuting criminals.
Anybody, and he's
really.
Letting a lot of violent criminals out to where they are causing a lot more crime, attacks on law enforcement. It's very scary. What he is doing in LA County is extremely scary. It's extremely scary for the residents there. It's extremely scary for law enforcement. He needs to be out.
Okay, we've also heard of the Orange Curtain because you're down in Orange County. I lived down in Orange County. It's a very different world than LA County is. But has that changed? Has this crime or some of the homelessness spilled over to where you live?
Some of the homelessness, no, it hasn't come to where I live. Some of the homelessness they're in a little bit more of the high populated cities. I live a little bit more rural. But I always say, and I'm a big advocate of sheriffs, if you have a good sheriff, if you live in a good county with a good sheriff, it makes all the difference. So absolutely research where you live and choose the sheriff that holds tight to the true values of law and order, that takes our country, our Constitution into consideration. So
well, that's one of the things that President Trump has always been for. He's always been back to blue, law and order.
Absolutely.
Even during the BLM riots, I mean, he wanted to deploy in certain cities reinforcements, and you had people in Seattle and Portland that didn't want the president's help, that they could deal with it themselves.
Well, what did they say? The Democratic cities, they capitalize on tragedy. So They like a little chaos.
They like a little chaos.
They get a little money for it.
They do. Okay, let's talk about the homeless situation a little bit. What do you think is causing so much homelessness here in California? I've seen reports that after COVID it really spiked because a lot of people genuinely lost their job, couldn't go back to work, maybe got sick and for whatever reason. But what's your thoughts on that?
I think a majority of it is mental illness. A lot of people have gone through a lot of stuff that they don't want to deal with. They turn to the alcohol, they turn to drugs, they turn to, kind of masking their situation that they don't want to deal with. So they don't want to deal with the issues at hand. And a lot of them are happy being homeless. And it's super unfortunate, but they do get a lot of money. They do get paychecks, and they're perfectly fine. So as soon as they get sober or they attack their battles, they have other battles to face, and they don't want to face them.
They don't want to face them. My oldest son volunteers on Sundays, goes down to, I believe, Venice or somewhere in Santa Monica, and passes out lunch and food and talks to them.
Yeah.
And I asked them, like, what are they telling you? And a lot of it is that they just fell in bad luck.
Right.
They either got evicted from an apartment, or maybe their mom or dad got sick, and they couldn't afford to take care of them.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, the real stories.
Exactly, yeah. And there's no help for those people. Even if you get a job, the cost of living is absolutely absurd. There's no way that you can get a minimum wage job but I just heard we just amped that up a little bit,
Yeah.
so which means the cost of living is going to get a little bit more crazy. So, it's unfortunate because like I said, there's a homeless population that they don't want help, and then they're forced to be homeless with no resources, absolutely no resources.
Yeah, I did notice that Gavin Newsom signed a bill yesterday raising the minimum wage for fast food workers up to $20 an hour, and that starts on April 1st of next year. And we kind of had a joke earlier that great, so now I'm going to pay $20 an hour and $26 for a cheeseburger, and they'll still forget to put that ketchup packet and napkins in my bag.
Well,
probably.
do you remember
So,
when you used to get them for 29 cents, a good
do.
cheeseburger from McDonald's?
of course, in the Taco Bell for 39 cents.
Gosh, I went
burritos.
to Chick-fil-A the other day, and it was $60 for me and 2 kids.
Well, I will say this, and I don't mind saying this right now, but if you want to buy a bottled water here in this building, you want to guess how much it's going to set you back?
$9.
$8.
Okay.
$8. So you were close.
Yeah.
This is not.
Yeah,
that's not surprising.
No, it's not.
It is unbelievable. I've
Yeah.
often said I don't understand how people in Southern California, or really in the whole state, make a living.
No, yeah.
Extremely stressed out. We'll talk about the traffic and a little bit later as well. Sarah Rodriguez, Brian Glenn joining you live from Anaheim at the California GOP. Now, is this the first time you've ever been to one of these meetings or one of these dinners here at the GOP?
It has. No, this is the second year. I missed last year, but I was here the previous year.
What's your thoughts on the GOP here in California? I mean, you know, you hear so many people criticize. I do feel like, and I'm gonna. If you haven't followed me and you haven't seen our stuff on social media, go follow me at Brian Glenn TV. I put some stuff on Twitter and on Instagram. There's massive crowds outside. There's a ton. You saw them walking in.
Yes,
So,
I cried. I was like,
know.
"Oh, here we are again."
So, what's your thoughts on California and the GOP? Is there more of them outside than we?
Oh,
than people?
100%.
Okay.
So working with the police department here, they have been strategizing for months for any kind of riots, violence. They've been on tack alert for the last 48 hours. It is very, very patriotic outside. And you saw over COVID and as soon as Biden got into office, California absolutely stepped up and I think showed its true colors. So we're not quite sure what the voting stance is and what type of voting we have here. We all know what happens
Sure.
during the election. However, every day in California is just extremely patriotic. But coming here today, it felt so beautiful.
When I stepped outside the hotel to walk to the convention center here, and I heard a bunch of people screaming and yelling
Oh
and
my
honking.
gosh.
It's the horns. They're constantly. It looks like a Trump car parade out there, a truck parade,
Right.
up and down Catella and Harbor Boulevard. It's a beautiful sight, and it does remind us that there are a lot of conservatives here in California. So
California has been a red state. I truly believe it's a red state. I meet more American-loving patriots, hardworking, that just love California. And I've always said, if the rest of the country focused on California and voter reform, I truly believe it would save the entire country.
Yeah, and it's interesting you say that because a lot of people are fleeing California, obviously going to Texas, Florida, some other states. But really, we need true conservatives to stay in this state.
I'm
fight.
not leaving.
And you're a fighter.
I am not leaving.
And I want to give people a chance to follow you on social media real quick, and they'll see some of the stuff. Give out some of your social media
My
handles.
social media, you can find me on Instagram, Sarah_Jane Rodriguez, and that's SARAH_Jane, JANE. _Rodriguez, RODRIGUEZ.
And, you know, because there's more of you out here than what the media shows, because we see a lot
We have a lot of patriotic moms fighting for our kids, our school districts, our country, our everything. So I'm very proud to be a Californian. I know a lot of people are groomed to not like us because we are, infiltrating other states, and everybody asks me, are you going to move to Texas? And I get so many emails from or messages from Texans, including my friends, including people who follow me because of my political beliefs, saying, "Oh, we don't want your California voting ways here in Texas." And I'm like, I think you follow me for my
Right, and the thing is, yeah, if I'm leaving and I'm going to your state, I'm just going to reinforce what you have there.
Right, and I do agree that California is flooding cities or flooding other states, amping the cost of living there, but it's also giving you more equity in your homes. But when you look at the blue areas, I do believe it's the college systems and the big tech moving there, and I don't believe it's California.
Yeah.
So stop blaming California.
Yeah, stop blaming California. When I left yesterday at LAX, I drove up to West Hollywood, and I did notice it is almost like a third world country in parts of this state. We hear so much about San Francisco, but if you go down to Venice Beach, if you go down to Santa Monica, parts of Hollywood, even parts of Beverly Hills, Sarah, and you probably go up there.
I work with Beverly
It is
Hills,
starting to kind of bleed over into some of these nicer areas.
They can't help it. They can't help it because the more criminals out there, the more they're flooding and they're moving into the nicer neighborhoods. Beverly Hills is pretty conservative. Parts of Beverly Hills is pretty conservative. But it's so close to LA that it's easy for these criminals because it's accessible. So they're moving in. They're doing home invasions. They're homeless. They're being provided with drugs and alcohol. I mean, they're feeding the problem.
Update me on the firearm situation here in the state. What are the gun laws in California? And you break it down for our viewers, because I know a lot of you at home are saying, try that in a small town, see what happens. If you're in Texas, you have constitutional carry where you can do that. You have, what is it like in California?
So again, we have a very good CCW process, but again, depending on which county that you live in. Orange County, our sheriff is wonderful, Don Barnes, is a very big advocate for CCW. He has a very large team, so sometimes you can get same-day appointments. You do have to go through about a 16-hour course for California, 8 of it being learning the laws, and 8 of it being qualifying each weapon that you're going to put on your CCW. So if you live in a great county, there are absolutely... Everybody says, oh, you can't carry a gun in California. Well, you can.
You can.
I do every day.
Well, it's interesting you say that, because this morning I was watching the morning shows here locally, and I was flipping around to see if they were going to cover this event, which, by the way, they all are covering this event today. But a man in Garden Grove was out walking his dog yesterday, and a homeless guy who's known to be in the area went to attack him. Well, the resident, the guy walking his dog, pulled out his gun and fired it and shot and killed the guy. So you start to think, okay, so my questions are, the homeless, there are some very threatening homeless people that are on the streets. I've seen it in LA. I've seen
very aggressive. On drugs.
But the questions from the reporter, I thought those were very interesting, was it justified? And the second question was, did the person shooting the gun have a permit to carry that gun? So instead of saying, wait a minute, what about the guy that was his life was threatened by this homeless guy attacking him? You didn't talk about that. You criticized the guy who fired his handgun.
What would the consequences be if it was reversed and he
stabbed?
Didn't have a gun? Probably booked in a jail and then released because there's no more crime.
Yeah,
but he is in Garden Grove. That is Orange County, so the consequences could have been different.
Well, I would say this: the gentleman who fired the handgun at the homeless person called police, remained on the scene, and was cooperating, and he is a free man as we speak right now.
And with carrying a firearm on a CCW, I do encourage everybody to get some sort of insurance, so you'll have legal backing if you were to ever come into that situation.
All right, let's back away. Let's show the crowd here. We are live here in Anaheim for the California GOP. Let's talk about one of our proud sponsors of the day, shirts2024.com. Hey, they're giving away a Want It for President t-shirt as a welcome bonus to join their Trump t-shirt club. This is a great t-shirt that you can wear proudly, and also makes a great gift for someone in your family. The last time these shirts were on, though, I'm going to say, we sell out. So we were out the other day. From what I understand, the inventory was very low on that broadcast. So if you want one of these shirts, now is the time. Go to shirts2024.com. That's shirts2024.com and claim yours today. These T-shirts are proudly printed and shipped from New York. So you know they're supporting a great company, Shirts2024.com. Sold out. out. You're looking at some of the tables here, and the guests are starting to slowly come in here. And as you would expect, with the presidents in town, we do have the magnetometer that we all have to go through. That's going to delay a little bit of the people getting in here. Now, the doors did just open, so the president doesn't speak until about 12:30. I'm kind of tracking him right now to be somewhat on time today, Sarah, which is nice. I know President Trump walked out at the Detroit rally the other night on time. Actually, he was a few minutes early.
Wow. Wow.
I know, you got to love that.
I think he always purposely tries to make the anticipation. He gives us that.
He's a showman like that.
Amen to that, yes.
He's a showman. There's something to that.
And we love it.
And we love it.
Yes, because it amps us up.
It does amp us up. So this is a luncheon. So I was told this was sold out. I want to say about 2,500 people will be in this building.
Insane.
The line is insane. Let's talk about that because I came in a little earlier. Obviously, you saw the horns. You saw all the people, yelling and throwing flags. But there's a lot of people lined up outside here.
Yes. So, to get into the building, there's an extreme line, like Justin Bieber was here, but better. Or no, Taylor Swift. Let's compare it to Taylor Swift.
Well, I don't know about Taylor Swift. I don't think she likes President Trump either.
No, I don't think she does, but it's the same crowd.
It is about the same crowd.
Maybe she's jealous.
I think she is. We can talk a little bit about the Taylor Swift. I think that's a ploy to put Taylor Swift in with Travis Kelce to boost the NFL's image and get the Swifties on board watching football.
I'm not into it. I'm definitely not into it.
I want to get a little bit of breaking news right now. They are voting on the CR as we speak there on the Hill. As you were yesterday, if you missed it, it was successful to take the Ukraine money out of the Department of Defense, that budget. That has been, they were successful to separate it, but then, as expected, every House Democrat voted for it, and 101 Republicans, and let's step back out front, we'll talk about this, 101 Republicans, Sarah, voted to continue to send money to Ukraine. Now, it doesn't take a rocket scientist, I think, and people that have watched this long enough to know, majority of the base, MAGA, America First, proud Republicans, want to stop this endless supply of money going to Ukraine.
Let's say that again, America First.
America First.
I mean, and it's not been that way since Biden has taken role of presidency. I absolutely am disgusted of our country right now and how much we could utilize those funds. Hawaii, the homelessness, the economy. I mean, our economy is failing so bad because we are sending so much money to Ukraine, who are living their best lives over there. I mean, you look at videos and live pictures, and I will scroll through live feeds, and I'm like, jealous. I would love to have that type of quality of life out there.
And Sarah, they're funding small businesses.
I know.
They're literally, so if you're a small business owner in Ukraine, or you want to start a business in Ukraine, the American government, your tax dollars, my tax dollars, your tax dollars, are paying for these people to open up businesses in Ukraine.
It's disgusting.
Make it make sense, Sarah.
I can't make it make sense because I'm seeing American citizens struggling so bad and have zero help. All that we see is tragedy and then benefiting. It's sad. So I can't make it make sense.
And someone that works with first responders like you do, and I think there's nobody that we've ever had on the show that knows more about first responders than you do, they're actually now paying for and training 57,000 first responders. That would be, medical, firefighters, police officers on the local level. Where are those funds here in our country? I mean, you work with police departments. How much are they understaffed right now?
They're not only understaffed, but funds are being held for training, and not only that, equipment. I deal with a lot of equipment. We are so back ordered because everything has been sold to Ukraine. Ukraine has came into
like weapons.
I'm probably not supposed to say this,
but you're saying you're saying just police equipment.
Police equipment, optics,
body armor,
helmets, night vision.
I believe that.
A lot of our equipment, American-made equipment. I don't know if I'm allowed to say this, but Ukraine is coming in and wiping off the shelf and paying triple the amount of money. So our money, they're paying triple the amount of money, which is coming from us, leaving our law enforcement waiting for proper equipment to do their jobs here on the street. So it's absolutely appalling.
It's insane, and I will say this. I want to, there's a lot of, there's a handful of Republicans in the House right now that have fought tooth and nail from day one. They've said no more money going to Ukraine. We must stop funding this endless war. And of course, when Zelensky in his little green suit came to Washington,
what do you think about him?
I think he's an idiot. I think he's a clown. I think he's an imposter. I think it's horrible what he's doing to this country, more or less killing his own country, because he's got us into a proxy war with Russia through Ukraine. And let me tell you something. If you think all those billions of dollars are going to Ukraine and it's all, we don't know where the money's going. Where's the accountability? Well, we kind of, there's a big chunk of it that's going right back into a lot of corrupt politicians. But, we need to stop it. It needs to be accountability. But we cannot get into another decade-long war,
right,
which, by the way, they're asking for $24.1 billion for Q1 next year. It's insane how much money we're sending.
So what do we do about it?
We stop. Well, I tell you what we do is we find those Republicans, and there's 101 Republicans, and we'll put out a list on our social media that you need to primary. You need to challenge and push back on them.
Yeah.
Sarah, there's a lot of Republicans in very red districts that claim their people support the war in Ukraine and support the funding of the war in Ukraine. They're not talking to their constituents. They're not doing that. They are it's their own personal agenda.
Well, we call those people something.
We do.
And that's when we weed those votes out.
We need to vote these people out of office.
We need to vote these people out of office for sure.
Don't you think that's one of the things that President Trump did, getting in 2016?
Absolutely.
He exposed all of the...
Oh, and I am so appreciative to that, because there's so many politicians that I absolutely loved. I loved what they said, but it's like, that con artist boyfriend that you go on a date with and they read you all the nice things to say, and then they're just terrible. And so I went there.
You went there?
So yes, they tell you what they want to hear. They tell you what you want to hear. They tell you their policies, and you say, wow, that's great, because that resonates with me and my beliefs. And then they turn around, they get into office and absolutely destroy the Republican Party.
They do.
So
and we've got them in there. We've got people that...
It's embarrassing.
It is embarrassing, but there's some names, and I promised by Iowa, when Christina, Bob, and ourselves are live on Sunday, that I would give you a laundry list of people, and I will, they voted to certify Joe Biden's election, knowing we had so many discrepancies in election. They supported that. They support the war in Ukraine, knowing that their constituents down in Texas don't support that. There's a lot of things that they support. Abortion? How about transgender surgeries on kids? That's one thing we talk about. There's so many spineless Republicans that refuse to stand up for something as simple as that.
Which is absolutely disgusting, because would they let their kid get a tattoo? Would they let their kid smoke a pack of cigarettes? This is life-changing. This is so mentally damaging to our children to support this. I was a very big tomboy. I played football. I dressed like a boy. I drove a big truck to high school and did all the boy things. I still do all the boy things. But I'm so thankful that I didn't have a mom that said, you know what, we're going to make my little girl a boy.
Yeah.
But we all go through phases. This should not be a permanent something or a child's decision, because I remember when I was a child, I wanted to be a superhero. Did I get a cape sewn onto my back? So you look at it that way. We all go through phases, and these children are just, latching on to things that they like, and we should support it, but not do these drastic changes, because when they wake up and they realize, and you hear lots of stories of transitioning kids that say, I want to go back to who I was, but now I can't have children. Now I can't be in a normal relationship.
Chloe Cole is one of them.
Yes.
She's an outspoken person on that.
And it's extremely sad to hear these stories, because there's nothing you can do about it after that.
Yeah, so whenever that bill was brought to the last session of Congress, Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene brought that up on the floor to make it a felony to perform transgender, health care. No, it's I forgot the exact terminology of it real quick. Yeah, there you go. You got it. Eventually we'll get it. But you'd be surprised how many Republicans did not get on that bill. It's gender affirming care. Thank you. Gender affirming care. How many House Republicans just refuse to sign on a bill as simple as that? It's
surprising, but then it's not surprising because we've seen how they've exposed themselves throughout the past few years. Yeah. So I'm not surprised. Yeah. But it's disgusting because I'm sure a lot of them are parents.
Yeah. Okay, let's talk about school, the education system. I know President Trump has talked about basically wiping away the Department of Education and putting the choices back to the local, back to the parents. Seems to be a very popular topic. I'm hoping he'll talk a little bit about that today. What's your thoughts on the education, specifically here in California?
Well, I'm a mother of 4 daughters, 2 in college now. During COVID, I saw a huge change. I live in Orange County. We have very traditional, amazing school districts that are starting to kind of change a little bit. A lot of different areas. They are making gender-neutral bathrooms. They are teaching critical race theory. They are implementing inappropriate literature into our libraries. But not only that, it's also the children from woke parents that are attending to these schools, attending great traditional schools that are infiltrating our other kids' minds. I had actually taken my kids out, and I've been homeschooling for the last 4 years, and I don't want to homeschool. I mean, I absolutely love them being home, and I love apps, but I want them at school.
Right.
But I don't want them to be so influenced not only by the teachers, the curriculum that they're being taught, but the other kids that come from families that don't pay attention to that.
So do you think that, traditional families have not participated enough in their school board meetings? In other words, they've let this sector influence?
No, I believe that we have a lot of mama bears in California
stepped up. Okay.
That have, but now they're being deemed domestic terrorists, and they're the problem. So while these moms and dads are standing up in our school boards, and I always said that if you want to change the world, you start with the school boards. You run for school board because our kids need someone to stand up, and they're strategically moving these school board members into these areas and putting them on the board just to make sure that us as parents don't have a say-so in things. So it's disgusting, but we're fighting. California's fighting.
California is fighting. It's 11:02. Brian Glenn and Sarah Rodriguez for live here in Anaheim at the California GOP. President Trump scheduled to take the stage behind us at 12:30. Let's talk about Gavin Newsom. And Sean Hannity on Fox News is promoting this debate between Newsom and DeSantis. And there's another one scheduled in Georgia after this first one. My question to you is, why?
Well, that was going to be my question to you.
Well, I've got a kind of
I think they're prepping him to be in the presidential race.
My thought is that's their dark competition. That's their dark matchup right there. That's who they want. They obviously don't want President Trump. Obviously,
not.
Okay.
They're trying to get him out of everywhere.
And of course, when you go to Joe Biden, it seems like his approval numbers are dropping rapidly.
Right.
So the left knows that they can't win with that either.
Right.
So I think everyone kind of hanging out in the back, hoping that at the end, when the dust settles, that's the matchup we're going to get.
Right.
But I just think it's odd that Fox News, instead of focusing on maybe, I don't know, issues and saving the country, they're putting two people head to head that aren't even in contention. Like, they're not even in conversation right now.
Right, and I'm not sure what the debate is on, governing their state. I'm not sure.
I don't know. Right.
But I do believe that they're grooming, I guess, the country, grooming themselves to be in that race and kind of introducing that aspect with that.
Yeah. Let's step aside, show the scene here. We are live here in Anaheim for the California GOP. Let's talk about another partner that we have today. If you're a Trump supporter, you need to get this knife. This is really cool. The Trump knife. And it doesn't matter, what collector, what level of the stuff that you collect, if it's just T-shirt, hats, bumper sticker, signs, why not get a knife? This knife is perfect for self-defense as well. It's a multi-function utility knife that's good for hiking, camping, hunting, or just taking for a walk at late night. With a single click, you can deploy a razor-sharp blade that helps you cut through the toughest material. And then when it's shut, it can be stored securely in your nightstand, tackle box, glove compartment, or even your pocket. This blade is razor sharp, 420 steel blade. The entire length of the knife, when deployed, is, get this, 8 inches. With a 3.5-inch blade, this knife is perfect for everyday concealed carry. Go to thetrumpknife.com today and get a special, this is crazy, a 70% discount. That's crazy. thetrumpknife.com to reserve yours today. Make sure you put RSBN in there. And as always, check your state and local restrictions on carrying a knife. But we're glad you're joining us, and we'll step back out here. Talk a little bit about Newsom and obviously DeSantis. Let's talk about the polls. Okay, President Trump leads DeSantis almost by 48, 50 points. So it's a runaway right now. And on a head-to-head with Biden, he's even leaving that on a head-to-head national poll, 10 to 11 points. I think it should be higher than that. I don't know who the hell is supporting Joe Biden at this point. But the polls, it's a runaway for Trump. China. Are they a part of this poll? The homeless,
all the dead people,
all the criminals. I like that. But what's your take on things? I mean, do your neighbors, do you see these Trump signs in the yard? I mean, is that something you put out in Southern California? I would imagine.
Oh, absolutely.
Really?
I mean, there's still a lot of Trump signs. There is a lot of FJB flags.
Yeah.
I don't know how to say that, but a lot of FJB flags, yard signs, everybody's still extremely patriotic here. A lot of thin blue line flags, don't tread on me flags. I mean, everybody in California is pissed.
Well, I will say this. Before the broadcast, I was walking here and I heard all the people honking the horns. I went out there to talk to them. I must have taken 50 selfies with people. I had 2 ladies that were almost crying or in tears because they said, thank you for being here. Thank you for coming to cover this event. And they've been to every single broadcast that we've ever done in California. Personally, Sarah, I think people here in California are starving for anyone to help them fight on a media basis for this country and for President Trump.
Right, because we don't have any media coverage here showing our patriotism and our support for America and President Trump. We are so happy to have President Trump here because, we kind of got left out. We get left out of all the good stuff. So with him here, it shows a huge, huge support for our state, even though everybody wants to throw us into the ocean. But so we're super grateful for him to be here. We're super grateful for his support. But like I said, California needs good exposure on who we really are as a state.
Yeah, and of course, if you missed the broadcast earlier, after this speech, we're going to transition into the motorcade and go to a special location. That should be interesting in California. Doing it in Iowa is one thing, but doing it in California might be a little different. So we'll see how the traffic is, which we'll get to that. That's what I'm alluding to. Going through the cornfields in Iowa is easy. Going wherever in Southern California is a task.
The traffic in general. Yes. I don't know why so many people are always on the road. Don't we have jobs?
And it doesn't matter what time of day people are. Right. There's always traffic here.
Yeah. I was on the road at midnight last night, stopped on the freeway, and I'm like, go to bed, people.
Don't you have to get up and go to a job?
With the president here today, there were a lot of traffic delays. So many people just piled up to see him. So hopefully he's on time.
Oh, he's on time. Let's talk about vehicle registration for a second. I know we talk about gasoline, we talk about housing, we talk about property taxes, income taxes in the state are really high as well. What is the vehicle registration tax? You hear these nightmares if you have a big truck.
I have a big truck,
and it could be what, $1,000 or so.
I think it's right now $1,200. I haven't gotten my first registration, but when I purchased the vehicle, it's about $1,200. But even my little car is $800.
$800. So it is so expensive just to maintain any type of livable lifestyle.
Right.
Earlier this morning, there was a protest in front of the Hilton Hotel that's just across from us. It was hotel workers, hospitality industry are protesting for livable wages. I talked to a couple of people there, and you know what? They're doing just what the auto workers are doing right now.
Yeah.
They're feeling the effects of a Biden economy, and they are simply not making ends meet, and they just want more money. I don't blame them, Sarah.
No,
I really don't.
It's not doable. And when they did the studies of when we were in the Great Depression and the recession, and the difference between the cost of living and wages, it has went from like 30% to 80% of unlivable wages. So the cost of living, the home prices are insane. The electric gas prices.
I was going to say, what is your typical electric bill at home or your gas bill?
I actually posted it on my Instagram the other day. My gas bill alone was about $800 a month. My electrical bill.
Your natural gas, like for like your water heater and your gas stove, I'm assuming?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes. So
that is insane.
Yeah. And then the electrical was $1,200. Not to mention water, not to mention all the other utilities.
So
Netflix, like all the
as she's telling you this, imagine where you live right now, and if you're struggling and you live in the Midwest, you live in Texas, the Deep South, the North, the Mid-Atlantic, doesn't matter. But it's so much worse out here. And you know what? And you start to think, what can the governor do? Now, I saw one news report that Governor Newsom is expecting, or at least negotiating, about dropping the gas tax here in California per gallon, which is about 38 cents, I think, per gallon. Also going to a winter blend gas, which is cheaper to manufacture, I believe. Just trying to offset. And all I got to say is, why don't they just
bring it back to the United States?
Just bring it back to the United States. It's that easy.
Yeah, that easy.
Yeah.
But they're friends over there.
Yeah, they are friends over there. I saw a commercial for solar panels this morning, and it said, take control of your energy independence. And I thought to myself, we had it in 2016 to 2020. We had energy independence. We gave it away now. Insane.
Yes. And I do believe that Newsom had made the electricity, how do I say this? Determining your wages on how they're structuring their. Am I saying that?
I don't know, but I know that some of these. I talked to a lady that sat next to me on a plane a couple months ago. Said that her electricity is digital. In other words, they can shut it off at the terminal at the plant. Basically, if you get behind on your electricity, you don't need to come out and do it. They can just tap a device and your electricity goes out. They can control it like that.
Yep, absolutely.
And they control the well water that comes up out of the ground. They know exactly how much water on your land that you're consuming.
Exactly, yeah.
It is insane, the regulations here in California, and that's one of the things that President Trump has wanted and said he would do is cut back regulation. Remember that? He said for every new regulation that we put on, we'll cut like 50.
Right.
What's so wrong with that? I don't understand.
What's wrong about being for the American people and being able to support ourselves?
Yeah, which an unlivable wage. Also, programming note, we are live in Iowa on Sunday, so we're going to leave here tomorrow, go over to Iowa, and bring you a caucus speech there in Iowa. Iowa's heating up. I mean, we've been to New Hampshire, Iowa, South Carolina. I know that Nevada is coming up. We haven't quite been to Nevada. Are you finding California's running Nevada right now, and they're going to Arizona to get out of here?
Not so much Nevada.
No?
A little bit, but they have a lot of liberal policies in Nevada, which they used to didn't.
But I think it's most of the only place, like Las Vegas is the exception. The rest of the state's fairly conservative, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
Or maybe Reno might be a little liberal up there. But
I see a lot of people fleeing to Tennessee, Idaho, Utah, Texas, Arizona.
Yeah, there we go.
And some Georgia.
Hey. That's right. Hollywood of the South. We can talk about that here in a second, too. So anyway, tune in on Sunday. We'll have live coverage from Iowa there for Trump as well. So Newsom's your governor. You've got, I want to recognize the death of Dianne Feinstein. I mean, she died at the age of 90. I know that she rest in peace, served the people here in California. I want to say over 30 years. I think she was in the Senate for 30 years, if I'm not mistaken.
I believe so, yeah.
I believe so. Long time. And of course, have been in politics for 50 plus years. I think she's almost been in politics longer than I've been alive,
right?
Which is incredible. But we want to mention that rest in peace, and our condolences to her family. She is survived by kids, things like that. So we want to mention that. But this state is being destroyed by the left. There's no doubt. I had somebody tell me yesterday. I want to make sure I read this right. That the state is being ruined by. Hang on a second, I'm going to find it. White, overeducated college women from the suburbs.
I agree. And the men.
If they call them
unmen.
Yeah, the unmen. They call them, so they identify. But that's who's ruining this country. And I don't, like we talked earlier, how do we beat that? We vote them out all. We try to get out and vote. Get active.
We vote and we fix our school systems because there's no reason for these people to be acting like this. But they're being groomed too.
Yeah. Did you watch the debate?
I did not.
I didn't watch a single clip of the debate.
If Trump's not there, I'm not watching.
I'm not watching it. And I love what Newsom said yesterday, and I'll give him some credit to this. He said that was a JV team. It was the amateur hour. And he said Trump is running away with the primary, and they need to all come to grips. He goes, maybe they're running for VP slot. I don't know. But he called him the JV team. I thought that was kind of funny.
It is bits and pieces that I have seen. It seems like a cluster. I just wish we could all be on the same page, and we shouldn't be fighting amongst ourselves.
Why is it? Did Trump do that? They hate Trump so much. Is it the never Trumpers of the world that just can't get over
Trump,
the fact?
Again, did expose everybody. So I mean, Trump did that. Yeah. But it wasn't a bad thing.
No, it's a good thing that we
should be tasking together and making things happen, because I always say what's going on right now, it's been we the people against we the people, and the government is just off doing what they want to do, and we're distracted with each other.
We are. I saw Glenn Youngkin on Fox News yesterday, and John Roberts asked him this movement of getting him to be a dark horse in this GOP primary, and the deadline to do that in Nevada is coming up like the second week in October. And so he just straight out asked him, are you going to enter this race as a Republican? And he didn't answer yes, and he didn't answer no, which I'm taking that as a yes. Just like when they asked Ron DeSantis years ago about running, and he kind of didn't said, he skirted the issue.
Well, because they get a lot of hate.
Well, in my opinion, and Glenn Youngkin, in all fairness, we were there for his last couple of rallies for when he ran for governor in Virginia and won. So we were there, and we covered his race. But from what I've been told, okay, he is not really maintaining that conservative game plan that he ran on, and he could be just very much like a Ron DeSantis, and he might get to the point he thinks he can do a better job than Trump, and that there needs to be new leadership in the Republican Party. So if he wants to join and get in this primary, I welcome him. But guess what? He's going to lose.
Absolutely.
He's going to lose.
But do you think that's because of donors? Do you think that's because of donor influences?
Of course.
They have an idea, they present themselves, and then all of a sudden, they become that politician mindset where they're getting, money, godly amount of money from, and you can see it from the Democratic side that they're, like, you look at DeSantis's donors, and
they're starting to double think their stance on DeSantis, and now they're going over to Nikki Haley. You're going to see a shift of money. Let's step aside, show the room real quick. Let's talk about our friends over at MyPillow.com. My goodness, Mike Lindell, how much do you love that guy?
I love Mike Lindell, and I love his pillows.
I love his pillows. The guy has done so much for this country and for election integrity. I remember, Sarah, when after the election, he called me and said, I'm going to do my best impression of Mike Lindell. Brian, we got to get together. I got something to tell you, Brian. And so we did a special broadcast, and he really talked about what he thought happened. And come to find out, Sarah, wow, these conspiracy theories actually came true.
Right.
Right.
So where did you put your aluminum foil hat?
Yeah, I still have it on. But go to the website, mypillow.com, promo code RSBN, and get this. We've even increased the discount. So it used to be 66% off. Now it's 80.
Oh, do it.
Do it right now. And you got kids that go off for college or whatever, and they need a dorm when you need some new sheets, new mattress topper, and all that good stuff. Go check it out. Our friends over at mypillow.com. All right, we'll walk back up front. Let's talk about, I predicted this the other day, and I think it's happening. You're seeing a shift from the donor base from Ron DeSantis now going over, wait for it, Nikki Haley. From what I understand, she had a favorable showing at the debate. Like I said, I didn't watch it. I did hear some sound clips on the news. But the Never-Trumpers have got to find their horse in this race. And if it wasn't DeSantis, I think the next man up is Nikki Haley.
Right. And I've always loved Nikki Haley until she started doing some questionable things to the Republican Party, and I haven't seen that shift of donors, so that's interesting to me.
But you know what? If people think that Trump won't attack, and Nikki Haley, I mean, she's been a fighter throughout the years to a certain extent. She's definitely someone that we would want on our team. But I'm going to say it again. Now is not the time for someone to give it the old college try to solve some of the biggest problems that we have in this country right now.
Let's rally together and get the man in that had the best economy, that had who didn't live well under Trump administration.
It's the policies. And it's interesting that you say that, because a lot of people say, well, I don't like his, and they just fill in a blank. It might be his personality or whatever.
It's usually his tweets. Or his mouth.
But you know what? That's why people love him, though. Because
I absolutely love him.
So I want people to look at the policies, and his policies 47 agenda is amazing, Sarah. It goes over Homeland Security, the border, China, education, law and order, everything. The American dream. When's the last time you heard an elected official talk about bringing back the American dream? I mean, think about it. When we were kids, the American dream seemed so obtainable. It really did. Now, I feel sorry for this younger generation. I don't know
I know.
Well, getting through school is an American dream at this point.
Yeah.
Kind of wading through all the BS. But then you get a job, a competitive job that pays you enough money where you can, I don't know, go buy some property, build a house, get married, have kids, raise them to the school. I mean, it seems like that is slowly drifting away.
I have my older girls. They just purchased homes this last month.
I didn't know that.
18 years old, 20 years old. I'm very proud of them.
Here? In California?
One in California, one in Pennsylvania.
Wow.
But then I asked my 13-year-old, and I said, where are you going to buy a home? She goes, Mom, not in this economy.
Oh, she said that? That's great.
I'm like, Ella,
she's
she can
grounded.
stay with me forever.
Yeah, well, you know what? You want your kids to stay with you forever.
I do.
Nice.
So if one of them will, I'm good with that.
No, but it seems like, Trump talks about bringing back the American dream.
Right, and it's so not doable for our future kids. So it's not even doable for adults making a good living.
We've seen the statistics and the rate of people moving back in with their parents because they can't afford, they go off to school. Go ahead.
This is what's very scary. So I've been looking in Orange County for a new home. A lot of the real estate agents and a lot of the real estate are owned by China. China has come in and purchased a majority of Orange County, Irvine area, Anaheim. And so when you're looking for new homes, your agent is from China, owned by China.
So the agent herself is Chinese, and the property is owned by Chinese.
Yes.
The management company's probably owned and managed by China.
And these aren't American citizen Chinese. So that's not what I'm talking about. It's China.
It's China, not Chinese Americans that immigrated here years ago.
China's coming in and purchasing a lot of homes.
Incredible.
For why, I have no idea.
Wow. Yeah, I know that China. I'd say South Korea and China has moved into states like Georgia and they're building these battery plants everywhere. Which, by the way, and I'm not against electric car. Look, if you got an electric car, God bless you. I just don't think the government should force that technology, not only on the consumer, but I feel sorry for these manufacturers that all of a sudden they've got to retool their entire auto, assembly line to fit now this new vehicle that is being forced. But China, we've got to put U.S. first, and that's one of the things. And I remember back in 2011, I'm so proud of this on social media, but I said on Facebook in 2011 that at that time Donald Trump was the only person that could take on the trade war with China. And fast forward to 2016, and that's exactly what he did.
Absolutely.
And he kept him in check. Now we have Joe Biden basically playing footsies with China, and they have so much influence on our country right now.
They do, and it's very unfortunate, but I mean that's exactly what they didn't want him to do, and that's why they don't want him back in office, because of their agenda.
All right, shifting gears real quickly. Did you have any chance of watching the impeachment inquiry yesterday?
I did not.
Okay. It was fun. I watched it was 6 hours of it. I watched 4 on the plane, 4.5 hours from the plane from Detroit to Los Angeles. It was fire. It was total fireworks. Of course, all of the Democrats, it was all they said was Trump, 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 Trump. It was all about Trump, right? And it was all about, well, Trump did this and Trump did that and Trump did this. And then Republicans are like, well, here's the facts. Here's the evidence. Here's what the Biden family did. This is what Hunter Biden did. This is what Joe Biden did. Here's all the connections. And then he goes back to the Democrat and says, Trump, 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 Trump. I kind of compare it to, the adults in the room were the Republicans and the kids in the room and the clowns were the Democrats. And the clips that went viral were all from Democrats just getting up there with props and just making a complete fool of themselves. But this is going to be one of many hearings you're going to have on the impeachment inquiry on Joe Biden. And all the activities between the Biden crime family, Ukraine, Burisma, all of the LLCs that was set up, all of the factual here. Here's the thing, Sarah. We have evidence. We actually have evidence of criminal activity and bank transfers. And the latest one came 3 days ago. There was a bank transfer from China to the States, and guess what address was on that bank transfer?
Hunter Biden's?
Well, the address to Joe Biden in Delaware. Wow. So we've got all this proof. Like, here's a great question for you. How does the Biden family get $20+ million wired to them? What did they sell? What did they make? What did they do that would call for that type of money transfer? I don't understand. Does Hunter Biden, is he that good of a painter? Is his paintings going for $20 million?
Not. I think my 8-year-old does better painting than Hunter Biden. And $500,000, come on.
Yeah.
No, there's definitely more to it than everybody's seeing.
I agree.
And we see it. We know what's going on. But they're pinpointing and doing little things like his illegal gun registration and putting him on the 4473 that he filled out. And saying, oh, he's been held accountable, we're good.
Yeah, we're good.
We're good.
We got Hunter. Okay,
yeah.
We got him on a gun charge.
Right.
We're good, right? But here's a problem. I was flipping back and forth between CNN and Fox to see who was covering this. And I noticed that Fox had it wall-to-wall. Okay, obviously right side had it wall-to-wall as well. But CNN dipped out several times whenever a Republican, it was their time to kind of have their 5-minute speech. But then they would get back in when you had, AOC or Jamie Raskin or one of these other Moskowitz, someone on there from a Democrat that had something. They selectively chose what they wanted their viewers to see. And if someone would just listen to all of the evidence, they would say, you know what, there's something here. There's something about what's going on.
Well, they strategically do that, and that's when they control the media, and they've been doing that for a long time. They only let us see what they want us to see, and that's part of their tactic this whole time. To me, that's considered domestic terrorism.
Yeah, it is.
But yes.
Okay, well, let's see. We'll just check some time here. All right, we're going to toss to a commercial break. It is 11 29. It's almost 11:30. President Trump's
Almost
scheduled
there.
in about an hour here as the crowd is coming in here. Sarah Rodriguez, Brian Glenn broadcasting live from Anaheim, California. A few minutes, and we will come right back. Don't go anywhere.
What's up, guys? My name is Jaden Hurd, and I have a Christian show called Let It Be Heard, where we analyze culture and current events from a biblical perspective. I highly recommend you guys check us out. We now have episodes every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. And basically, what happens is we react to videos, we have talking points, we have on guests, and it's very exciting. Come check us out on Rumble and the RSBN channel. God bless you guys.
Hi, friends. I'm pro-life leader Frank Pavone, National Director of Priests for Life, one of the world's largest pro-life organizations, and host of the RSBN weeknight program, Praying for America. As we listen once again to President Trump, we get excited, we get inspired, we get energized. And we've got to translate that energy into concrete, practical action, political involvement at the local level. And I also want to encourage you to connect with President Trump online and support his team, follow and share his messages. All of this is so important as we move forward in this election season. Let me therefore give you 3 practical suggestions. Number 1, connect on social media, on Truth Social. Make sure you have a Truth Social account and follow the president at Real Donald Trump. Follow him also on Twitter, now known as X, at Team Trump. That's where you'll get the messaging from his team, powerful ads and important responses to everything that's going on. So at Team Trump on X, and then on Truth Social at Real Donald Trump. Secondly, utilize his website, donaldjtrump.com. Find updates there. Support the campaign. Let's get together more powerfully than ever to overrun what the other side is trying to do. And finally, if you haven't already subscribed to his text messages, text the word Trump to 88022. That's Trump to 88022. Let's, by all these and many other practical means, get behind the Trump team in a way that they're going to see, in a way they're going to feel, in a way that is going to energize and mobilize the voters that we need. God bless you. God bless this great movement. And join me each weeknight on Praying for America at 8 p.m. Eastern Time, right here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. God bless you all.
Wow, it's so soft and smooth.
It's cool to the touch. How did you do that?
Well, we took MyPillow's patented fill and combined it with this new technology that we didn't have back then when I invented MyPillow to bring you the best pillow in history, MyPillow 2.0. Because of all of you, MyPillow 2.0 has been a huge success. And now we're bringing you our best-selling Go Anywhere MyPillows with the same temperature regulating technology. Made with my patented adjustable fill and brand new cooling fabric, they're truly the next generation of MyPillow. So go to MyPillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to save over 60% on our MyPillow 2.0 4-pack special. You'll get 2 MyPillows and 2 Go Anywhere MyPillows, regular $259.92, now only $99.98. King size just $10 more. This is a limited time offer, so please order now.
Right Side Broadcasting is known for panning the crowds, showing the packed arenas, and allowing you to see the truth. We've covered hundreds of rallies, briefings, marches, CPAC, and the historic overturning of Roe v. Wade. Right Side Broadcasting was created in 2015 by our founder, Joe Seals, creating a unique broadcasting experience that allows you to make your own decision rather than force-feeding you an agenda. We don't cut or edit people's words or twist them to fit a particular point of view. We allow our correspondents to be open about their opinions while maintaining journalistic integrity. Right Side Broadcasting wants to continue our legacy with help from people just like you. Your donations and support allow us to continue to be the gold standard in live, unedited event coverage. Help our cause by sharing our broadcasts, subscribing on our social media platforms, and supporting us on our locals community. Your monthly or one-time contributions on our website are crucial in our fight for the truth. Thank you for all of your generous support.
employees and I are excited to announce it's our 20th anniversary, and to celebrate, we're bringing you a limited edition MyPillow. The Giza Elegance MyPillow is made with the most amazing cotton, 2-inch pipe gusset, comes in 4 custom loft levels, and it's machine washable and dryable.
When I got my pillow, I'm asleep almost immediately. I stay asleep at night and I wake up more well-rested in the morning.
My patented fill adjusts to your exact individual needs and helps keep your neck supported and aligned. That's why we've been around for 20 years, because MyPillow works.
Go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to get your limited edition 20th anniversary MyPillow queen size. Retails for $69.98, now only $19.98. That's right, only $19.98.
With my 60-day money-back guarantee, you have nothing to lose. Sleep well, America!
All right, we're back out here live. Sarah Rodriguez, Brian Glenn live from the beautiful Marriott Anaheim here, and a beautiful day out. Great crowd behind us getting in place. President Trump is scheduled to speak at 12:30 to a sell-out crowd. Is it any surprise that he's going to sell out a lunch?
Oh, absolutely not. I think it sold out within a couple hours.
I think it did.
I did check, like, as soon as they launched it, the VIP section was absolutely gone within 5 minutes. And then I think the rest of the event was just a few hours.
Yeah.
Impressive. He can absolutely fill a room. He throws the best parties, for sure.
He does. We talked about this early. He is a showman. People love him, and they love his speeches. They love his fight for America. About 2,500 people will be in this room behind us, which, by the way, there's some gorgeous
Wow, it's so soft and smooth.
It's cool to the touch. How did you do that?
Well, we took MyPillow's patented fill and combined it with this new technology that we didn't have back then when I invented MyPillow to bring you the best pillow in history, MyPillow 2.0. Because of all of you, MyPillow 2.0 has been a huge success, and now we're bringing you our best-selling going.
It's going to be a little bit after the speech is concluded, so we're going to have some pre-programming come on before that, but you're definitely going to get an idea of what it's like to be on the motorcade here in Southern California. We were talking earlier about the cost of living. Obviously, the economy is a big issue, not just here in California, but across this country.
Right.
I mean, people can't afford to make ends meet.
No, they can't. And honestly, the malls are still full, though. That which is beyond me.
Listen, they are.
Yes.
People are still shopping.
Yes. And so I'm completely, unless people are living on credit cards or refinancing their houses, because their houses are worth a lot more now.
So they take out some money, pull some equity out of their home.
and go shopping to make himself feel better. But I'm very confused with.
That's interesting.
Yeah. So.
I noticed that the holiday retail expected hiring, seasonal employees,
right,
was slightly down from the retail side. Like, in other words, retailers are very pessimistic of what this holiday season will look like. Although Amazon was actually I think they have like 200,000 seasonal employees across all of their locations that they're hiring for this.
Yeah,
big bump up.
Well, and people don't really have to work these days. They've kind of gotten out of the work mentality during COVID, right, because they were getting more on unemployment. Yeah. Which, if you don't have to work and you're making more on unemployment, sounds a little bit more appealing and grooming the lazy class. And
President Trump wants to change that. I know he talks about that. Hey, let's talk about our friends over at the Birch Gold Group as well. Look, the economy, your 401k, your savings is all in jeopardy with this digital currency. That is an effort to devaluize the dollar. And, of course, you don't want to work your entire life and all of a sudden you want to retire and, oh nothing, your 401k is not worth what it was. Our friends at the Birch Gold Group want to send you an information kit, how to take that first step into gold, silver, and precious metals. It's absolutely free to get that information. There's no pressure, there's no obligation at all. Simply text the words Trump to 989898. That is Trump to 989898. That is a Birch Gold Group. They're going to send it out to you. You can follow up with some information if you want, have a question and answering session, and make sure it's right for you. And our friends at the Birch Gold Group want to help you save your retirement. Text Trump to 989898. Because when it comes to saving, I don't know how people do it, you know. And I said earlier there was a strike across the street from this hotel, and it was hotel workers in the hospitality industry because they can't make ends meet. The United Auto Workers strike that's going on right now. One of their biggest concerns is they haven't had a livable wage. This one guy said, I don't know how true it is. It was on a PBS story, which I'm thinking is probably maybe pretty factual. It wasn't some crazy site. 28 years this guy worked, $5 raise over the course of 28 years. That's all. $5 per hour, rather. Americans
like in smaller increments,
yeah,
like
in smaller
like cents.
It's cents, yeah.
Right.
So Americans are struggling right now across the board.
Absolutely, and again, the cost of living is insane. Utilities are insane. Rent is insane. So if you're looking for a rental, it is quadrupled.
What would you say the average rental is here in Orange County for let's just say a 3-bedroom apartment home, townhome, whatever? What would you
$4,000 to $5,000 a month?
Okay.
For an apartment.
Okay, for an apartment.
If you want a home.
So if you want to put that on a percentage of your income that you qualify for something like that, you would probably have to make between
3 times.
Yeah, 3 times. You have to make $12,000-$15,000 a month, and I would probably say that would be net, not gross, to qualify for that. So, I don't know how people do it. I mean, gas is $7-8 a gallon in some places.
No, again, yeah, you're going to have multiple outlets of income just to make ends meet, and still live paycheck to paycheck, which nobody wants to live paycheck to paycheck. Nobody wants to not plan for their future. Nobody wants to be house poor or, barely making ends meet. But even like fast food or groceries.
Would you catch that the minimum wage for fast food workers is now
that's
$20
absolutely
an hour.
appalling, because we're going to end up paying $30 for a damn cheeseburger.
No, it's going to be $26 for combination number 1 on the menu.
Okay.
And by the way, you'll pay $26 for that combination, and you still will not get that dipping sauce that you asked for. But that worker's getting $20 an hour, though.
Right.
So,
right.
And I want people to get. We want an affordable wage. Don't get me wrong. That's what's wrong with a lot of our.
But it should be equivalent to the cost of living. It should even out.
I agree. And so people are struggling here. I know driving around, you do see the tents on the sidewalk. Not as much here in Orange County than you do up in LA County, but it's there. And I will say this, Sarah, and you might know this. My son lives in the West Hollywood area, and let me tell you something. There are stretches along the sidewalks in West Hollywood that you would think would be a third world country.
Oh,
and
100%.
I'm not exaggerating. It is disgusting.
I am there often.
And almost scary what's going on.
And let's take note of when you do see these lines, these tent rows, a majority of them have an American flag on their tents. And it is
Do you think
the
a lot
saddest,
of veterans
most beautiful. Yeah, a lot of veterans. Like I said earlier, I think mental illness has a lot to do with their circumstances, aside from the ones that are dealing with the economy. But the mental illness and not being able to deal with that have turned to drugs and alcohol, not wanting to deal with their PTSD and the things that they served our country for. And that's where we left them.
We've got 22 million veterans in this country that would probably, given the opportunity and physically able, would step up and do what they have to do again to serve this country.
100%. Yeah, the men and women of the military and law enforcement, I do believe that would absolutely have this. But you do see a new wave of military personnel that are being groomed.
Yeah, that's the right word for it.
To be less patriotic, less constitutional, and that's scary.
It is scary. I mean, it is scary. I mean, I heard President Trump talk the other day about some of these new generals that are in there that are more concerned about transgender care than actually training these men and women to fight a war. And now, if you want to take a look at all the aid that we've given Ukraine, which, by the way, I'm happy to say that there is no money going to Ukraine in that defense bill. It's going to go in a separate appropriations. Now we'll say that 101 Republicans voted for to continue to give money to Ukraine, which is wrong. But the amount of money that we're sending out and the amount of weaponry. I mean,
Exactly.
I mean, you talked a little bit earlier about even like on a local level, the police gear, the tactical gear that our law enforcement people need. That stuff's going to Ukraine. So that's going to leave your local police department
depleted of any kind of equipment, any kind of resources. But yeah, and Ukraine's paying, like I said earlier, they're paying triple the amount of the cost that our law enforcement, but our law enforcement needs it. These are American-made products. Ukraine's coming in, wiping off the shelves, paying with our funds, our money that has been given to them, and absolutely just wiping the shelves off. And these are resources and tools for our own law enforcement.
And you know what's interesting? And in a way, Sarah, I really can't blame the companies that manufacture this equipment, because at the end of the day, they need to make a living too. They need, I don't. You may have a different take on that.
So there are some companies they say absolutely not,
Really?
And then there's some companies they say, you know what, I got to look out for my own, and they absolutely, welcome the 3 times a month amount of the cost of retail. So
as long as they can continue to produce this stuff, I mean, but maybe that's the slowdown too. Maybe they can't replenish their supplies.
It's its own worst enemy, because there is supply and demand. There is certain components that are being withheld from the government, or OEM items that are coming from overseas that they're holding at the border and saying, sorry, we can't give you these things, just to kind of deplete our resources as well, such as like ammo components or firearm components, which, so the supply for that is lessened. But not only that, the prices increased. And with our law enforcement budgets right now that have also been cut due to the defund the police movement in certain cities and counties, it's a mess.
Yeah, and Sarah works very closely with state, local law enforcement agencies on every level. I mean, everything from your small town police department to your California Highway Patrol. You work with all of them.
Every single one of them. And I'm very, very passionate about our men and women in law enforcement. And something that a lot of people don't know is our sheriffs are very, very important to this country, and they hold the highest amount of power.
Mike Lindell has said that.
Yes, and not a lot of people know that.
Yeah.
And I do believe that that's why part of our issues with the defund the police and our attack on law enforcement is because of that very reason. They want law enforcement not to be able to be in the way. They have been trying to pass our sheriffs to be appointed instead of elected for a long time, and that would really, really mess up things, because if they're implementing not good sheriffs, then they're not fighting law enforcement. They're part of the problem. So.
Interesting. You said this earlier about the border. Let's talk about our southern border. You don't hear much about it as much in California as you do in Texas. So it seems like all the media attention is focused on Eagle Pass, Brownsville, that area. I said this the other day. I'm sick of press conferences about the border. I really am. I'm sick of the press conferences. I'm sick of the podium. I'm sick of all of our leaders going up there and going, we got a problem at the border. We need to do this.
And then do nothing?
And do nothing. I thought it was kind of cool, though, that Elon Musk did a live stream on X at the border. I thought that was really cool. It had like 365 million views on it, by the way. Massive. And I can appreciate maybe that brings the exposure to it.
Yep.
But my question, my beef with this right now is, for someone who owns a home in Texas and spends half my life in Texas, I want something more. I want, if I'm the governor of Texas,
like a wall.
If I'm the governor of Texas, I'm deploying every single National Guard that I have, every reserve. I'm putting
but
all
do you see
resources.
all the Border Patrol agents getting injured? Like,
yeah.
Do you see?
Well,
one just got a finger bit off. Absolutely. I mean, they're now.
And we've only got 19,000 of them. We are losing them every single month to retirement.
Right.
Because think about this: the people who sign up to serve our country after 9/11, think about how patriotic people said, "I'm going to go serve," and then they're kind of timing out right now, the retirement age.
Because, well, the retirement age and a new wave of law enforcement, military are coming in, and again, being groomed a certain way.
Yeah.
It's a lot different because they didn't see what we went through in 9/11.
They didn't
see.
You know, that's an excellent point.
Yeah.
They didn't see it. We'll stop, pause that thought. I'm going to talk about our newsletter as well. Go to our website, rsbnetwork.com/newsletter. Now, this is not only going to get all the information that you need when breaking news happens, but we've got exclusive offers that are only on the newsletter. So please subscribe to our newsletter. It's super simple. Name, email address, all that good stuff. We don't sell your information to China. We're not going to do that. We're going to just send you the articles that you need to know. So sign up for exclusive notifications when we are on the road as well. rsbnetwork.com/newsletter for that. Absolutely free. And as always, we have some great writers for us to keep you in the know on that. Okay, so we've got the border crisis going on. I don't think we're doing enough. I know we're doing all that we can, but we have 22 million veterans. If half of them say, you know what, I'm sick of this shit, excuse my lack of a better term, and I think that's exactly what it is, and I'm going to grab and I'm going to go down to the border and I'm going to protect our border. That's what needs to happen. We're not doing enough. We're literally opening the barriers for them to come in to this country.
A lot of those resources, too, are also being utilized for the importation of drugs and the fentanyl and the sex trafficking. So not just bodies coming over, our resources are being spread thin for other issues. You know, we want to try to stop the immigration, but also, you know, what's about to happen to our country.
Yeah.
And they're getting massive amounts of fentanyl and not just from Mexico.
300 people a day die of an overdose.
Absolutely. So it's all over the place.
And then you have people basically, you know, on the terror watch list. It's just not Mexico. They're coming through the Darien Gap, through central Mexico, and they've got people from the Middle East coming over here, from South Africa coming over here, people that are on a wanted, confirmed terrorists that are coming over here. And we are not, I just don't think we're doing enough. And I
we're
want
not
us to
doing anything.
Anything, right. And I want people to get angry about it. I really do. Because I don't think stuff happens until people get angry.
But not only that, they're getting resources.
Yeah.
Resources
Here's your phone.
We could utilize that money.
Yeah.
For America First. I mean, for Maui.
Let's talk about that. I mean, when that tragedy happened, and that's exactly what it is, a tragedy. It was a combination of a perfect storm where you had dry vegetation, you had a hurricane offshore with the winds that were blowing, so you had high wind alert. And then basically knocked down a power grid, which started the wildfire, which then with the hurricane winds whipped up and literally torched an entire town. What a disgrace for if you're in Maui and you're told, sorry about everything. Here's your $700. Here's your $700. Here you go. But meanwhile, if you're in Ukraine, how much money do you need? So I got an open credit card. I'll just go ahead and give it to you. That's exactly what it is. That's pathetic. And once again,
slap in our face.
That's the world first and America last.
Absolutely. It's a definite. And you hear the citizens and the residences of Maui and their struggles. But what did they do? They came together as a community, and we left them hanging. We left them hanging, and it's so sad. And Ukraine's off, you know, having their raves and their air conditioning outside, and
what's even a step further than that is that Joe Biden in this proxy war with Russia through Ukraine, Russia's destroying Ukraine. Well, actually, we're helping them to destroy their own country. Basically, now you got the Clinton global initiation coming out to help rebuild Ukraine. So this whole Joe Biden destroys it, the Clintons come back out of retirement, and they help put it all back together.
So everything that we're saying and all the money that's going there and the two particular families that are over there getting these resources,
right.
Clearly we're doing something bad.
We're doing something bad and wrong. Oh, we had breaking news on that. The CR did not pass, is what I was just told. The continuing resolution did not pass. So you're likely to see a government shutdown. It's certain that it's going to shut down. For how long, I have no idea. If I get any update on that, I will let you guys know throughout the day. But and let's clarify something. When the government shuts down, yes, the military, the veterans in the military will be affected. Your Americans on a government food assistance, they will be affected. And your national parks and things like that. There are some things, but I will say this: it's not going to be closed for long. They might even miss a paycheck. Who knows? But it will be retroactively paid back to these people that might miss the paycheck. It will be, you're not going to have to wait months for it. But it's interesting because the Democrats yesterday talked about the Republicans wanting to shut down the government. The Republicans want to shut down a government, but do they recall that Democrats shut down this country over COVID for a year? And they closed down our churches, we closed down our schools, we closed down businesses. We told small businesses, don't open up those doors or you might be arrested by your local authorities.
Right.
So they love to talk about shutdowns because they're for shutdowns.
Right. Little contradicting
there. Let's talk about COVID for a second. We always feel like the next wave of COVID, it's going to be a dark winter. Remember, Sarah, it's going to be a dark winter. I personally feel, and I'm just speaking for someone that's in Texas the majority of my time, they will not comply to mandates. The mask mandates. If a business says you must wear a mask, I'm basically going to say hell no, and I'm going right in there. What do you think it's going to be in California? Because you tend to be a little bit more. The coffee shop that I was at yesterday on Sunset Boulevard, everybody was masked up. Everybody.
I have been starting to see a lot of masks, mostly in LA County, but definitely not in Orange County. And I know Orange County took a big stance last COVID game that we played, and they didn't comply.
Yeah.
And I don't know if you saw Huntington Beach. They said absolutely not. We're not playing that game anymore.
I saw that. There's probably, you would probably say more Orange County than LA County, I would say.
Orange County, Northern California, Central California, nobody's playing this game anymore. Nobody is going to, look at the things that Fauci had said. Okay, masks do help, masks don't help.
Get your booster. Get your booster. You can't get COVID. Get your booster. Get your third vaccination.
Yeah, right.
That's a horrible,
and it does.
horrible
don't ever do that again.
Never do it again.
But with the vaccine and the booster, studies do come out and say it does develop like.
It's amazing when you see people like on the plane. The other
They're
day,
like, give it to me.
It's like the cloth mask that was proven that they don't work, but they still put it on, and it's like it's. But
or the ivermectin. Oh, now it does help.
It does help. Oh, okay.
COVID,
okay.
But before you were a horse. And
actually, before you were trolled on social media for using it, and basically doctors were threatened that we're going to take away your license if you prescribe that.
I had a doctor that gave me the little home visit.
Yeah.
Gave me
a little horse tranquilizer.
I know, and I had a nay for a little while, but
it wasn't
nothing.
But it works, right?
Don't do that again either.
Yeah. It's 2 times, right? In 60 seconds. But it's, you've got, we were constantly told, don't do this. Okay, now that works. And I don't think the American people trust the CDC. I certainly don't.
A majority of the American people, but then there's that group that will load up in a Connex box if they tell you to.
Yeah.
Here's a FEMA camp. Go make yourself at home. Well, okay.
Yeah, sure, I'll do that. And I know with air travel, we were warned that in October, and this is going to be interesting because we're basically a week away from getting into the month.
There'll be mask mandates.
Yeah, there'll be mask mandates. And may I ask a question? Will you fly if you're forced to wear a mask?
Absolutely not, and I didn't before.
Okay.
And I didn't go into a business if they told me to I can't support that.
I can't support that either. I was very defiant in airports. I never wore a mask in an
didn't
airport.
either.
And then I got warned once in Chicago, and was told that if they warned me again, I would be on the list for do not, come to this airport ever again. And I can't do that because of my job.
Right.
I wore it on the plane, obviously, because I didn't want to get kicked off a plane. It's my job. I fly a lot every week. I said this time I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. I will drive to every single right side broadcast if I have to. I'm not flying and not complying with these mask mandates. Grocery stores, I don't care.
Yeah.
Do you remember the silly arrows? Don't walk this way. You want some cereal? You got to come around the other
COVID
aisle.
only exists if you're sitting down.
Yeah, right.
Not when you're or when you're standing up, not when you're
But
sitting
if I
down.
push my buggy against your buggy, a crosswind, we're gonna get it. But we can both go down the same. But
what does that sound like? Communism.
Well, it sounds like a clown show is what it sounds like,
it does
too.
sound like a clown
It was the
show.
dumbest thing in the world. So I will not comply with that. But unfortunately, I'll have to come up with an alternative on the planes because I refuse to do that. So American Airlines and Delta, who I fly you guys the most, don't do it. And by the way,
Southwest was a lot easier.
were they?
Oh, absolutely.
Oh, okay. And the pilots, we have a massive pilot shortage in this country because of, you named it, COVID. Not only do people retire that were close to retiring, they said.
But the forced vaccine.
They just, they just said I'm out of here.
Right.
I've got a year left. I'll just go right now. But then some of them with the forced vaccines were like, I'm just going to get out of this industry altogether. I'm not getting the vaccine. They were forced to quit. We have a massive shortage of pilots in this country. And one of our producers back in the studio has his pilot license. He could probably confirm to me right now. It takes a lot of time to get your pilot license. It is almost the equivalent of going to med school to get your pilot.
But I do believe that they opened up a program over COVID, like an expedite.
I don't know. We'll have Mike at the studio text me on that.
Yeah.
Check that out. But it's a lot of hours, a lot of training, a lot of money, and we don't have the time to get these people up to the level that they can go into a commercial airline.
But I also think they were starting to hire too on diversity.
Well, I was trolling somebody on LinkedIn, and I don't mind telling you who they are. They were a social media manager for a major airline, and he had this article about we got people yelling, "Love you too." Let's see if we get a shot of her real quickly, Alex.
Oh,
see if we get a shot of she left. This is what's happened here, and I'm going to say something about California. We don't come out to this state enough.
No.
We don't.
Absolutely not.
We need to.
We are so excited to have you here.
It's unbelievable. And when I walked outside, I must have taken 50 pictures with people thanking us for being there. Now, with Gavin Newsom, we did everything we could for that recall. And we did everything I could to get Larry Elder to be your governor, and that didn't work out. And I think
didn't work out. And it was a very sad day.
It was a sad day. The thing that I don't understand about that day, and about the polls closed at 7, and by like 7:07, he was walking out conceding already. I'm like, wait a minute, let's just make sure every vote is counted. I don't why are we doing this so soon?
But we always count California before. As soon as the polls open, we already call California, so that's nothing new.
Yeah, nothing new. Well, maybe we can change that a little bit. Let's see if we get a shot of this couple. I think they're doing some other media. I have noticed that the Asian community here in California and the Hispanic community love President Trump. I mean, I see that from the rallies easily.
I noticed the Asian community absolutely, because they fled communism. They came here, and that's what our country is for other countries to come here legally and escape kind of what we're going through now. So the Hispanic culture, I mean, you look at how they are. They're the most hardworking, religious. They don't want to pay taxes, just like we don't want to pay taxes, but very family oriented. And when you see those qualities put together, that's being a conservative.
Especially when you see Vietnamese Americans, they know exactly what socialism and communism is all about. So they come here and they recognize it.
That's why they came here.
That's why they came here.
And now they're dealing with Biden country. They are absolutely very supportive of Trump.
Yeah. All right, so tell us what you think, and also tell us where you're watching us from. We love to look at the chats because you get people from not only all over the country, all over the world watch us. We have a huge following in Japan. So does President Trump. I was at CPAC 2 CPACs ago. I did some Japanese conservative television, and it was amazing the support that they have for our president.
Yeah, absolutely. It's beautiful.
Yeah.
It's beautiful. Our politicians, to me, I always call them used car salesmen. They tell you what they want to hear. And then there's Trump, who owns the car dealership, and he's ready to make the deal. He's the businessman.
Yeah.
And we're not used to the businessman being in charge. And once we saw that, we saw a beautiful economy. We saw a beautiful, the welfare, the least amount of people were on welfare, more jobs, beautiful communities. So many things were so much better under Trump.
We had the most robust economy. We had historical wages for Hispanics and African Americans.
Yeah.
Their average income was the highest it's been in 40 plus years. That's what I don't understand, why not everyone sees this. Think about this for a second. From day one of the Biden administration, he rolled back everything. When you think about this, everything we're going through right now was by design. President Trump talks about it. All Biden had to do was go in there and put it on cruise control. The country was running fine, right? He reversed every single thing. So everything that's happening right now in the world, especially Ukraine and in the threat that Taiwan and China, everything that's going on right now in this country economically is on Joe Biden, 100%.
Oh, absolutely.
All of it is on Joe Biden. And don't let the Democrats or the media tell you otherwise.
It's Trump's fault.
It's Trump's fault. Yeah.
He left the cocaine in the White House.
Yeah, and isn't that a story too?
That
My
is so
goodness.
ridiculous.
You tell.
If Trump was in the White House and that happened, all hell would break loose.
Look at all the stories that the press secretary for Biden, I won't even mention her, how does she sleep at night knowing that she has to lie to the American people and spin every single story? Every story she has to spin. Not one time does she ever say, you know what, you've got a good point. You're absolutely right. She has to spin
There's no
and deflect.
morale
Compass.
Right.
Yeah.
But maybe she's getting some of that Ukraine money too.
Yeah, speaking of Ukraine, I'm looking at 47 agenda here. President Trump often promises to end the war in Ukraine through a peace deal. And I'll ask you this, why aren't Joe Biden and the administration trying to seek a peace deal?
Themselves.
Why is it always just fund the war? Is peace not the answer? Wasn't Democrats the party of peace, the peace love?
I remember being taught in middle school, elementary school, Democrats were for the people and Republicans are for the money. And growing up and life hit me, it was absolutely the opposite. And that's when I knew exactly what indoctrination was.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
We are groomed to learn a certain way. And
let's talk about the media for a second. And we've got a lot of media, obviously, on these risers. We've got national media, we got local media, we've got a lot of print, we got digital. We've got local radio. I talked to a lady down there from a local radio station, owns up in Fresno. There's a lot of media here. My problem is this, and I'm going to call them out a little bit. Right side, we air the entire speech. We air 2 hours before he goes on. We let you know what the mood is like in the room, how many people are here, who's here, right? All the pre-speeches. A lot of these media outlets, they'll roll on the speech, but they'll be very selective of the sound bites they push out, right? And some of the writers will already sit down and have their story half written, it's half baked before that man has even stepped on stage. They already know what they're going to say. And so if all of the never Trumpers that don't take 5 minutes to listen to his actual speech or what he's saying, if they would actually listen to the president and his policies, they would love him.
that is something I noticed. When I first saw him live, I saw him live with my daughters.
You were in Arizona, right?
Well, yes, but I've seen him before that.
Okay.
So with Turning Point USA, he had came out to speak a few times, and I had my kids with me. I was very excited. I loved his speeches. Everything that he said was just passionate and patriotic and for the American people. When you saw it on the news later, it was absolutely edited to make him sound like a jerk.
And pompous.
Yes.
And what they'll do, and not necessarily here, But what they'll do when we have a rally, we have people outside, walking around, doing all this stuff, they'll find the craziest, most radical-looking supporter that's over-enthusiastic, and they'll make them look dumb to make it look like we're all just these dumb hillbillies out here supporting the president. They find the worst, and I say the worst in a very kind, the ones that really put on all of the MAGA gear and almost comical in a way. We love them, but they make fun of us, and that's what they want to do.
Yeah, absolutely.
We love them, but they make fun of us
because we know we've seen him. We know his stance. We know his values. We know his priorities. And
yeah. We're glad you're joining. 12:09 here as we get closer to the start. 12:30. It's slated. I'll see if I can't get a check on that here in a little bit. Let's talk about Mike Lindell, though. Hey, talk about a guy who from day one, he was all in on Trump, and he's been one of these patriots that has done everything he's could to save this country. And so go to the website, mypillow.com, promo code RSBN, and get up to, ready for it, drum roll, 80%.
Oh, wow.
Up to 80% off on your entire order. Go do it today. Mattress toppers, pillows, slippers, dog beds. You got a dog? You have animals? Is he sleeping good at night, the dog?
He will.
He will. Go check it out, mypillow.com, mypillow.com for that website. I tell you what, let me come over here. I'll let you step aside and go to do that. Talk about what we can expect today. And of course, he is going to talk about the state of California and what the state is dealing with in terms of economic problems. We got crime, we got law and order. We also have a border that's broken and it's open and fractured. And what his plan is to combat all of that. And of course, Gavin Newsom, who was at the debate just the other night, was in the crowd and watching the other candidates debate, and actually has said at one point that was the JV team, that was the B team, and that President Trump clearly has won the primary. And I've said this several times before. I kind of compare what's going on right now to a sports league. And if your team was up in a division by 40-plus games, or perhaps if you only had a month's schedule left and your team was up by an unsurmountable past number of games, the season's over. Like it's statistically impossible for anyone else to make up that ground. Well, I kind of see the primary like that. It's very clear that overwhelming, that's what the polling is reflecting. Now, on the flip side of that, I mean, we do have a third debate coming up. NBC has the rights to that debate. So will we see President Trump in that third debate? Perhaps that might be a question at a later date that we can ask him. But then my next question is this: is like, when can one of these debates be hosted by a true conservative company that is going to maybe ask some of the questions, some of the tough questions that will back up some of the policies? And it seems like now it's just kind of like people are just like spouting out their resumes, but with a few of them that don't really have a huge track record to run on. And so I'd like to see maybe a different outlet sponsor some of these rallies. I'm gonna step aside because I can hear some dishes. I can hear people sitting down, talking, having a good time as we are getting closer and closer to speech time here in Anaheim. Oh yeah, it is definitely filled up in the last few minutes, but we're glad that you're joining us here. And as a program reminder, when we leave here, we are going to go get in the motorcade, and we're going to go to a special location and follow the president the rest of the afternoon, and then we'll follow him back here to Anaheim, rather, and we'll wrap up the broadcast from that location. So We've got a full day ahead of us. We're so glad you're joining us. This is the California GOP. This is the lunch. This thing sold out relatively quick. But I've been told about 2,500 people have paid to come in here and listen to the president speak. They do have speeches later on this afternoon and tonight, and also tomorrow, as well as California gears up for this next election season, and hopefully with some of the with the election coming up, when you look at the map of California, and as far as politically speaking, yes, you have your major metropolitan areas are very, very blue, and you have your inland and your Northern California inland are very red. So the state is split to a certain degree, where the coastal areas lean left, and of course the inland desert areas are more conservative. And it's pretty. It's encouraging though, because you do have pockets of conservative areas, and when you go down in Orange County, where we are at right now, tends to be a little bit more conservative than other parts of this area, and you go and there's hope there. And so hopefully through people opening up their eyes up, realizing that a lot of these policies have not been the best for their family and their business, that they will tend to wake up and vote Republican. Let's talk about our friends over at Trump Knife. Well, I tell you what, if you like knives, we've got one for you right now. It's got a Save American slogan, and this knife is awesome. It's a collectible. It's functional. This knife is a perfect in self-defense, multi-function utility. Take it out hiking, camping, or hunting, or just walk late at night. With a single click, you can deploy a razor-sharp blade that lets you cut through the toughest material. And then when it's shut, it fits safely in your glove box, your tackle box, or even in your pocket. Now, this blade is razor sharp now. A 420 steel blade, the entire length of the knife when deployed is, get this, 8 inches with a 3.5-inch blade. It's perfect for everyday concealed carry. Go to thetrumpknife.com, thetrumpknife.com. You get a special discount right now. Get 70% off. Again, go to thetrumpknife.com and reserve yours today. And as always, use your best judgment and check your local, state, and local restrictions on carrying a knife. We are in California. If you're wondering what the average price of gas is right now, we're looking at about $6.28 a gallon here in the Los Angeles area, about $6.29, $6.30 up in San Francisco. This is up drastically just from a year ago, so there has been not a whole lot of relief at the pump for Californians in this state in terms of gas. Now, there was talk that Gavin Newsom would drop the state gasoline tax, which is about 38 cents. That would bring it down some, but that's far above the national average on that. And also crime. Crime is a big problem, not only in this country, but specifically here in California. These smash and grabs that you see so much on social media. California has a retail task force. They're setting aside about $15 million to stop these smash and grabs. And we've seen stores like Nordstrom's. We've seen some Apple stores rather close, shoe stores close, high-end retail shops close, simply because at one hit, one smash and grab, they can lose hundreds of thousands of dollars of merchandise, and a lot of companies have said no thank you to that, and they have simply walked away. Also, Gavin Newsom signing in a new bill yesterday, making the price of gas minimum wage here in California at around $20 an hour. Now, that does not go into effect until April 1st of next year. So fast food workers, fast food employees getting a bump in their hourly wage for $20 an hour on that. Now, there was a strike out front earlier. It was a hospitality union that was striking and I was able just a few minutes ask them why they're there, and they said, well, we need better working conditions and better wages, because at this point people are having a hard time surviving. It's having a hard time getting through the inflation that they have. And I mean, imagine dealing with inflation in a very prosperous state like Texas compared to doing it here in the state of California, where just about everything is almost twice the average of what it is across the country. Home sales, gasoline, electricity. Sarah was on earlier talking about her natural gas bill at her house was $800 and her electricity bill was $1,200. That is insane. And that is one of those things where we have the ability to have energy independence, and President Trump put us in a position to have energy independence, and we have absolutely gone back to prehistoric conditions, if you will, with these Biden energy policies that are on hand. Also, take a look at the school systems here. Just in Baltimore, there was a report early in the week that out of 13 of their biggest schools, 13 schools, 0 students, passed the math exam for the state that was efficient in math. So 0 students out of 13 schools. And I would say that to a certain extent represents a lot of the country. And of course, the school officials there blame they blame COVID. They blame the COVID shutdown as one of the reasons why the kids fell so far behind on these testing scores, is because the schools closed. They had to do remote learning through the computer, which they thought at the time was such a brilliant idea. And many people and teachers and educators and just parents said, wait a minute, we know this is not the best for our students. We don't need to stare at a computer and do remote learning. We need to be in the classroom. And they still, despite all of the medical information that we had in terms of kids being a high risk factor, or being a low risk factor, I should say, to COVID, despite all that information, they still decided to close the schools. In some states, closed for over a year. These kids never returned to school. All right, step aside real quickly. If you want a T-shirt, we got the T-shirt for you. Yes, we do. A most wanted T-shirt, Trump style. Go check it out. Makes for a good collector. Makes for just any kind of supporter. Would love to have this shirt, and we're glad to have this company be a part of our production today. So I'm just encourage everybody to go check it out. You can save as a club. So you're basically going to, when you sign up for this, not only do you have the opportunity to get this special offer, we're actually giving it to you for free. Shirts2024.com. That's shirts2024.com. The last time we did this offer, the last time we had it, a couple days ago, Detroit, sold out. So take advantage of this offer right now. Go to shirts2024.com. Claim yours today. These T-shirts are printed and shipped right here in the USA. Go to shirts2024.com and claim yours today. Basically, it's 12:22 as we make our way into the bottom of the hour here. And this is to kind of recap. We were, we don't come out to California very often. This is one of those states where, well, we had the Gavin Newsom. We did the recall that was going on. We did some of that. We helped with the signatures. We had a couple of rallies during that whole ordeal. Then we went to the election night here in California for governor. We did that. Then we went to a bar restaurant in Burbank, and that was fighting the closures that was going on there in that area. We covered that. But we don't necessarily spend a lot of time in California. And what I found earlier was just amazing that people truly appreciate the coverage that we're providing them today, and they truly appreciate the president coming to California. I don't think they get to see him here enough. And a lot of people say, and I've had people tell me this, well, why would he come here? California is overwhelmingly Democrat. It's overwhelmingly blue. And I don't necessarily agree with that. I think there is a substantial Republican base here in California. And I think it's growing due to the economic conditions of the state. I think there is a huge opportunity for us to regain here. And of course, Mike Lindell has said several times of how many, how red California really is despite what the elections say. And so maybe through this next election process, we can get more people registered to vote, and more people out of the polls, and really provide an answer to a lot of these problems that perhaps President Trump will talk about tonight. So we'll see exactly how that plays out. Also, on Sunday, we'll be in Iowa for a caucus event there that President Trump is speaking at there. And remind everybody, January 15th, 7 p.m., I believe, is the caucus in Iowa. January 15th, 7 p.m. We'll put some information out on social media as how to get involved with that, because you got to be registered as a Republican in Iowa to participate in the caucus. So you have to be not only registered as a Republican, but you also have to be 18 at the time of the election. So make sure that you get in touch with that. We're getting some breaking news here that General Milley is officially retired as of noon. So General Milley is no longer an active general in our military, effective by noon. So once again, maybe certain departments in our country is realizing that the American people have had enough of some of the weaponization of the departments, and in a way that we've become soft in a lot of ways to what's going on in our society, and as far as active our military at wars as well. Also, to let you guys know, the impeachment inquiry that took place yesterday, that will continue. It was just an inquiry. People say, well, they didn't really provide hard evidence. They provide evidence building up to having an official impeachment hearing, but that was just an inquiry. We'll keep you updated on that. I'm going to step aside, show a little bit of the scene behind me, and then after this word from Birch Gold, I do want to take a commercial break. After Birch Gold here, with this digital dollar and the Brex that's going on right now, the dollar is at risk of simply being gone. As simple as that. Your retirement's going down. Our friends over at Birch Gold Group want to send you a free information kit on how to invest in gold, silver, and precious metals. You can do that real easily. Just text the words Trump to 989898. That's Trump to 989898. Get that free information kit. Thousands and thousands of our viewers have done this. It is a way to tax shelter your money. It's to keep it in a safe place, and we want you to get involved and to save your financial freedom and protect your investments. So simply text the words Trump to 989898. That is the Birch Gold Group. Let's take a quick commercial timeout. We are live here in Anaheim, California at the California GOP luncheon. President Trump is scheduled to be here, well, looks like probably between 12:30 and 1. We'll keep it tuned on that. But a few minutes, we'll come right back. We've got it live here from Anaheim.
What's up, guys? My name is Jaden Hurd, and I have a Christian show called Let It Be Heard, where we analyze culture and current events from a biblical perspective. I highly recommend you guys check us out. We now have episodes every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. And basically, what happens is we react to videos, we have talking points, we have on guests, and it's very exciting. Come check us out on Rumble on the RSBN channel. God bless you guys.
Wow, it's so soft and smooth.
It's cool to the touch. How did you do that?
Well, we took MyPillow's patented fill and combined it with this new technology that we didn't have back then when I invented MyPillow to bring you the best pillow in history, MyPillow 2.0. Because of all of you, MyPillow 2.0 has been a huge success. And now we're bringing you our best-selling Go Anywhere MyPillows with the same temperature regulating technology. Made with my patented adjustable fill and brand new cooling fabric, they're truly the next generation of MyPillow. So go to MyPillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to save over 60% on our MyPillow 2.0 4-pack special. You'll get 2 MyPillows and 2 Go Anywhere MyPillows Regular $259.92, now only $99.98. King size just $10 more. This is a limited time offer, so please order now.
Right Side Broadcasting is known for panning the crowds, showing the packed arenas, and allowing you to see the truth. They've covered hundreds of rallies, briefings, marches, CPAC, and the historic overturning of Roe v. Wade. Right Side Broadcasting was created in 2015 by our founder, Joe Seals, creating a unique broadcasting experience that allows you to make your own decision rather than force-feeding you an agenda. We don't cut or edit people's words or twist them to fit a particular point of view. We allow our correspondents to be open about their opinions while maintaining journalistic integrity. Right Side Broadcasting wants to continue our legacy with help from people just like you. Your donations and support allow us to continue to be the gold standard in live, unedited event coverage. Help our cause by sharing our broadcasts, subscribing on our social media platforms, and supporting us on our locals community. Your monthly or one-time contributions on our website are crucial in our fight for the truth. Thank you for all of your generous support.
My employees and I are excited to announce it's our 20th anniversary, and to celebrate, we're bringing you a limited edition MyPillow. The Giza Elegance MyPillow is made with the most amazing cotton, 2-inch pipe gusset, comes in 4 custom loft levels, and it's machine washable and dryable.
When I got my pillow, I'm asleep almost immediately. I stay asleep at night and I wake up more well rested in the morning.
My patented fill adjusts to your exact individual needs and helps keep your neck supported and aligned. That's why we've been around for 20 years, because MyPillow works.
Go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to get your limited edition 20th anniversary MyPillow queen size. Retails for $69.98, now only $19.98. That's right, only $19.98.
With my 60-day money-back guarantee, you have nothing to lose. Sleep well, America!
We're back out here live at the Anaheim Marriott here in Anaheim, California for the California GOP. Well, they have a sold-out lunch behind me. About 2,500 people have signed up to hear President Trump speak, which he's scheduled to, come on at 12:30, but it looks like it might be a little closer to 1 on that. We'll keep you updated. Also, I want to remind everybody, go to our website, rsbnetwork.com/newsletter. Now, you've heard us talk about the need to sign up for our newsletter, but here's the reason why. You're going to get exclusive offers through our email subscription. Things that you won't see on the website, things that you won't see on our app, but you'll see it in this newsletter. So I want to encourage everybody to go check it out, rsbnetwork.com/newsletter, and subscribe to that. Our editor-in-chief, Grace Saldana, Alex Caldwell, Summer Lane, they do a tremendous job. I mean, I've had people come up to me and say, I found out about this because I get your newsletter. I found out about this because, I subscribe to your newsletter. So go do it today. rsbnetwork.com/newsletter and get that exclusive offer. Now, we're here in California, and of course, I was looking at some of the economic data on this state of California, which, by the way, it is the first quarter of 2023. California accounted for 14.4 of the entire U.S. economy. So about 14.5% of the U.S. economy is made up of the economic prosperity, I guess you could say, here in California. But so it ranks first in the economy among states and as well as Washington, D.C. So it's number one in the economy. At one point, it was the 5th largest economy in the world, and when I lived out here in the late 90s and the mid 2000s, it was interesting because that was the beginning of the tech boom and the .com boom that happened here in this state, and we saw areas not far from here in Irvine, California, and of course Silicon Valley. You saw the jobs that were pouring into this state, the real estate that was developing. You had stretches of land out here that at one point was nothing but dirt and maybe a farm. Now you go by and it is nothing but building after building after building. Huge developments out here, huge communities here in Southern California. So California is a thriving economy. But on the flip side of that, they do have their set of problems. And I know that with growth, you will have some problems, and they deal with a lot of a higher unemployment, believe it or not, than the national average in this country. They deal with a higher average of homelessness in this country, and that can be for several reasons. And Sarah Rodriguez, that was on here earlier, we're talking about some of the reasons why they have such a high homeless population here. Is a lot of people, once they fall on some tough times, it's really difficult for them to get back on their feet and find affordable housing, an affordable place to live. So they find themselves living in their car, and then maybe living in a shelter, and then end up eventually living actually on the streets. There is a huge problem with our vets and the way that they are handled and treated, and the opportunities that are offered to them to be in a safe, secure place. So California definitely has their share of problems here in this state. Now, you might have seen the videos on social media and on the news of all of the tents that just pop up around the city, and it really, when you get close to the Los Angeles area, I'd say you see that more than you would see it down here in Orange County. Even though it does exist here in Orange County, it's much more prevalent in the Los Angeles area. You've got that. You've got a lot of the crime, the looting that's going on. You've seen the videos, or even hitting areas like Beverly Hills. I mean, the organized criminal activity that is in these areas that are targeting the retail is having an effect on business. And you've seen retailers, select retailers, pack up and say we're not going to have stores in these areas that are at a high risk. They are losing money. And not to say there's also, it's a threat to public safety in some of these areas that's going on right now. So due to the crime and the prosecution of crime, that's resulting in an economic downturn on some of these retail businesses in this area. Now, that's not widespread. That's in isolated areas, but nevertheless, it is a downturn. And then, of course, you go into the drought situation that we have here, and they had a very rainy summer. I mean, California had system after system that would come through here, so I think their water reservoirs, if I'm not mistaken, I'll try to get an update on that, is relatively, it's getting better. The drought conditions is not as bad as it was in the last years. They've had a drought. I even noticed today on the local news that they had a little bit of a system come through Southern California later on tonight and tomorrow morning that would provide a chance, and that is a chance, of showers here in the Southern California, in the Southland here, and then even a slight chance of a dusting of snow in the mountains. So they have maybe turned the corner. Fall is definitely on its way here in California, but they've got such a rich history of tourism as well. I mean, we know that just literally maybe a couple hundred yards away from here is the backside of Disneyland. You can actually see where Disneyland is right there. You see rides, you can hear the crowds, you see a lot of people on the streets here walking around. So tourism in this area is extremely strong, and of course tourism across the state in Los Angeles is strong as well, San Francisco. So, you know, and of course you have the draw, the allure to the beaches and the Southern California lifestyle. California has a lot to offer, the economy, tourism, vacation, but it does come with a price. It comes with a very high price tag to survive here in this state, and a lot of Americans right now are struggling. And I think that's something that people, and maybe tonight we'll hear President Trump talk about that. Hey, I'm going to step aside because that's what we do. We're live here in Anaheim at the Anaheim Marriott for the California GOP luncheon. We're glad you're joining us here on this beautiful Friday. And a programming note, we will be live on Sunday in the great state of Iowa. It seems like we've been going out to Iowa quite a bit. We'll be there live. President Trump is speaking at an event there. We'll be on the ground with him in Iowa, and get this, we'll be on the ground with him whenever we leave here as well today. So we'll do our show here, and then as he walks off the stage, we're going to transition our cameras, get inside his motorcade, and we are going to make our way to a special location where we can then get on the ground with him and show you what it's like to be in that motorcade. If you've never seen some of that coverage, I encourage you to definitely dip in for that, because that is really kind of a special, unique opportunity to see what happens. I had a couple come up to me several times, once in here and a couple outside, say, hey, we love your motorcade coverage. That is something that, you can't get everywhere. So I just encourage everybody that after we leave here on the stage, we're going to transition into the motorcade for that. One of the things I also want to talk about here in California is the widespread drug use that is in this state, and you've seen the videos from San Francisco and here in Los Angeles. A lot of hard drugs, not just fentanyl, but heroin, a lot of harder street drugs. They have a problem, and that is what caused a lot of these people to be in a situation where they find themselves to be homeless for their drug addiction. And maybe that's something that President Trump will talk about today, because that does, lead into other problems in society, and it starts with drug abuse. Let's go to the program. Let's dip in real quick and see what this guy has to say. We're live here in Anaheim. Looks like it just might be an audio check, which might be an indication that they're going to come out here and start any type of pre-program. I was not aware that we had a pre-program, but perhaps there is as well. So the drug problem, what's going on? The over medication of our country is something that has really hurt our society, and that's something that we need to look at as well. We talked a little bit about the smash and grabs, that there's a retail task force that is investing $15 million into stopping the smash and grabs, and a lot of this activity is criminal. It's criminal activity that is organized, perhaps gang-related, and we have really seen such a spike in all of that. So the state of California is working on that. Beautiful state, geographically speaking. Southern California is very diverse in its landscape and what it provides, natural resources. I think it's one of the most beautiful states that we have. It's sad that in the last 20 years, I'd say, we have seen such a decline in the quality of life here in California, and it's something that it needs to be addressed. And I feel like the governor race, the last time when they recalled Newsom, there was an opportunity to kind of give a fresh look at the state of California, how we should govern it and address some of the problems that we had, but it just seems like that didn't necessarily play out well, and so now we have a situation where a state that has a vibrant economy, has abundance of natural resources, that has an incredible tourism, that is now in a situation where change needs to happen. Big change needs to happen. And a lot of people have said, let Newsom and Trump go head to head. If that is ultimately what's going to happen, and I will say this, I ultimately think that you will not see Joe Biden be the nominee for the Democrats. I don't think it happens. I do think it is going to be Gavin Newsom. So if indeed it is a head-to-head competition between President Trump and Gavin Newsom, Trump wins all day long because it's low-hanging fruit to pick on the problems that are in this state, and that we know that the problem that they have, President Trump has the policies to correct them. And we talk about law and order. He's got a plan for that. The economy, although it is strong, they do have unemployment. There's unemployment problems here in the state. He's got, and look, Trump's a business guy. He gets it. He has a plan for that. The regulations that are in this state is insane as well. It's a lot of problems that is in terms of getting new business developed, and the taxes that are come with, and the fees and the regulations that come with. Starting a new business is something that has really forced a lot of companies outside of this state simply because they can't afford to operate their business. It's very high operational cost to have a company here due to some of the state and local regulations. A couple days ago, we were in Detroit. President Trump stopped over there to talk to some United Auto Workers strikers, and some of the things they talked about was the lack of affordable wages, and the fact that some of these people have worked 15, 20, 25 years with really no substantial pay raise. Cost of living adjustments is what's really hurting them. And of course, I think those people represent this country. I really do. I think that the Americans in general should strike. That this is something that they are not. This is not the America. This is not the economy that we had back in 2016, 2017, and really going into 2020 before COVID hit. And then, of course, that was something that was almost avoidable in a way of what it would do. And there was so much uncertainty when COVID hit that it hurt business in general. And people weren't allowed to work. They weren't allowed to earn an income. They weren't allowed to provide for their family. Churches were closed down. Schools were closed down. We were told we couldn't, walk into a gas station and buy something. So much damage that COVID did this country. And then, of course, President Trump built it back. And he's always says he'll build it again. If he goes in for a third term, wins for the third time, he'll do it again as well. And a lot of people say, he'll hold China financially accountable for the pandemic. And I think that's important to note, because China has benefited so much from what has happened. And the fact that a lot of people don't know that Joe Biden has essentially signed over authorization to the WHO to manage and recommend our response to any upcoming pandemic. Now think about that for a second. If something was to happen in this country again, okay, we would give authority to the WHO, and they would indicate how we respond to a pandemic. That is Biden once again putting America last and putting our sovereignty, our strength into the hands of other people. And President Trump also has spoken many times that he is the only one, and he says this with great passion, that he is the only one that will prevent World War III. He has said it over and over again. Not only will he strike peace with Ukraine and Russia, but at the same time, he will prevent World War III. I don't know why, at this point, we have not seen more of a push for peace. We've never been closer to being in World War III than we are today under Joe Biden. And this, you got this global conflict between nuclear armed powers would mean death and destruction for all. And it's a different type of war President Trump talks about. It's not just sending tanks and troops on the ground. It's a different type of high-tech war that does have great consequences to all of this. And I truly believe, if you look at President Trump's and his foreign policy, let's go to our program here, starting in a few minutes. It's 7. All right, just getting a notice here. It's 12:48 here local time. I just got a notice that the program will begin shortly. But, he talks about it's a very different time in our world, and that we had no new wars under President Trump, and the disastrous withdrawal in Afghanistan that has happened. Also, President Trump talks about stopping Biden's war on the suburbs, because Joe Biden recently announced that he will require every state, county, city, and town to submit this so-called equity plan to impose the left's Marxist housing agenda on our communities. So he's forcing, a type of housing situation on an area that, well, they're not wanting it. But if this power grab will put radical and racist left-wing bureaucrats in charge of micromanaging the housing where you live. So think about this for a second. You're allowing the government to dictate who lives in your area and where they live and how they live. The woke left is waging a full-scale war on the suburbs, and the Marxist crusade is coming to your neighborhood and for your tax dollars. It all comes down to money. It's interesting how this whole climate fight really comes down to money, and it comes down to taxation in terms of fixing the climate. There's only one way to do that in their mind, and that is taxing their way into a cleaner environment. Where no matter where you sit on the spectrum of climate discussion, because I think we can all agree that we all want clean air, we all want clean water. That should be a universal need and a universal want. We all want that. Nobody wants dirty air and dirty water. But we must come to grips that we cannot control Mother Nature. We are not. Weather is weather. The climate is climate, and that's not something that we can control. And I really think it's kind of narcissistic from a man's standpoint that we think that we can change the cycle of Mother Nature. I think we should simply be responsible. And of course, this state has done. I will say this: the state has done some very good things in terms of cleaning up the air quality in Southern California. If you look at video and you look at some of the images and how it was back in the 70s, before a lot of the emission standards came out on vehicles and some of the plants, that you would see that due to the standards, we do have cleaner air here in Southern California. It is, and I think that makes sense to make sure that we do all we can, but the fact that we're going to tax even more is misleading. President Trump also talks about shattering the deep state and the fact that we've seen what the Department of Justice, the CIA, the FBI has done to President Trump with these indictments. It seems like they got the first one. Poll numbers go up. They got the second one. Poll numbers go up. They got the third one. Then they brought him to jail, did the mugshot, and then we had more indictments. It seems like this push for indicting the president has only elevated his popularity and has only elevated his fundraising as well. I know coming off that first one, was kind of a massive fundraising push from normal fundraising efforts. So the American people see what's going on, and President Trump vows to clean up the deep state on that. Also, the border. I know the border is obviously a big issue. I think we can all agree that the border is a problem, and I said this earlier, that I am not for, I don't want to see any more press conferences on the border. What I want to see is action. I want to see something done. I want to see Greg Abbott in Texas do unprecedented activities. I think flying these people across the country is not what I want. I don't want to see buses showing up and illegals getting out, going into these cities. I want to see them turned around and go back to the country that they came from and do it the right way. The illegal immigration is what we're mostly fighting back for. We are not against immigration in this country. Let's be very clear on that. I mean, that is the way that this country was founded from immigration. But it's the illegal immigration which has brought in a lot of drugs, brought in a lot of weapons, and it brought in some bad people, as President Trump would say, just some bad people. And so cleaning up the border, how do we do that? Well, remain in Mexico would be a start, and finish the wall would be another next step on that, which, by the way, President Trump had the majority of the wall pretty much built, and we had materials laid out. I was down in Texas and actually walked under the areas that the wall was still under construction, and it's amazing that the materials was there on site. All this stuff was ready to be constructed, and President Biden at that time stopped the contracts to build the wall and left the material there on the ground next to the wall. It is still there to this day. They have not moved any of that stuff. And from what I understand, just about 2 years ago, it was rusted out. A lot of that stuff, materials, was no longer able to be used. So just a tragic situation that has happened with the border wall. And of course, we saw the floats, the buoys, the barriers that were in the water at the border that was causing a lot of disruption for a lot of these people coming across the river there. And then that was Biden administration ordered those buoys to be removed. And then we saw barbed wire put up along the banks of the river there. And then you saw an attempt to basically put clothes and put some sort of padding. We saw the images of kids on their hands and knees climbing through the barbed wire, coming across, many getting scraped and poked by the barbed wire, and then border agents at that point having to come out there and cut the barbed wire apart to let these people come in. There's a humanitarian aspect to all of this, is that we don't want people to get injured coming over to this country. We simply don't want that, because there's a lot of kids, there's a lot of elderly, there's a lot of middle-aged, young, healthy men as well. But we don't want the women and children suffering coming over. But we simply need to find a way to close the border and have policies that will do remain in Mexico and do it the right way. I think we need to have immigration reform. I think it's too difficult. It's a lengthy process for someone to come into this country. Years ago, when I was in radio, I had a couple of students that came over here on a dance scholarship from Europe, and it took them 15 years to become a U.S. citizen through the process of all the paperwork and the thousands and thousands of dollars it took to do that. And when they told this story about how difficult it was to become a U.S. citizen, I really said to myself, I now kind of see why people go through these other ways of getting in. I don't say it's okay. I'm against that. But we've made this situation so difficult to do it that a lot of people choose to just go the other route. And it's simply not fair to those who actually did the process the right way. It's simply not fair to people who obeyed the law on that. To remind you, everybody, the CR failed in the House earlier. So at this point, the government shutdown is looming. If I have a chance to talk to President Trump here later today, I'm going to get his thoughts on this economic shutdown of our U.S. government and get his thoughts on that. It seems like the two sides are so far apart, and it seems kind of like, and I'm really frustrated because we had plenty of time, the House, both Democrats and Republicans, and we all had plenty of time to work out a budget and work out this plan, and we passed with appropriations that we would line item some things out. And one of the biggest things right now was money going to Ukraine. That was one of the biggest standoffs that we had. Now, the Ukraine money was stripped from the Department of Defense budget, which is what a lot of people wanted. They don't feel like Ukraine money should be baked in the cake to the Department of Defense. It should be a separate appropriations. And so if you're for more money in Ukraine, that should be something that you vote on separately, and that's exactly what they did. Every single Democrat voted to continue supporting money to Ukraine. 101 Republicans also supported that, so that unanimously passed on that. 117 Republicans voted against sending more money to Ukraine. Now, what does this look like in the 2024 election, and what does this look like for possible primaries for some of these Republicans? Now, I know for a fact that there are several Republicans that voted to send money to Ukraine that are from a very red district. Their districts are as red as you get. And for them to vote, and I know how they vote, I know what the people want because we listen to them. But for them to vote for funding a war in Ukraine and doing it against the will of the people in their districts is wrong. Now, if their districts were for it, then I would say they work for their districts. So if their districts are saying, yes, we support the war in Ukraine, then by all means, you do what your district wants you to do. But if your district is overwhelmingly against funding a war in Ukraine, then how can you continue to vote for it? That is the very disconnect that we have in our political system today, is that people feel like their elected officials no longer represent them. They no longer represent their values of why they were elected. And I think you're going to see 2024, this war in Ukraine is going to divide, it's going to separate a lot of Republicans. You're going to see some primaries going on across this country that in districts that you didn't think would happen. Now, I'm not saying that the outcome necessarily will change, because a lot of incumbents, you've got the power of communication, you got the power, you got obviously the money, the fundraising is behind you, so it does take a substantial amount of money to inject into a race and take somebody out that way. But I think it's possible. I think you're going to see certain high-profile Republicans have a run for their money this next time. I think it's absolutely possible. What will we see out of the Democratic Party, though? I think that's interesting. I know that the Biden said early on that he was not interested in having any debates for the Democratic nominee. And I think it's a mistake. I think if he feels so strongly about his what he's done over the last 4 years, if he wants to defend what he's done to the American people, if he wants to defend how his foreign policy, if he wants to defend his fiscal policies, if he wants to defend his stance on a lot of social issues, then I think that he needs to have a debate and let the American people decide if they are willing to do that another 4 years. I think that you won't see it because he's not going to do it, but I still think that, and I said this 2 years ago, he will not be your nominee. Gavin Newsom will be your nominee for the Democratic Party, despite numerous times saying that it's not for me, not going to do it, not interested. That's a Biden-Harris ticket. I support the nominee. I support Biden-Harris. He has to say that. He has to say that so that when the time comes, and the time will come, when they will reach out to him and say, you know what, these approval ratings for Biden are so low, we just don't want to move forward. I think it goes into more of a health situation excuse. I don't think they're not going to admit the failed policies of Joe Biden have been so bad, so we need somebody else to come in. I think they play the not feeling good, doesn't have the energy to continue. I think the health is the reason why you'll see Joe Biden step aside and insert a very much younger nominee and Gavin Newsom. But the good news is, for Republicans, is you can run against the fiscal policies and the social issues that he's had in the state. I've already written the campaign. Don't California my country, is what I would say if I was running against a Gavin Newsom. I'm not saying that he's a bad guy. I'm not saying that he's not. He's probably a nice, personable guy. But the policies of this state have been awful. And we see it when we drive around and we talk to people. And I was out on the sidewalk earlier talking to supporters out there waving flags, and they all came up to me and said, literally, thank you for coming. We feel like we're not represented by anyone in this country from a media standpoint. No one's talking about it. No one's talking to us about what it's like in California. And I'm hoping that today, with President Trump here in town, we might be able to learn a little bit about that. But we're glad you're joining us. Get a quick check of the time here. It is 1:04 here in Anaheim. He was expected to come on the stage at 12:30. Now, granted, if he's like all of us yesterday, he might be stuck in traffic. Granted, because traffic here is awful. No matter what time of day that you hit the road, it's absolutely horrible. So perhaps the motorcade is held up on some traffic. Maybe he's in the building. Maybe he's talking to some supporters back behind us. I want to maybe step aside, kind of show a little bit of the crowd. That's what we're known for. That's what we do. Also remind everybody, you can follow us across the board on social media. It is real easy. Go over to True Social at RSBN on True Social. You can follow us on X as well, Facebook, Instagram. We're all there. You can follow me as well. For a couple hot takes, you can follow me on Twitter at Brian Glenn TV. That's at Brian Glenn TV. Instagram as well, Facebook, and at True Social, just at Brian, BRIAN on True Social. And I'll try to give some behind-the-scenes scenes. Don't forget about our locals. And guys in the studio, if you want to pull up that local page there, we love us some locals. And locals is one of those platforms that based off a Rumble platform. It is for the people, and sign up for exclusive streams, exclusive content on Rumble. On locals. And it's just a great way to stay connected with us. And don't forget about the newsletter. I'm going to say it again. Exclusive offers on the newsletter. Let's see if we can get a shot of this group taking some pictures over there. Sign up for our newsletter at rsbnetwork.com/newsletter. rsbnetwork.com/newsletter. Sign up for exclusive offers. They can only get through the newsletter. And also, you're going to get the very best articles in the business because we got the best working for us. Grace Saldana is as good as it gets. And I'm going to tell you, she doesn't miss anything. If there's a story going on right now, no matter where it's at, she is going to cover it. So we've got a great team, and we're very proud of them back at the studio for that. We got a great production team as well, and we enjoy what we do. So if you don't have our app, go to the Apple, your Android store, and download our app as well. It's absolutely free to download, and you can absolutely free, and that's one way to stream everything going on in this country. I'll come back out. I want to bring Sarah Rodriguez in here as we get closer and closer to President Trump taking the stage. I mean, You can feel the excitement in the
I
room
know.
right now.
I'm so excited right now.
I'm so excited. We were just kind of recapping the situation of California and the need for change in this state. If you had a new governor today, what would the first point of order be?
Voter reform.
In which way? Like how? Like,
No more mail-in ballots.
Okay.
I think we should go strictly back to the polls and then reevaluate taxes and where our money's going to.
And it's interesting because I don't remember what state it was, but they had it where as soon as you register your vehicle, you were automatically registered, your voter registration. So you could have illegals that would actually register a vehicle.
Right.
And then automatically get registered to vote. I think might have been in New York, maybe. It might have been in New York.
We
I
do
gotta
that
check
here
on that.
too.
Wonderful.
For driver's license. So
Okay,
as soon
wonderful.
as you register for your driver's license.
But don't you think to a certain degree that that doesn't need to happen? I mean, that needs to be
absolutely.
a completely separate transaction.
Absolutely.
I mean,
I feel like there's so many different solutions, like a social security number. Have it attached to your social security. We know that if you're alive or dead. So if we know that unique number has been used multiple times, or
that 97 F-150 that you have in the backyard, that doesn't indicate that you're still alive and you're still voting.
Yeah, because Grandpa, left that to his grandkids a long time ago, and he's no longer.
He's no longer with us. He
But
could
he's still voting.
He's still voting. If he's in Arizona, he's still voting.
Well, if he's definitely in California, he's still voting. He voted twice.
He voted twice. And also, I want to mention, we will be in Arizona on October 10th for Carrie Lake. Got to make it a special announcement.
I love her.
Everyone loves Carrie Lake, right?
It's her voice.
It's her voice. And, and it was funny. The news that broke yesterday with Katie Hobbs, everyone was blowing up my phone going, is Katie Hobbs not the governor of Arizona? She stepped down for a day and someone else has been sworn in? And I'm like, what are you talking about? And I looked on Twitter and you saw these stories that were kind of trending, and that Katie Hobbs was in D.C., but she was meeting with Biden. It was so confusing. I don't know what the hell happened yesterday.
Did that go away, or is it still present?
No, I don't know. I don't know.
A dream?
Yeah, no, it wasn't. I thought it was a dream. It sounded like a dream. No, the dream is they found out that she lost, and Carrie Lake comes in.
Now
That's the dream. Yeah, now the governor. It's as simple as that. But anyway, a lot needs to be done in this state. And I was talking about how beautiful this state is. It's got so many natural resources. Obviously, the culture, the beach, the weather. I mean, my goodness. This state has it all. But, man, it has its problems, too. But it's only by man. These are man-made problems here.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And it's... unfortunately, I don't believe from what I've seen of the people that live in California, a very, very, very small group votes for that government.
It's insane. Now, do they vote for that government because they hate the alternative so much? Like, they hate the people?
Well, I do, again, and I'll circle back to this. I'm not a circle back kind of person, but I'm circling back.
We're gonna Jen Psaki circle back here.
But our college systems are grooming and indoctrinating a new group of voters. And like I said, you see it in different conservative states, red states, where there's a good university, there's a infiltration of new voters.
And the thing is, you have such a university system here in California. I mean, you have some really mega schools here that I would imagine are like the farm league for future activists and future libs.
But if you also look at California, we have the most electoral votes.
Yeah.
We have the most corrupt politicians in D.C., and they all come from California.
Yeah.
So you gotta ask yourself, why are all these people coming out of California?
Yeah.
And why aren't we focusing more on California to solve the solution?
It's crazy when you look at Eric Swalwell and the Chinese spy that he was with, and he was on an intelligence committee at that. I mean, why that? But that was just normal, right? That wasn't out of the ordinary. Swalwell sleeping with a Chinese spy, and then there's no problem with him being on an intelligence committee. Then you have Nancy Pelosi. Now, Now, we all have the opinion of Nancy Pelosi, right?
Right.
But she was a very smart Speaker of the House. Let me tell you what she did. She kept that House in order. She kept everybody together, and they voted they voted the right way every single time, and they voted to defeat Republicans. Republicans, we're fighting amongst each other. Like, we feel like we can't take two steps without arguing with somebody. And so I'll give Nancy Pelosi credit. She really kept that base together.
Yes.
And she really did not allow the progressives to come in and overtake their party, which I think was probably a smart move,
Right.
because the squad would overtake it. I will say this about Kevin McCarthy. A lot of people have a very critical of Kevin McCarthy. I have been an outspoken supporter of him, and when I say supporter, I'm giving the man some time. We've been in 6, 7, 8 months. We're going to give him some progress here. We've done a lot of good things from Kevin McCarthy, but he fundraises like nobody's business. He has out fundraised every Republican that we've ever had in that seat and in Congress, every one of them. And it takes money, as we all know, to win elections. So what he has done is he's fundraised, and he's enabling us to keep the seats that we need to keep.
Absolutely, yeah.
So, I mean, but it's difficult. I mean, a lot of people, I kind of often say, Sarah, we're the party of never happy. Never happy. No matter what happens, we're never happy. You know, it's like, why can't we learn to just have some patience?
Right.
But we've lost all patience.
Well, we've lost a lot.
Yeah, we have lost a lot. We have lost a lot.
We've lost a lot. So patience is, I think, the least of what we lost.
Yeah. All right, we're going to step aside here and let you see the scene. All right, so boy, I can tell, Sarah, that it's hustling and bustling. Maybe they're waiting for everyone to be seated. But I think, look, you and I both know, if they were to say, ladies and gentlemen, take your seat, we are moments away from the program, people would finish up that meal really quick.
I think they did announce, take your seats for lunch, and I think that they were disappointed.
I don't know. By the way,
I'm here for lunch.
The food smells great, by the way.
I know it does.
And I could go for some food right now because I feel like I'm about to pass out because I'm getting hungry and thirsty. So
Yes.
when he goes on stage, I think I'm going to probably do what you did earlier and get me something to drink. Drink it all. It is 1:15. So glad you're joining us. Hey, if people want to follow you, Sarah, let's give out the social media handles for that.
Sure. You can follow me on Instagram. My Instagram handle is Sarah, SARAH _Jane, JANE _ Rodriguez, RODRIGUEZ.
There you go. And it's funny about social media. The other day, I was on the Capitol steps, and I tried to jump on Facebook Live. I thought I was going to live stream a war protest, right?
Oh, wow.
I jumped on Facebook Live. I've got about 6,300 followers on Facebook. Not a big following on Facebook. Do you want to guess how many viewers I had when I jumped on my account that had 6,300 plus viewers? Just guess.
500,000.
One.
What?
I had one viewer.
So are
Michael
you
Manuel,
blocked?
who was my friend. So I think thanks, Michael, who actually fought. But think about that for a second. How shadow banned am I if I jump on Facebook Live and I get one viewer? And the images were the Capitol and people yelling and I mean, it wasn't like I was showing grass growing here. It was.
Do you want to know how many I have on Facebook?
On Facebook, followers.
Followers, I have about. I don't Facebook much. Twitter, I had a lot of followers. They took my Facebook and they took my Twitter, so I can't post anything on Facebook. I can.
So
only
you're gone.
message.
Your Facebook is closed.
It's gone. It's there. My Twitter, they actually took, and it was down.
So before that, how many followers did you have? Before
I had about 200,000 on Twitter.
Wow. Okay, so before censorship or freedom of speech, you were thriving. Your message was
Right.
getting out, and Sarah was saying whatever Sarah wanted.
I said a lot. I was also working with the man himself, so my Twitter kind of got taken down. I believe it was the same time his Twitter got taken. So we were contacted and said, how's everybody's, social media? And I'm like, well, damn it, mine's gone.
Damn it, mine's gone. A lot of people woke up. Yeah, a lot of people woke up and said, damn it, I can't log in. What happened to it? I remember after January 6th, that was a pivotal point with social media because YouTube sent out a letter that said, you cannot mention Donald Trump. Do not mention January 6th. It was like, do not say these things, these community guidelines. Now, since then, they have rolled back. Do not talk about the election. Do not talk about COVID. Do not talk, don't criticize this. It was some major things. And, to Rumble's credit, Rumble was an open, kind of a free speech platform on that. Well, it looks like we got maybe some people walking in.
Oh, it's the conga line. We're doing a conga line.
We got a Congo line in here. Let's see if we can get the Congo line.
Everybody's so excited.
So, hey, things are getting exciting when a Congo line breaks out at noon.
We have my favorite sheriff, Chad Bianco, right there.
Oh, yeah. I do see him.
We should bring him up here.
Well, I'll tell you what, if you want to go grab him, yeah, go grab him. You can put that down real quick. Go grab him. Sarah's going to go grab her favorite sheriff and see if we can get him over here for an interview. But, things are getting exciting here in California when the Congo line breaks up during the lunch buffet. Now, from someone who covers the rallies extensively, this is really no big surprise to me to see this break out. But they're having some fun here. A little fun here on this Friday. Looks like Sarah's coming up with the sheriff, and we'll have a few words with him before the start of the speech. All right. So, well, let them know we're live. Hey, how you doing? Brian Glenn with Right Side Broadcasting. Good to have you on. We're live, by the way. So, just to let you know.
Lovely. Thank you. I'm glad to be here.
I just had to grab him. I saw you over there, and I'm like, we were just talking about the importance of being a sheriff in California and how you all you mostly have stepped up and saved our counties and what we're going through within the government. So, we appreciate you greatly.
Thank you for saying that. I will continue to do my absolute best to protect our freedoms, our safety. We know we're in a mess here in California with public safety, and we're doing everything we can to convince our politicians to help us out. But in the meantime, I can tell you that with our police chiefs and my fellow sheriffs, we're doing everything we can to help all of you.
Well, and honestly, you're the only ones that have saved us as a community, as residents here, and I was just talking about the importance of your role and how a lot of people don't know that your role as a sheriff is the most important, highest ranked in the country.
Yeah, I understand that, and I certainly I respect it, and I would never ever take advantage of that, and I will honor the will of our voters to do everything I can for them.
And now, have you seen a lot of repercussions of your, within your stance, like budgets?
The governor hates me. The attorney general hates me. We have a weaponizing the government against us. That's a real thing that's happening to Riverside County now. So, but we'll deal with it. We have nothing to hide, and we have nothing to worry about. We'll just let them act like children, and we'll do everything we can to just keep pushing forward.
What's your biggest challenge in Riverside County, in your area? What's your biggest challenge right now?
Drugs, probably. Fentanyl, the border, and they politicize it with people, and they want to make it about people, but the reality is the amount of drugs that are coming across the border right now that are poisoning our communities. Homeless is getting worse and worse and worse, and the addiction is getting worse and worse and worse, causing more mental health issues, and those are the things that we have to deal with. So the quality of life issues really are directly related to the amount of drugs coming in, human trafficking coming in, those types of things. When our legislators won't help us, when they make matters worse, it's almost like we're getting it from both sides. So it's an uphill battle, it's an uphill swim, but we're doing everything we can.
President Trump is going to speak in here in a few minutes. What would you like if he was to take over your state for one day, what would you like for him to do? I mean, I know close the border maybe, or
I'm sure he would do that. And whether it's close the border or just fix the border, that's number one. Public safety is huge to him, and he makes no qualms about saying that public safety is big. We have to be safe, and we're not here in California. For me, and especially in the position that I have, that's what I would say. Public safety has to be number one. Whether you're a Democrat or a Republican or something in between or outside, everybody has to be safe. We can't have a civilized society without law enforcement.
You can't take your girls to school or go to the grocery store if you don't feel safe in your community.
No, but again, we'll circle back to We'll circle back to the CCW. I appreciate our sheriffs that are very, CCW friendly. I don't know how to word that.
And we're honoring law-abiding citizens' right to carry a gun.
Mm-hmm.
And we put them through background investigations and background checks. This
Training,
whole law that he just signed that he was so proud of does absolutely nothing to keep you safe.
Right.
Absolutely nothing. All it does is the law-abiding citizens that we've already given CCWs to, or that we will give CCWs to, it prevents them from actually carrying it anywhere. So they're less safe. The bottom line is a criminal is not going to go to 16 hours of training.
Right.
A criminal is not going to come ask me if he can carry a gun and ask a permit to do it. It's only law-abiding people that want to protect themselves.
And that's who's
This is a
risk.
smokescreen for eliminating the Second Amendment in California. I've personally, especially with our Attorney General, have begged him to stop lying to the general public. Show me where these stats are that law-abiding residents commit crimes. It goes against any amount of common sense. Criminals commit crimes, not law-abiding residents. So they're lying to the general public. They're trying to convince us that of something that is just not true, lying about statistics, and then they pass this bill and they're proud of it.
What about the elections? We've often heard, I know Mike Lindell came out earlier and said the most powerful man in your area, if you see election fraud or some type of violation, is your sheriff. To go get your sheriff and say, hey, this is what I'm finding. Do you anticipate, did it happen in 2020? Did anybody reach?
It did. We had to initiate several investigations because of people complaining and what they were bringing forth as evidence, and we had to make sure that it was true. The reality for at least Riverside County is all I can speak to. You cannot say there wasn't any fraud, because we certainly found fraud. Did we find enough to influence an election? Not in Riverside County. There was individual people that were committing election fraud, and we've identified some of those. We're working on the prosecutions, did we identify any type of mass election fraud in Riverside County? No. But I have to encourage everybody out there, if you have some type of evidence, you need to bring it forth so your sheriff or your official in your county can investigate it.
Yeah, that's important, because he has the power to do a lot, and a lot of people didn't know that. I didn't know that when he was talking about that. I didn't know that that's kind of under your jurisdiction as well. Real quick, we were talking about smash and grabs, big thing. You kind of see that. We've seen the news clips. How is that in your county? Is that really targeted more to Los Angeles, and how do you fight that?
Well, interestingly enough, they have been so emboldened in LA County that for us in Riverside County, San Bernardino County, and Orange County, they're venturing from Los Angeles into our counties to commit these crimes. So we actually enforce the law in Riverside County. I am very, very proactive. I would venture to say that there isn't anyone more proactive of an agency than us. They may be equal, but not more. And we do everything we can to identify them, prevent them, identify them if it happens, and arrest them. And we're even finding that when we do arrest them, they're shocked. They're like, well, why are you arresting us? You're not even supposed to chase us, or whatever the case may be. But we're finding they're from Los Angeles.
Oh, there you go.
So they're being emboldened, and if you're going to embolden criminals, that's the nature of the word. They just get more and more. They venture out.
Yeah, they're not scared of the law. Can you imagine us saying, why are you chasing me? Why are you following me? Why are you apprehending me? I just stole all this stuff, but you're supposed to just let me go.
Well, they've made it
you're not in Kansas anymore.
That's right.
You're in Riverside County.
That's right. And what our legislators have done with this whole Prop 47 that is destroying our state, this $950 limit to theft, where you're basically they go in with calculators and they just make sure they pick things that are less than $1,000, and then
And a
they
bunch
think,
of people.
Yeah, that's right. And then they leave and they walk out, and nobody stops them. And it's an ongoing
Or if you're
battle.
Lululemon, the owner actually criticizes the employees for trying to stop somebody from robbing something in the store. Look, if I'm working in a retail store and somebody's robbing that store, I'm stepping up. I'm taking as many people out as I can because I'm not scared of them. And I think we have to have that approach because right now the criminals, they run the streets.
Well, if you're not going, it's like your children. If you've raised children, the more you give them, the more they want, and the more they get away with, the worse it gets. So if we're not going to hold people accountable, if we're going to just keep letting them, there's no consequence for breaking the law, then why would they not break the law? And that's where our state is right now, is they are very, very, they've jumped on this whole words, where words mean things psychologically. So to call something police reform, I mean, everybody can get behind police reform. I'm behind police reform.
In the right way.
Absolutely, if that's really what it is. But police reform has taken on, let's let everybody out of jail. No one else will ever go to prison for anything. And let's stop the police from being able to do their jobs. Let's demonize them and embolden criminals to make more victims. And that's where we are in California.
I know you work closely with law enforcement. You see these challenges all the time.
Yep, absolutely, yeah. And it's different throughout the state, but we're definitely appreciative of you and what you stand for. And
Everybody needs a guy like him in their town.
Every county.
See, I could never be in law enforcement. You know why? And I'm going to be very truthful here. I'd shoot first and then ask questions. That doesn't work out very well.
We don't do that.
Yeah,
We're very proud of the professionalism. I am very proud of the professionalism of our department. We do everything we can. I'll even tell you, recently, I'm not afraid to say the bad things too. We have arrested several of our employees in the last couple of weeks, but the bottom line is the worst thing for good cops is bad cops, and we don't want them in law enforcement. So we do everything we can to identify them.
You have also suffered a lot of loss within your department the last year.
We have. I mean, we lost 4 on-duty deaths in the first 5 months of the year, and it was almost catastrophic for the mental wellness of our agency.
Right.
So how would somebody, if someone wants to, there's a labor shortage, right? Obviously, how many people are you short in your department? I mean, is there a massive need to hire right now?
Not for us. We're maintaining attrition, so we're hiring to maintain attrition, and the reason being is we have plenty of people that want to come work for us. There's a certain mentality, I think, of people that want to serve in law enforcement.
Leadership. That's why.
It is all about leadership.
I'll agree with you.
Thank you so much. It's an honor to have him up there. I feel safe letting he's up here too.
All right. See you tomorrow. All right. Thank you so much. You're welcome.
That was a treat. Okay, I'll tell you what. I think they're... Okay, I'll tell you what. Let's step aside. We're going over some of the sponsors right now. What a treat that guy's great.
He is one of my favorite people in the whole wide world, and I talk about our sheriffs being such an influence on loving living here. He is absolutely one of the best.
It comes down to leadership, because you can tell when he says, I don't have a problem hiring people, it's because they want to work for him.
People have left departments to go work for Riverside County just to be under his leadership, because he stands up for his men and women.
Just give him a heads up when he gets my application. Just tell him to reject it, because I am a risk, because I don't tolerate the crime.
They ride a lot of horses out there.
Yeah, good stuff. All right, we're glad you're joining us. Once again, share this broadcast. It's on a Friday. Hey, we've got we got special extended coverage after this speech. We're going to transition into the motorcade. While we transition from point A to point B, we're going to replay some previous Trump speech from the other night, and then we will dip into the motorcade coverage as we get to where we're going. I want you guys to stick around for that, because that is going to be very exciting. We're glad you're here on this Friday. The California GOP, Sarah Rodriguez, Brian Glenn joining you here from beautiful Anaheim, California. We're so glad you're joining us. Here we go. Let's go to the program.
Please join me in welcoming our chairwoman, Jessica Patterson.
Thank you. Before we begin, please, everybody, could you stand? We have our Pledge of Allegiance and our invocation. First, I'd like to welcome up Deacon Mario Guerra to lead us in the prayer.
Good afternoon. I came to this great country as a refugee, as a little boy escaping communism. We came with nothing but faith and the courage of my parents, and I learned at an early age that true strength lies in a person's determination. I learned that dreams can create your future. This country allowed me to work hard, become the two-time former mayor of the great city of Downey, a city that literally sent man to the moon. It allowed me to build one of the largest firms in the country in my field, serve as a police chaplain for over 20 years, and serve today as a civilian aide to the Secretary of the Army, serving my third presidential administration and fourth Army Secretary. I thank God daily for what this country represents. And I am grateful to be able to pray together with all of you. Let us pray. Heavenly Father, we gather here today in your name, united in our shared commitment to the principles and values that define us. Today, as we honor our past with gratitude, we ask for your help to prepare our future. As we come together this weekend, let us invoke the spirit of unity and strength and purpose that has guided us through our history. In this moment, let us reflect on the responsibility we bear as stewards of your great nation and the immense potentials that lie within each and one of us. We thank you for the calling to be signs of love and peace in your world. Almighty God, we humbly come before you in gratitude for the blessings bestowed upon this country, and we acknowledge that it is by your divine providence that we stand here today, bound by a common vision of liberty, opportunity, and individual rights. We ask you, Heavenly Father, to guide our leaders from local governments to the highest offices in our land, to make decisions rooted in integrity and the pursuit of the common good. Grant them the courage to stand firm in the face of adversity, to champion the values that we have made our nation prosper, and to lead with humility and compassion. We ask you, Heavenly Father, to always protect those who protect us, our military, our police and our fire, and our first responders. And we ask for special blessings always for our veterans who have served our country. And as we leave this gathering, may we be inspired to carry the torch of liberty with unwavering dedication. Grant us the strength to overcome challenges, the resilience to learn from our setbacks, and the unwavering commitment to fight for the principles that define us. In your divine grace, we ask for your blessings upon all of us, upon our party leaders, and upon all those who work tirelessly to advance the cause of freedom. May our actions be guided by righteousness, and may our nation continue to shine as a beacon of hope and opportunity. As a country, may we look to our future, united in faith, confident in hope, and renewed in love. In your name we pray. Amen. Thank you. Thank you.
I love it when the invocation gets applause. Thank you, Mario. Please remain standing as Walt Allen leads us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Would you help me honor our great country by joining me in our pledge? Put your right hand over your heart. Veterans and active duty personnel, you can salute. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Please take your seats. What a kickoff to the California Republican Party 2023 Fall Convention. The energy in this room is electric. I am proud to be here this weekend with so many Republicans that are gearing up for the 2024 elections. California Republicans are once again ready to fight against Democrat incompetence and elect candidates that offer common sense solutions to our state and our nation's challenges. I am honored to introduce this afternoon's speaker, President Donald J. Trump, the 45th President of the United States. President Trump launched a historic political movement. He mobilized voters with massive rallies, reached America's hearts and minds with his vision, and took home states that no Republican presidential candidate had won in decades. Through his policies on trade, taxes, energy, regulation, and immigration, President Trump ushered in a period of unprecedented economic growth, job creation, soaring wages, and booming incomes. Under President Trump's leadership, the United States became the #1 producer of oil and natural gas on Earth. And achieved American energy independence. He ushered in historically low costs for oil, gas, diesel, and electricity to consumers and business. We remember the day that Joe Biden took office. Gas in California was $3.36 per gallon. Today, Californians are paying $6.08 a gallon. President Trump produced a booming economic recovery and a record low unemployment for African Americans, Hispanic Americans, Asian Americans, and women. Most recently, he also won the Senior Club Championship at Bedminster, shooting around a 67. At this time, I'd like to have you all direct your attention to the screens.
This sounds like political presidential talk to me, and I know people have talked to you about whether or not you want to run. Would you ever?
But, you know, I just probably wouldn't do it, Oprah. I probably wouldn't, but I do get tired of seeing what's happening with this country. And if it got so bad, I would never want to rule it out totally, because I really am tired of seeing what's happening with this country, how we're really making other people live like kings, and we're not.
Inflation in the U.S. is now at 6.5% higher in December compared to a year ago.
A state of emergency at the Texas border.
We turn to the other news this Sunday night and to the somber homecoming for the 13 brave Americans killed in Thursday's attack at the Kabul airport.
You're a golfer.
Yeah.
Why don't you just play golf? Why would you want to give up a great life and go back to that hellhole?
Because I love the country.
Donald Trump wins the presidency.
Crews break ground on a new section of wall along the U.S.-Mexico border.
We have seen month after month of solid job growth.
And we are going to make our country great again. But you are going to be so proud of your country, because we're going to turn it around. I just told them I've got to come over and see the fake news. Let's go. We will bring back our jobs. We will bring back our borders. No challenge can match the heart and fight and spirit of America. I will fight for you with every breath in my body, and I will never, ever let you down. My fellow Americans, our movement is far from over. In fact, our fight has only just begun.
Be advised, the president is en route.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the next president of the United States, President Donald J. Trump.
And I'm proud
From the lakes of Minnesota to the hills of Tennessee, across the plains of Texas, from sea to shining sea, from Detroit down to Houston and New York to LA, where there's pride in every American heart, and it's time we stand and say that I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free, and I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me, and I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today, 'cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free, and I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me, and I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today, 'cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA.
What a crowd. Thank you. What a crowd. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. And I'm thrilled to be in this beautiful place. Boy, are they messing up California, but we're thrilled to be here with the conservative patriots who are leading the charge to take back this state from the radical left lunatics. The first step to saving California begins Super Tuesday. You know Super Tuesday? March 5th, 2024, the same day that the radical left Democrats are taking me to trial. I wonder how that happened. I don't think it's going to happen either. It's disgraceful what they're doing. With your support in this election, we're going to win the California primary in a very big, beautiful, historic landslide. And you know, most candidates would get, but then we're going to win California. Well, I'll tell you what, I'll say it a little bit differently, because we would win California in a general election if they didn't have a rigged voting system where they send out 22 million ballots. Think of that, all mail-in ballots, 22 million ballots. People getting 5 ballots, 6 ballots. Nobody knows where they're going, who they're going to, who signs them, who delivers them, and who the hell counts them. Nobody knows. We would win. You should see the crowds of people outside. You wouldn't believe it. It makes you look like small-timers, okay? Now, if anybody would like to give up your seat for some of the people outside, we will do that. Would anybody raise your hand? Other than that, it's a very well-run election system. Other than those little things, it's a disaster. It's a rigged system, and it's a shame that it's been allowed to go on for so long. It's really sad. Every time I come here, we have the biggest crowds, and then I'm told automatically that if you're a Republican running for president, you'll lose by 5 to 10 points. We don't lose by 5 to 10. Maybe some others would, but we're not going to lose by 5. We're going to win. We would win. I don't believe it when they say it, but the state is rigged. It's a rigged election. It's a horrible thing, and we have to turn it back. This is a state that the right Republican can win, and I think actually win easily. And all you have to do is go outside and look at what's going on in the streets outside, and it's with love, too, tremendous love. There's not a lot of people, there's no people that are negative, actually. No way we lose this state in a real election. If this was a real election, there's no way. If we had a real election with the real polling booths, if you had real polling, you don't have any polling booths. You have people signing something, dropping it in the mail, then who the hell knows what happens after that? It's ridiculous. But if we had polling booths, same-day voting, voter ID, and no mail-in ballots other than for those who are legitimately very sick or in faraway military, we would win this state by a lot. And I don't know why more people aren't bringing that up and talking about it, because it's really something you have to do. But we're going to get it done when we win the big one, because we're leading by a lot. We're going to go over some polls if you'd like to. Don't forget, we're going over polls. I only talk about polls when I'm doing well. Remember that, please. But when we win, we're going to come in here and you're going to straighten out your election, because we need fair and free elections in this country, and California doesn't have it. We have open borders. We have rigged elections. That's not a bad thing for the enemy to watch, that I can tell you. And they talk about it all the time. I'll solve the border problems within 24 hours of taking office. We had the safest borders in the history of our country just 3 years ago. But the rigged election has to be solved by you, the people, and we're going to start working on it right now. But I want to put those thoughts in your head. We have to bring it back. We have to get rid of this mail-in ballot stuff. You know, Jimmy Carter, I know a lot of you think that he wasn't a great president, but actually, compared to Biden, he was one of the greatest presidents. The happiest person on earth right now is Jimmy Carter, because he said, darling, I'm no longer a bad president, because compared to this guy, when I'm president, that will be a primary focus, your election, and other things that we're going to talk about together having to do with California. Nonetheless, we're going to crush crooked Joe Biden next November. We're going to make California great again, and we're going to make America great again. We are going to make it great. I want to begin by thanking California Republican Party Chair Jessica Milan Patterson for the introduction, as well as doing a fantastic job as RNC National Committeeman and the chair of this whole group of incredible people. And your National Committee man is Sean Steele, and Committee woman is a friend of mine, a person that actually wins cases for us, Harmeet Dillon. Where is Harmeet? Where is Harmeet? She's around here someplace with her incredible husband. Her incredible husband. Will you stand up? I hear he likes me, Harmeet, more than you do, and I think... Thank you both very much for being here. Seriously, she's done a fantastic job, and we love her. Along with a tough cookie, I want to tell you, he did such a great job in the administration. A friend of yours, a person that loves your state a lot, Rick Grinnell. Rick Grinnell. And a fantastic, thank you, Rick, great job. Tough guy. This guy's tough. And a fantastic mayor. We just flew over Huntington Beach. We flew over Tony's beautiful place on earth, and he keeps it, you don't have problems over there, Tony. Where's Tony? Tony Strickland. You don't have the problems that other beaches have, do they? You don't have encampments sitting on the ocean. No, you've done a great job. We just flew over on the plane. They did a big thing, and I was talking to all the people, thousands and thousands of people. I'm speaking from my plane. I said, this is different, but it looked beautiful. You've done a fantastic job as mayor. Thank you very much, Tony. But Tony is showing how we can fight for voter integrity and cleaning up the homelessness and all of the other things that you have to do to make a place work. I mean, you have to do it. And I'm honored today. As you know, I was really honored to get his endorsement, because his endorsement was very meaningful to me. Thank you very much for that endorsement, Tony. We won't let you down. And I'm also honored to have the endorsement of former Lake Forest Mayor, somebody very, very respected, Scott Voigt. Where's Scott? Scott, thank you very much. Great honor, Scott. Thank you. You did a great job. For generations, California was known as the embodiment of the America West, American culture, and America's future, and our
great American dream. You don't hear about the American dream anymore, do you? You used to hear the American dream. The American dream, there's no American dream with Biden, most corrupt president in our history. The Golden State gave us the gold rush, the Golden Gate Bridge, and the golden age of Hollywood. What glamour, what beautiful glamour. If they ever came back from the dead, they'd look and say, what the hell happened to our state? Can you imagine? That was a glamorous time. Now they would look and they would say, this can't be happening. It built Liberty ships, the Sunset Strip, Disneyland, and the Internet and the iPhone. So many things came out of California. It was California that first elected public office Republican presidents. How about that? Richard Nixon and Ronald Reagan. Both. But while California was once a symbol of American success, today under the radical left fascists and Marxists that run your state, that's who's running your state. Bad people. It's becoming a symbol of our nation's decline. Gavin Newsom and the far-left communists in Sacramento. He did a great job as mayor of San Francisco, didn't he? But the far-left communists in Sacramento, San Francisco, and L.A., cities which are absolutely being destroyed rapidly on a daily basis, have given you sanctuary cities, wide-open borders, mass homeless encampments, out-of-control taxes, soaring income, inequality like nobody's ever seen before, Marxist district attorneys, woke tech tyrants, they are woke, rolling blackouts, child sexual mutilation, and roving bands of looters, criminals, and thugs. But other than that, I think they're doing quite a good job. Those things are all true. What a mess. How the hell do people vote for these people? You, the courageous patriots of California, Republican Party, are now the last line of defense standing between this state and total anarchy. And I am here to tell you that help is on its way. Help is on its way. Can't go on like this. Can't go on like this. We can't go on like this. We won't have a country left. The mission to help you liberate California from communist rule begins at noon on Inauguration Day, 2025. 2025. We got to make. I'll tell you, the election of 24 is the single most important election in the history of our country. I used to say it about 16. It's the most important, and it was. But this is more important because we're going to lose our country. Our country's going to hell. Our country's being destroyed. Together we will take on the ultra-left-wing liars, losers, creeps, perverts, and freaks who are devouring the future of this state like a swarm of locusts. And we'll stand up to crazy Nancy Pelosi, who ruined San Francisco. How's her husband doing, by the way? Anybody know? And she's against building a wall at our border, even though she has a wall around her house, which obviously didn't do a very good job. But then you have Kamala Harris. She's great. Gavin Newsom, who's a really... I mean, I watched him the other night with Sean Hannity trying to say that California is wonderful. It's not wonderful. We all know it. It was wonderful. It could be wonderful again, but right now it's really a mess. Maxine Waters, very nice woman, very, very nice. How come she can say things so violently? You will go in and attack them in a restaurant. You'll do this, that. Nothing happens. If I say peacefully and patriotically, oh, there's an insurrection going on here. Maxine Waters, if I ever spoke like her, it would be the electric chair times 15 for me. The man who fell in love with a Chinese spy that they wouldn't take off their top committee, most important committee, Eric Swalwell. What a loser. And then you have, of course, my favorite, Shifty Adam Schiff, pencil neck. He's known for one thing, the world's smallest neck. You ever see? I call him Pencil Neck. If you touched him, his neck would break. And we will defeat their corrupt California political machine. No, Shifty Schiff is really, I mean, he is a sick person, that guy. Looks like he won't be your next senator anymore because he'll have somebody else put in, and then he won't be able to run. Purgatory! Ah, that's too bad. I don't know that he would have won anyway, but now he probably won't be able to run, and he won't run against certain people because he wants to be politically correct, except when it comes to doing numbers on Republicans and keeping it going and hurting our country. But it would look to me like he won't be there, but he's a disaster, that guy. They're all disaster. Crazy Nancy is a total disaster. She's nuts. Remember her with the beauty parlor, walking through the beauty parlor? Nobody else is to have their hair done. Then you have her. I don't know what happened to the owner of the beauty. You know, she's a big MAGA person. How about that? Think Nancy was thrilled when she learned that the owner of that beauty parlor, where they taped her walking through with the hair and the whole thing, everyone else is like home, using suds on the hair like I do. But I'm the only candidate who will do what it takes to get this job done. And remember, we have to get rid of mail-in ballots. We have to do it. And I was going to tell you, though, before we got off on a tangent, and we talked about Jimmy in a different way, but Jimmy actually had a commission which was very important at the time. And his one basic finding, his most important, was don't use mail-in ballots. They can't work. They will be corrupt. You'll have corrupted elections and lots of other things. But basically, it was a mail-in ballot statement after many months of him and some of the other senior Democrats. They literally came to a conclusion. You can't use mail-in ballots. So what do? We're always trying to expand them. You know, in France, they use mail-in ballots, and they found they were so corrupt that they gave them up, and they recently had an election, 36 million people, 36 million voted. By 10 o'clock in the evening, you had a winner, you had a loser, and it was over. And nobody complained. They went to all paper with little ID. You ever see what it is to get into the Democrat convention? They had the Democrat National, I call it the Democrat. You know, they like to call it the Democratic because it sounds better. I hate, you know, for a speech, it sounds lousy to say Democrat, but that's what it is. It's called the Democrat National Committee. I don't know why they don't change the name, but they always say, don't ever say that because it doesn't read well, but I say Democrat because it does sound bad, frankly. But did you ever see what you have to wear to get into their national convention prior to the presidential election for the primaries and all? You have to wear a thing, the largest sign I've ever seen. It looks like you're trying to sell groceries in a shop that's 2 blocks. It's like here. It's got your picture, it's got your fingerprints, it's got everything. They probably put Social Security numbers on. They put everything on. But for voting, you can't have anything. There's only one reason they don't want voter ID, because they want to cheat. That's the only reason. The only reason. No voter ID. You have ID on every credit card. You have it on everything. But think, and you know the people of the Democrat Party, it's 87% think that you should have voter ID. It's only the leaders, because their policies are so bad that they couldn't get elected. I mean, who's going to get elected with open borders, a woke military, high interest rates, high taxes, a country that's not respected anywhere in the world? We've totally lost our place in the world. Pretty soon we're going to lose our dollar as currency. It's the worst thing. That'll be worse than losing any war. They are so bad. And now I'm hearing the northern border is a problem. How about that one? The northern border. It's actually becoming less because the southern border is so bad they can say, you know, with me, they were trying because they couldn't get into it. We had the safest border in history. The safest border in history 3 years ago. All this guy had to do is go to the beach. Now, he's going to the beach all the time now. He's got a consultant. I don't know, Harmeet, if you know his consultant. He's got a consultant who thinks he looks good in a bathing suit, I guess. And he's at the beach every day. If he would have done that, instead of destroying all of the things we did, we had the greatest stay in Mexico, a little thing called remain in Mexico. We had the greatest catch and release. We used to catch and release them in our country. Our catch and release was you catch them, release them in Mexico. And Mexico was fine with it, because if they weren't, we were going to put tariffs on their cars like you wouldn't believe. And they said, we'd love to have you do whatever you want to do, sir. Together we will reverse the decline of America, and we will end the desecration of your once great state, California. This is not a great state anymore. This is a dumping ground. You're a dumping ground. The world is being dumped into California. Prisoners, terrorists, mental patients. You have mental institutions. They say, sir, please don't use the words insane asylum, because that's, that's Silence of the Lambs stuff. That's big stuff. Mental institutions, sir, is nicer. I said, no, I think I'll mention both. Mental institutions and then times 10, insane asylum. They're all being dropped. They're all being dropped into our country. We're a dumping ground. When I was president, I got along with Gavin Newsom, but I didn't like what he was doing. Very simple. I liked him. He always goes around telling me we had a very good relationship. We had a good relationship, but I didn't like what he was doing. The people of California don't have water. They pay a fortune for the water. I own something in Palos Verdes. Anybody play my big, beautiful club on the ocean? I actually think it's the best golf course in California, but beautiful, with the clubhouse, everything, right on the ocean. And this is really on the ocean. I always say, I have the ocean, Pebble Beach has the bay. There's a big difference. It's true. They talk about Pebble Beach, Pebble Beach. No. I have the ocean, they have the bay. The ocean tends to be better. Historically, oceans are better than bays. Do we agree, right? But I have to pay a fortune for water. To water the grass, I have to pay a fortune. If I told you the number, I don't even want to tell you the number. It's embarrassing. And you have so much water, and we're going to talk about that. But during that period of time, I got to know California quite well. I've owned that for a long time, and it's become a tremendous success. But the taxes that you have to pay and all of the things you have to pay, it's a very, very hard way to make a buck in the state. Very hard to do it. At one point, I was riding up a highway with a number of great congressmen, like Devin Nunes at the time, Devin. He's heading up Truth Social. He left. He would have been the top guy in Congress. He wanted to do that. He's doing a phenomenal job. Is everybody on Truth, please? Better than any of them, Truth. And he's now the president and doing an unbelievable job. He's the one that figured out Russia. I said, anybody that can figure out Russia can head up Truth Social. Do you agree? And he and Jim Jordan, they got the Presidential Medal of Freedom because they did such a great job. But at one point with Devin and some of his friends, congressmen, great ones, still there, we were riding up a highway and we're fighting so hard. They were fighting so hard for water rights. They actually said, could you come? We don't have any water. I said, no, I didn't know you had a drought. It's a man-made drought. You know that? Man/women. It's a women-made. I don't know. I don't think women did that, no. Women are too smart to do that. They don't create droughts. No, it's a man-made drought. Let's leave it man-made. I think women will be honored when I say that. But during the trip up the highway, I noticed massive amounts of farmland. It was all over the place, miles and miles. It was absolutely dry and dead. You could see, I'm a real estate guy. I could see the soil was so beautiful, but it was just dry and absolutely dead. Except, does everyone know what I'm talking about? Except for little tiny patches where it was so beautiful, so green. It was greener than any farm I've seen. It was just beautiful. And I asked, what's going on here? Why is it that that land is so fertile, but right next to it for miles and miles, it's just empty, looks like a desert? And they said, because we're in a man-made drought. That's what they called it. We have a man-made drought. I said, what's a man-made drought? He said, we have tremendous amounts of money and other things coming at us to fight this, but it doesn't do any good because Newsom and any Democrat governor, they won't allow us to have water. You have massive amounts of water coming down from up north. So I said, all right, I can understand about the water, but I don't understand why would they do that? Why are these patches so magnificently green? And it's a very small percentage of the land. They go, well, they allow us to water only these small areas, but most of the farmland they don't let us even touch. They won't let us touch it. If I could do it, it would be billions of billions if they changed this. And we worked on it, and I'll explain that. It would be billions and billions of extra dollars coming into the state and coming into our country. And we have the water. And I said, what about a desalinization plant? Well, people don't like them because, you know. I said, what about a nice, big, beautiful But they said, we don't really need it, sir. We have so much water, we wouldn't know what to do with it. I said, explain, please. You know, I'm looking at this dry stuff. I said, explain. So much water, but up north they have a valve. Do you ever see the valve? A massive valve, like your kitchen valve, but multiplied times 10,000. It's the size of this room. And all the water gets turned out and turned into the Pacific Ocean. Do you know that? You have so much water? So sad to see this. I mean, these people, it's so stupid. But they don't want the water to come down all the way to Los Angeles and the Central Valley, where we're constantly forced to ration. You have droughts. We're rich people in Beverly Hills. We don't feel so sorry for them, but I do actually. You know, they pay millions of dollars in taxes. They're taking a shower. They're told to hurry up. You're only allowed a small amount of water when they take a shower. That's why rich people from Beverly Hills, generally speaking, don't smell so good, you know. Typically. You ever notice? They're not great. Their hygiene is not good, but it's forced to be that way. So when you meet somebody with a beautiful house in Beverly Hills, you know that person is sort of disgusting underneath. But where you wash your hands and you're supposed to take no more than 30 seconds, they want a quick hands. And yet they're paying millions and millions of dollars in taxes. Millions of dollars, these people. And whether it's rich people or people that are just paying a small amount of that, you're allowed to have water, and you can have it for free. For free. You know, we have all those canals. They're dry as a bone. So now in Los Angeles, when you have a new home, you have faucets, washing machines, dishwashers, all of the things, but very little water is allowed to come out. Like, as an example, I stayed in one of those houses, and they had a shower head. And I want to really work hard on my hair, and I don't want to take it. And I turned on the water. I thought the pipes were broken. They said, no. They call it a restrictor. They have restrictors in the thing, so no water comes out. So I'm standing outside, drip, drip. Can't wash the damn hair. The house, $35 million house, and you can't take a shower. Honestly, it's a bad way of life. I mean, it really is. It sort of hurts, and everybody. This goes for everybody. This is all because Gavin Newsom and the radical left Democrats, extremists, and the people that run the state in order to save an extremely unimportant, very little and non-productive fish, the Delta smelt. Did you ever hear of it? Little do they have a picture of it? There it is. That little sucker is causing you to not be able to clean yourself. The Delta smelt. Because of that Delta smelt, you don't have any water, you don't have farms, you don't have anything. You're all going bust. And, you know, they were talking last year they're going to have to put massive amounts of restrictions on your water use. It's ridiculous, and then you pay a fortune for it, too. You have so much water, you have no idea. Millions and millions of gallons is sent out, is just turned out. You got to see this thing. Big, massive pipe, massive. And they turn. It takes a day. It goes boom. At the end of a day, it's turned into the Pacific Ocean. In fact, we should get Harmeet to bring a lawsuit on that one. That's a good lawsuit, Harmeet. That's a good one, Harmeet. That's big stuff. She wants to do it. She'll do it free because she lives in this area, right? She wants. But when I was president, all of the work was completed in the federal government to make the big change in the quality of life for California. You could have so much water, you wouldn't know what the hell to do with it. And you had the water. And the papers were done. I got it done at the Commerce Department. Believe it or not, it was mostly a commerce. Nobody ever thought that could be done. And that was the hard part. The state part was easy. All you have to do is get a governor to sign. But we did all the work. We went to him, Gavin Newsom, and he wouldn't sign it because he wanted to keep the environmental lunatics happy. These are lunatics. And we had it out. You wouldn't believe. But I'll tell you what, then we had COVID come in. We had a lot of things happening, and we did an incredible job. Look, we had the greatest economy in history. The greatest economy in history twice. We had it twice. But I had the federal government finish everything. All the paper was done. You were going to have so much water. You were going to say, please, please, Mr. President, don't give us any water. We're drowning in this water you're sending us. Coming from Canada, coming from up north when the snow melts, and we didn't know what the hell was going on. And you look at those, you know, we have all the infrastructure done. There are these big concrete bins where the water comes rushing down. They're also dry as hell now. They have weeds growing in them. And so it's all there. And the federal work was the hard part, and I got it done, but Gavin didn't want to do it. One of the first things I'm going to do when I get back into office for California is force Newsom to give you water. And by the way, the smelt is doing very badly. On top of everything else, I think it would do better if it had water, okay, to be honest. So much water that, you know, I mean, it's like just incredible, but the smelt is not doing well, but we're going to get the federal government to get everything done. We have it almost completed. It was totally completed, and I guarantee he will sign it very quickly if he's still the governor by that time. Who the hell knows? You had a recall. How did that work out? How did that work out? Well, one of the candidates running was doing well, and then they said, do you think the election was rigged and stolen? No, I don't. That was the end of his campaign. That was the end. They walked out. That was not a good thing to say, not a smart thing to say, and it wasn't truthful. I mean, the election was a disaster. But you'll have so much water, and it'll be a great thing, and some of the most fertile, I will tell you, for the farmers in the room, I don't know if you know it or not, but I got $28 billion for the farmers, some of the people and farmers here, from China. Who the hell else is going to get money from China? Who would ask for money? I said to the Secretary of Agriculture, Sonny Perdue, I said, Sonny, because China took very big advantage of us during the Obama years, and really bad. And at the beginning of mine, I said, what's going on over here? And people would complain, and I figured it out. I said, how much damage have they caused the farmers over the last 3 or 4 years? They said, sir, about $28 billion. I say, all right, good. We're going to put a big tariff on. We took in hundreds of billions of dollars from China. Nobody knows this. We put in tariffs on their cars coming and everything. In fact, the 27.5% tariff on the cars, they haven't gotten rid of it because so much money, it's so big that they cannot justify getting rid of it. It's unbelievable. You wouldn't have any car plants if I didn't have that. China would have been sending their cars at levels that nobody's ever seen before. But they paid us billions and billions. I took in $28 billion and gave it to the farmers. That's why I was told by my great professional, Susie Wiles, I was told by my great professionals over there that they said, sir, please don't say that. It sounds too obnoxious. I said, I don't mind being obnoxious because I'd say very strongly, I'd say there's no way I knew I could lose Iowa, Nebraska, Wisconsin, any of the states. You have a lot of farming here. There's no way I could lose. No farmers ever voting. I gave them $28 billion from China. Nobody else would have asked for that. Could you imagine? You go up to Biden. He's a corrupt person. You go up to Biden, you say, you know, I want you to ask China to pay $28 billion to our farmers. You know what he'd say? I can't do that. They paid me a fortune. I'm going to get myself in trouble. They paid him a fortune. Do you think he can go up and ask him? They'll say, we're going to expose you. You know, he's a Manchurian candidate. That's what he is. All the currently dry canals will be brimming and used to irrigate everything, including your own homes and bathrooms and everything. You're going to be happy, and I'm going to get it done fast. They say that there's so much water up north that I want to have the overflow areas go into your forests and dampen your forests, because if you dampen your forests, you're not going to have these forest fires that are burning at levels that nobody's ever seen before. You have very poor land management. And remember when I said that a couple of years ago as president, I said, man, we're sending billions of dollars to California for forest fires. Their forests are burning down. And I was with a gentleman, a very top person in Austria. He said, sir, we have more flammable trees than you do on your coast. We don't have forest fires. We have land management. They take care of the land. They pick up the dead trees. You know, a tree doesn't burn very easily unless it's dead. Then it gets dry and it burns. The leaves on the ground, they're 5 feet thick over here. They clean the floor And everybody said, oh, how ridiculous management of a forest. You know, they all said, like, what the hell? But they don't have forest fires in properly run locations. What we have is horrible. And we can actually dampen our forests with water that costs us nothing, that will come pouring down from the north. Wouldn't that be nice? If you had dampened floors, you wouldn't have forest fires. So we'll work on that too. But I couldn't convince this guy, Gavin, to do it because he's an environmental maniac, only for political reasons. You know, he's no dummy. He knows it's wrong. He knows what they're doing is wrong. I watched him the other night being interviewed by the great Sean Hannity, and I said, you know, he understands it, but he's playing a game because that's the base, I guess. But it's, you know, people say to me, are you conservative? Yes, you're conservative, sir. I said, I'm conservative. But really what I am is a person of common sense. We need borders. We need elections. We need water. We need water for places like California, for your farmers. I mean, those farms would make a fortune. You know, it's among the best land in the world, and nobody knows it. Nobody can do anything about it because of the water. So we're going to get it all done. And if they don't do it, it's very simple. We're just going to say, that's okay. You take care of your own forest fires and all the other things that are happening, billions and billions of dollars, and they'll sign whatever they want. We had COVID come in, and that sort of changed our little direction for a little while. We had to do something there. We did a great job with that. You know, interestingly, when we had the COVID, we took a big hit. Every country in the world did. And by the time I gave it over to these lunatics, by the time we gave it over, the most incredible thing, our stock market was higher than it was just prior to COVID coming in. Nobody can even believe it. So it was higher than it was. And what they're doing is they're really running on the fumes of Trump. They're doing a terrible job, inflation, all that. And if you really look at the numbers with the inflation, how that's destroying. You know, inflation is called a country killer. You can look at countries over the last 200 years, big inflation like we have and have had, but like we have. I don't know if you looked at your gasoline today, $6. Oh, they said higher. I know. I heard $8. I didn't want to say it because I can't believe it. But you have, $8 gasoline in some parts of your area, and all over the country, gasoline's going way up. Don't forget, they kept it artificially low by taking the oil out of and the gas out of the strategic oil reserves. That's meant for wars. That's not meant to keep people's gasoline down so they can win an election. That's meant for very serious purposes. I got it filled up. Now it's at the lowest point it's ever been at. They drained it, and that was artificial. But that only lasts for a fairly short period of time. So now new records are being set at gasoline. Gavin has become crooked Joe Biden's top surrogate, I think, because he doesn't think Biden is going to make it. That's why he's doing it. He doesn't think he's going to make it, and it won't be him so easy. He's going to have a big fight. However, because there will be a lot of Democrats competing, it's going to be very interesting. But let's see. Look, some people say Biden's going to make it. Does anybody think he's going to make it to the starting gate? I mean, the guy can't find his way off of a stage. Look, here's a stage. Here's the stage. I've never seen this stupid stage before, right? I've never seen it. But if I walk left, there's a stair. And if I walk right, there's a stair. And this guy gets up. Where am I? Where the hell am I? Where am I? Nah, he's terrible. Terrible. You know, I'm much tougher on him than I used to be. Out of respect for the office, I was never like. He's the most corrupt president, the most incompetent president we've ever had. But when they indicted me, and then again and again and again, I was never indicted. Now I'm setting records. Al Capone was not indicted so much. Alphonse Capone. If you looked at Al Capone in the wrong way, he'd kill you. He was not indicted like me. I was never indicted. I didn't know. When they taught me at the Wharton School of Finance, they didn't talk about indictment. It's a disgrace what's happening. They've weaponized elections. They've done everything. I mean, these are very bad people. But I used to talk relatively nicely about them. I wouldn't go out of my way. I wouldn't say the things I say now. Now I'm just all in because these people are bad and they're dangerous, and we have to stop it. I wouldn't say what I say now. I never did. I'd joke. I'd have a little fun with it, but I wouldn't call him. I call him the worst president in history. I call him the most corrupt president in history, and I call him the most incompetent president. Other than that, he's doing a fabulous job, I think, ladies and gentlemen. He's doing a fabulous job. Along with crooked Joe Biden, Newsom is also killing our car industry. Your cars are ridiculous, what's happening, and crushing our great automakers in Michigan, Wisconsin, Georgia, North Carolina, and South Carolina, crushing them. Under his leadership, this is Newsom, California has imposed the most ridiculous car regulations anywhere in the world with mandates to move to all-electric cars. The problem with an electric car, number one, you lose all your jobs because they're all going to be made in China and other countries. They're not going to be made here at all. I was up in the other day in Michigan, like the other night. We had an incredible crowd. And they were the United Auto Workers and others, but we were sort of focused on the auto workers. I said, you got to endorse Trump because I'm going to save your industry. We're going to have a thriving car industry. This lunatic is going to destroy. He's going to go all electric. Think about all electric. And I have no problem with electric. You should be able to buy an electric car. You should buy a gas-fired car. You should buy a hybrid. You should buy whatever the hell you want. I mean, some people like electric. If you want to drive for 14 minutes to the candy store, electric is very good. But if you actually want to get into a car and drive for a few hours, you know, they're doing a couple of other ones with electric. They're going electric crazy. It doesn't work. They want all-electric army tanks now. Think of this. Think. So they want to have an army tank that's electric. You can't get it recharged. It doesn't go far enough. It doesn't go strong enough. But they want to have electric. So that we go into enemy territory. We will blast the shit out of everybody, but at least we will go in with environmentally nice equipment. No, do you believe it? No, can you believe it? Then they want to have our jet fighters. Our jet fighters are the best way to go. They can make a turn on the size of a dime. Boom, boom. They want to use fuel that's a little bit better for the environment. So that as we're attacking some country, trying to devastate some country because they've been bad to us, we go in, we're dropping bombs all over the place, but at least we're not leaving any environmental footprint. These people are crazy. And the problem is, you know, I stopped it because they came to see me. Sir, we have a new fighter jet. We think it's environmentally friendly. I said, who cares if you're dropping bombs all over the place? You're shooting everybody. No, it's true. You're shooting everybody. No, we think it's environmentally friendly. I said, what's the bad side? Well, there is one problem. It's about 15% less effective. That's a lot. You know what 15% is for a fighter jet? The difference between being shot down and shooting the other guy down. That's the difference. That's a big difference. And then another beauty, just while I'm on it, you don't mind if I go off script, do you? They like it. I have the greatest guys. Ross is back there and Vince, they're greatest guys. But, you know, every once in a while you got to go off script. You just can't. You got it. But how about this one? The trucking industry, supply chain. We got enough problems. You never heard about supply chain during the Trump administrations after we left. They want trucks now to go all electric. And they give them a very short period of time. So all these big, beautiful companies, they have these massive Peterbilt and Trailways, they have these big, beautiful trucks that cost a fortune. They have a tank of diesel that goes 2,000 miles. Think of that. Up to 2,000. That's pretty much max. But 2,000 miles. An electric truck doesn't have the right torque or pull. We'll have to ask somebody. In other words, it's not as good, but it goes 300 miles. So they have to stop approximately 6.5 times every time. And by the way, it takes a long time to juice them up. And I don't even talk about the fact that, you don't have charges, because if it was good, you could build them, right? But, they're building charges all over the place. It's a disaster. They say, the greatest part about having an all-electric truck? The first 10 minutes after it's charged up, you're so happy. But after 10 minutes, now you're in a state of trauma because you're wondering, where the hell am I going to get a charge to get this truck? Very traumatic. It's a very traumatic experience. So you have a truck that goes 2,000 miles and those beautiful things. They got the bedrooms in there good enough for Trump to live. I'd live in one of those trucks. You ever see those big, beautiful rooms? They make them like suites now. These trucks are incredible. They're unbelievable, actually. They're incredible machines. One of the top guys in the industry said they'll all go bankrupt. The supply chain will die. And, I shouldn't even say this. I should let it happen because it's good for the election. But I don't want our country to be hurt. They won't do anything, though. Like open borders. You'd think they'd close the borders. They're not doing it. You would think they would be closing the borders right now. They don't care. They actually I think they want to destroy our country. But with the trucks, you would think that they'd sit down for about 3 minutes with trucking companies, and after 3 minutes they'll say, sorry, we can't do that. I was with Great Boaters. They make a great South Carolina the other day. Great company. They make boats. Now they want an all-electric boat. They don't want to use the mercury and the different, the gasoline-powered engines. They want all-electric. So I said to the head of the company's like 50 years old, doing great, make hundreds and hundreds of boats. But now they're not selling well because the interest rates are too high. They're not selling the whole thing. They said, sir, I'm like an angel to them. I walk in because they had the best 4 years of their life. And he said, now it's all ending. But now they want to force them to go 2 things. 2 miles an hour. You know what that is? A slow golf cart goes 10 miles an hour. Up to 90 miles. Up to 90 miles, 2 miles an hour. I said, how far does the boat go? 60 miles. So in other words, beyond what the boat goes. They want them to go just very slowly. And they want to do, the new regulations are coming out, all-electric boats. I said to the man, and this is a pro, if I could sit down with him in 5 minutes and know exactly what you have to do. I said, would it work? No, sir, because the entire boat would have to become a battery. The batteries take massive amounts, and it would be so heavy that it would sink. And then I asked him a question. He said, you must have a science background. I've never been asked. If you're in a boat and you're sitting on top of a battery and the boat starts to sink, do you get electrocuted? Let's say the boat is going down and you have a choice. You got a shark that's 10 yards away, or you can go down with the damn boat and get electrocuted. Honestly, you know what I take? I'm taking the boat every single time. I want the boat. But this is where we are. They want army tanks. These people are crazy. But the trucking industry is probably worse than the auto industry. I have a friend that bought a car, and he thought it was environmentally good. By the way, it's environmentally bad because the batteries are a disaster. You can't get rid of them, all those things. But I have a friend, he bought a car because he's a conservative guy, but he wanted to be, he believed all this nonsense that they're putting out. And he bought a car, and he always makes a trip from Kentucky, politician. He makes a trip from Kentucky to Washington, D.C. quite a bit. And he'd usually make it and, get out of the car, and he'd probably have gasoline left over. No big deal. Now he goes, and he's stopping all the time. Stop! Stop! The guy was a nervous wreck. Like, he got down there about 4 days later. The guy was a disaster. I said, are you okay? Yeah. I said, how's your environmental experience working? But, electric car's fine if you're going to go short distances. You're going to go, within a very short period of time and very short distance. But we have to make everything available. Hybrids are good. All gasoline is good. Don't forget, we have more gasoline than any country in the world, and we're sitting on top of it. And you see where the UAW is on strike. We were up with them, as I told you, and they're on strike, and they have a leader who hates Trump. He hates Trump. I said, listen, here's the story. I have an idea for the leader. He hates Trump because I'm a Republican. because they don't know. All they can do is see Democrat. The Democrats are going to destroy. You're not going to have any auto workers left, and it's going to be in 2 years. And I told them, you're negotiating these wonderful hourly wages, but it doesn't matter because in 2 years you're not going to have any jobs left. They lose $60,000 on every car they make, all electric, $60,000. So these companies are, for the most part, going to go bankrupt. But what's going to happen is they're going to close them up and have the cars made in China, where they can buy them much cheaper. You're not going to have any jobs left. So tell your union that if you're smart, they should endorse me immediately, and you're going to have a thriving life. And I believe the UAW workers will be on my side, 95%. I really do. They're all screaming, we love Trump. You ought to see the crowd. We love Trump. But their union boss is a big Democrat. He likes Biden. What's to like? I said, what's to like? He has no idea who the hell you are. And if you ask him tomorrow, did you meet with the union yesterday? He's going to say, I have no idea. This guy. But you know what? His radical left Marxists that surround him in the office, they know who they are. You see, they know who they are because he's not running the country. The people that are running the country are the people that are in the White House, and they're vicious. They're vicious, and they're destroying our country. Under a Trump administration, gasoline-fired engines will be allowed, but child sexual mutilation will be banned. Is that okay? You okay with that? And we will prosecute those involved in California's depraved new laws that strip parents of parental rights. Can you believe? Can you believe? Who would have thought that 10 years ago, if somebody got up and said, we will stop child sexual mutilation, people would say, is this guy crazy? Who would have? We have to stop it. It's going on at a level nobody, without parental rights. Or who would say that we will give parental rights over your children back to parents? Who would think that you would have to say, or that men in women's sports will not be allowed? Who would think? Can you imagine this? You know, Brian Urlacher, the big football player, great football player from Chicago, he's a massive guy, big, strong guy. He was a great Hall of Famer and everything. He played for Chicago. And I was with him a couple of months ago, and we were standing at my golf club in Palos Verdes, Trump National, and he said, we were talking about things, and I looked at the size of this man, right? He's retired now, but had a Hall of Fame career, top of the line guy, great player, but big. And my manager came over, Lily, she's fantastic, but she's very small. She's the size of his leg, maybe. And I took a picture of Lily and Brian Urlacher, and I said, we will not allow men in women's sports. And you saw the other day they had a weightlifting deal going on, and there's one young woman, she was so proud, her parents were in the front row, she was going to break the record. They put a quarter of an ounce on each side of the thing, stood for 18 years. And she got up, and I don't want to imitate it, because, you know, my wife, the First Lady, hates when I do this. She said, it's not presidential. I said, yeah, but people like it. Good. She hates it. Our great First Lady. She'll say, I loved your speech today, because it's all over the place. Look at the fake news back there. We get a lot of ratings. You know, we outdid the debates in the ratings. You know. I made my speech to the UAW, and we got better ratings than they did, but no, she said it's not presidential, and I understand. She has two things, that, and she doesn't like when I dance a little bit to the music I did. That's not. And I say, I have a problem. Everybody wants it. They're screaming, dance, dance. But our great First Lady, and she doesn't like when I talk about the swimmer either, but maybe I'll do it because this is a little bit, you know, this is a special group. So these are Republicans that have been screwed for years in California. You deserve a little entertainment, right? You deserve. So they put the weights on the end, little tiny things like a little nothing, quarter of an ounce. And she gets up, oh, And her parents are so proud. 19 years. She's almost there. Boom. Couldn't do it. Then this guy who recently transitioned, he gets over the weights, looks at him. They said, have you lifted before? No, I really haven't. She was a world champion, right? I haven't lifted too much, a little bit. I did it recreationally. Oh, good. So he gets over the same weights. Bing, bong, bong, bing, 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 bing. He broke the record like by 180 pounds. And then they say, we will have men in women's sports. These people are crazy. You know, I'm not a big fan of LeBron James, but I said this. I would like to meet with LeBron, say, LeBron, I've decided I'm going to get out of the presidential business, get out of the real estate business. I'm going to become a basketball coach of women. And I'm going to get him and 4 or 5 other guys to transition. And we are going to have the greatest basketball team in history. We will be undefeated forever. We will make the legendary John Wooden into just a little asterisk. No, it's just crazy. The swimmer, remember, championship swimmer? She wanted to break the record. She was going to do it. She looks left. And these are people, they've been, athletes, they've been sort of at a top level. They're sort of competing with the same guys. One of the PGA Tour guys said, yeah, I played with him when he was 6. I played with him when he was 10, 12. They're just a certain elite group of people. And played with him all my life. And now they're on the senior tour. They're still playing against each other. Same thing with other sports. And she looks left and she sees all of these young ladies that she's been swimming against for years. She looks right and she sees it. But then she looks over here and there's this huge guy with a wingspan somewhat larger than Wilt the Stilt Chamberlain. Do you know Wilt? The biggest wingspan anybody's ever seen, 7'2". But she sees this guy and she says, oh, wow. And I tell the story. It's a very sad story. She was seriously injured. You heard about this, right? You know what happened to her? She got injured with windburn because this guy went by her so fast that the wind gave her horrible, horrible burns. They took her to the hospital, but she'll make it. She'll be okay. So much for the record. He finished the race, then he went to lunch, and as the other girl swam in, he was going to lunch. He said, let me go to lunch while I'm waiting for them to come in. Now, how ridiculous. And you know what? It's very demeaning to women. It really is. It's ridiculous. It's very demeaning. The state of California has no right to take children away from their parents and sterilize them. They take them away, sterilize them. Can you believe this? I will stop it immediately. All of that crazy stuff will be stopped. I will protect your youth. I will protect parents and their rights, and we will have them make decisions for their children. They are going to be making the decision. I will protect our country, and we will restore public safety to our community. Under the radical left, Democrats, your once beautiful cities have been overtaken by millions and millions of illegal aliens. Psychotic drug addicts, bedlam, squalor. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. Nearly half of the stores in downtown San Francisco have shut down, and the rest are going to be shutting down. Targets, Walgreens, all of them, they're closing up because your DAs, they're Marxists, and they only go after Republicans. But your Marxist DAs, they've given hoodlums the green light to pillage and plunder your stores, to do whatever they want. In swanky Beverly Hills, armed bandits stalk their victims' home to rob them at gunpoint in their garage or their living room. They wait till the garage opens, and then they go in and they rob the hell out of them, and they take the trunk of their car and they break it open. People leave the doors and trunks of their luxury cars in Beverly Hills. They leave them hanging wide open so that people don't destroy their car trying to break through and smash through the windows and the doors while rummaging through to steal the tires and other valuables. They leave their trunks open because if they don't, they take a crowbar and they get it open. So they say, look, if you want to take my tire, it's okay. Can you believe that and this is happening a lot, can you believe that this is where our country has come? Under the Trump administration, we will bring back law and order to California. to stop the far-left prosecutors who are deliberately destroying our civilization and our culture, I will direct a completely overhauled DOJ to investigate every radical DA and AG in America for their illegal, racist, and reverse enforcement of the law. And we will start with the Marxist monsters unleashing mayhem on Los Angeles and San Francisco. In places where there is a true breakdown, and don't forget, when we were in office, we had a period of time, short period of time, where they were attacking Washington. Nobody likes to talk about this, and they were trying to rip down our statues. And I saw what was happening. It was really weird. They wanted to rip down statues of Abraham Lincoln, George Washington. They didn't really care. They just wanted to destroy our culture. And I very quickly took an old law that I saw, and I reinstituted it, and it basically said that if you rip down anybody even attempting to rip down a statue of anybody in Washington, D.C., gets 10 years in jail. You don't get 10 years, but you're off 9.5 for good behavior. You get 10 years in jail. There's no anything. And amazingly, everything stopped. Everything stopped. But in places where there is a true breakdown in the rule of law, such as Oakland, oh, Oakland is so bad. I will use every power at my disposal. But it's not Oakland. It's in Los Angeles. It's all over. I mean, it's terrible. It's in places that you wouldn't even believe. But I will use everything I can, every single power at my disposal, including sending as many federal law enforcement assets as required to restore safety and peace. And we will immediately stop. And some people are going to say, oh, this is terrible. I can't believe it. You know, these people are killing people when they go into the stores. You'll have 300 young people who are not looking for a good future walk into a store, big department store, and just pillage it. And if you happen to be there when they're there, they'll knock the hell out of you and kill you in some cases. And we will immediately stop all of the pillaging and theft. Very simply, if you rob a store, you can fully expect to be shot as you are leaving that store. Shot. And everything will immediately stop. You won't have any more of that. And you know our law enforcement is great, but they're not allowed to do anything. They're told to stand by, stand back, don't touch, don't touch. They watch hundreds of kids walk out with television sets, and if they do anything, they lose their family, they lose their house, they lose their pension, they get fired. We have the greatest law enforcement in the world. They know exactly what to do, but they're not allowed to do it by incompetent politicians. The word that they shoot you will get out within minutes, and our nation in one day will be an entirely different place. So, there must be retribution for theft and destruction and the ruination of our country. This is a phenomenon all over the world. People are watching this. This doesn't happen anywhere else. But we've taken away law enforcement. We've taken away their dignity. We have the greatest people. One of the most important things, maybe the most important thing, being a police officer, being somebody that's protecting us, and they're not allowed to do their job, and they want to do their job. Border Patrol, Brandon Judd, all these guys, Tom Homan, a great border person. These people know exactly what to do. They know exactly what to do, and they'll do it. But with the inner cities or just the cities, it's no longer inner cities. This is happening in areas that nobody believes. These kids walk out with televisions, and not kids, some are men. And a lot of it's organized now, where they actually go and take everything out of the store, and then you see this guy selling stuff 5 miles away or selling it from behind cars. It's a horrible thing when the police are allowed to do their job. And that means, in some cases, shoot them. This will stop immediately. Our police are amazing. And it puts our police at great danger. But retribution on our take a look. Retribution on our politicians and political opponents who are leading in campaigns by lots. Oh, we are beating them badly. That has to stop. What they've done is they've gone after opponents so that if you become president or some other job, but if you become president and you don't like somebody, or if somebody's beating you by 10, 15, or 20 points like we're doing with crooked Joe Biden, let's indict the motherfucker. Let's indict him. Then I have to call up Harmeet Dillon. And I say, Harmeet, will you get me the hell out of trouble, please? Can you believe it, right? Harmeet, did you ever see anything like what's going on? I got indicted 4 times. I set a record. It's a record. Most indictments in the shortest period of time. Who is it? Trump. Trump. What the hell did he do? More than half of the unsheltered homeless people in America live in communist-run California. Think of that. As president, I will use all available powers to take the homeless, drug-addicted, and severely deranged and get them off your streets so that law-abiding citizens can once again enjoy the parks and public spaces for which they're paying a lot of money in taxes. With all of the money we will save by ending mass illegal immigration, if you look at it, we will have a gigantic surplus to get our homeless population the treatment they so clearly need. Now, many of the people they'll never be made better. These are people that in many cases are in such bad shape, they'll never be made better. Seriously addicted, and lots of other things happen when that happens. But we also, don't forget, we're taking in the world's population. We're taking in the mental patients from all over the world. You have mental institutions that are empty right now in South America and many other places all over Africa, where they're bringing these people to the United States, having them walk into our country, and we're living with them. Some of these people are very dangerous. It's also, you're taking prisoners, many prisoners. If you look at the prison population in South America and all over the world, including Africa, Europe, all over the world, the prison populations almost in some cases doesn't even exist. They've taken all of it, and they're dumping it. We're like a dumping ground. They've dumped it into the United States. These are the idiots that are running our country. So it makes a really bad situation much worse. But we're going to have the largest deportation operation in the history of our country. You can't do this. Nobody can sustain this. Nobody. We will rapidly rebuild the most secure border in the United States, just as we had 3 years ago. 3 years ago, we had the strongest border in the history of the United States. I built almost 500 miles of wall. I watched this loser, Chris Christie. He built 50 miles. No. You know what they say? If there's a 2x4 laying in the, and it's rotted, rusted, but it was there for 50 years, but it's not, they call that a renovation, so therefore they don't give me credit. We take the 2x4, we throw it away, we build a beautiful, exactly what, the wall we built is exactly what Border Patrol wanted. We actually had mountain climbers. You wouldn't believe how talented these people are. They can scoot up that with 100 pounds of drugs on their back. It's amazing. The panels on top, they're decline. They're called decline panels. They make it very hard to climb over. Everything is done for a reason. And they're steel. They wanted them to be steel with concrete inside and then rebar, hardened concrete and rebar. We did everything just as we should. We built almost 500 miles. We had another 200 miles that we would have built. We already achieved our objective. And I had to deal with guys like Mitch McConnell and Paul Rhino. Do you know Paul Rhino? Paul Ryan. We had to deal with Paul Ryan, Mitch McConnell, all these guys, and it was brutal. So what I did is I said, the hell with it. This is an invasion of our country. I'm taking the money out of the military, and we did. Military was great. It's an invasion. But we built almost 500 miles. Then I said, let's build some more, because what happened is you'd have other areas that you wouldn't see then, and all of a sudden they were become open. It became paths, and we were ready to do that. It was all ordered. And the election was rigged, and then these guys come in, and they took that stuff, and they actually brought it away, and now they're trying to sell it for 2 cents on the dollar. Can you even believe it? It was all ready to be installed. And that's when I first believed that they actually want to have open borders, and nobody can explain it. They don't need the votes because they cheat. You know, they cheat so well, they don't need the votes. So, you know, everyone says, oh, they're doing it for the votes. No, they don't do it for the votes because they cheat so much that it's a lot easier. I'll also use Title 42 to end the child trafficking crisis by returning all trafficked children to their families in their home countries immediately. An estimated 22% of students in LA public schools are from a household headed by an illegal alien. Can you believe it? In your community. Not only is this deeply unfair to American children whose classroom resources are being crucially drained and just horrible. Really, it's a cruel thing that's happening. They're being depleted, but it's turned many of your schools into war zones and dangerous gang members from MS-13. Your children are going to school with gang members from MS-13. Tell your children not to get into any fights with them if you don't mind, okay? I want your children to be aware. These are tough people, tough kids. But you know who's tougher? ICE. But ICE doesn't get the credit. ICE, what they have to go through, a lot of gang members, MS-13 gang members, are in Long Island for some reason. That's where they go. They love Long Island. And they killed, not so long ago, two beautiful 16-year-old girls walking to school, and they sliced them up with a knife because a gun is too fast. And they made them suffer greatly. Both dead, both killed. And ICE will go in and they call them packs, not like a political pack, slightly tougher. And they will go in and they will go into that pack and they'll start swinging. I have a few friends here. They're pretty tough guys, a couple of them. They won't do this work, I will tell you. But ICE says that they're incredible patriots. They don't get any credit. We took them out by the thousands and thousands. We took MS-13 out of our country. Thousands and thousands. And when I first got into office, I was told very strongly, that you cannot bring them back to their country, El Salvador, Honduras, Guatemala, and others, that they put planes on the runway so our planes couldn't land. They blocked up all the bus routes. And they said Obama gave up because for years he tried, but he couldn't get them back, so they wouldn't even bother. They just let them stay in our country and kill people. And I said, really, how much money do we pay those three principal countries? They said, sir, we pay them $750 million a year for economic development. You know who the economic development is for? The head of the country, that's who it's for. They live very, very nicely in nice, beautiful chateaus. So we give them $750. I said, tell them, effective immediately, they're not getting any money. The following morning, early in the morning, I get a call from all three, not simultaneously, like separate, like 1, 2, 8 o'clock, 1, 2, 3. The three presidents, sir, we understand there's some difficulty. Are you having a problem? Yeah, you're not taking your people that you're sending us. You know, they send them to us. They don't send the good. They send the ones that they don't want, like MS-13, which is the toughest gang in the world. And typically speaking, when somebody comes and they have tattoos all over their face, I'm not discriminating at all, but typically it's not a positive thing, okay? And I said, you're sending us your people, and you're sending us gang members and killers and murderers and people from jail, and we're bringing them back. You won't take them. You won't even let our planes land. Sir, we would like to apologize for that. We didn't realize they're only doing it for about 7 years, right? We will be glad to take them back, sir. When is our money starting again, sir? And so I made a deal, and I still haven't given them the money, you know. I just held it back. What the damage they've done is so bad. But now Biden wants to give them $4 billion, I read the other day. $4 billion for what? You know what it does? It makes them stronger in the sense of not economic development, but they steal more and the gang members get more. It's so corrupt. This whole thing is so corrupt. What we do is so crazy. It's so crazy. But we brought the MS-13 gang members and killers out by the thousands and thousands and brought them back into their countries. I will invoke the Alien Enemies Act, which is very powerful to remove. I mean, we're going to remove all known suspected gang members, drug dealers, and cartel members from the United States of America, ending the scourge of illegal alien gang violence forever. We're going to get them the hell out of our country. We don't want them in our country. This is just the start of what we will do to save California. And you got to remember, our story's on water. It's no wonder the far-left lunatics are getting desperate to stop our movement by any means necessary. Okay, so we have MAGA. Now, if you ask Biden, did you see him the other night? He's saying, we must stop radical MAGA. You know what MAGA is? Make America Great Again, right? We must stop Make America Great Again. You have to be sort of, what a stupid thing to say. But think of it. This is the greatest movement in the history of our country. You know that politicians for years, if they ran in New Hampshire or Iowa, if they ran in South Carolina, early states, any state, and if they came in like second, third, fourth, they would have a great career as a political pundit. They would be celebrated. Pat Buchanan was a great guy, actually, but he came in, did well in New Hampshire, just did well. Didn't win it, but did well. And for many, many years, he was a very respected voice on television, on shows, many people like that. We won 42 states. Think of this. We didn't come in second, third, fifth, ninth. We won 42 states. And then we won 50 states. And then we had an election that was incredible. And we won in 2016. And then we had a much better election, much, much better. We did much better in 2020. We got millions more votes. But we had a rigged election. I was told by the best pollsters, Fabrizio was great, Tony Fabrizio, McLaughlin, great. Those two, they told me, sir, if you got 63 million votes, you can't be beaten. We got almost 75 million votes that they report. That's what they report, because it's much higher than that. The most any sitting president has ever gotten. And at 3 o'clock in the morning, they said, at 10 o'clock we had it made. At 3 o'clock, we just found lots of ballots, lots of ballots. That's all they know how to do is cheat on elections. And frankly, they have to do that because their policies are no good. Their policies are no good. Open borders, high taxes. As you know, crooked Joe Biden and his radical left thugs have weaponized law enforcement to arrest their really leading opponent. It happens to be me. Do you mind if I mention that? On fake and phony charges. They're fake charges. She knows better than anybody they are. This high-level election interference, and it's happening. This is what it is. It's called election interference. Try and destroy a man so that he can't get elected. And don't worry about the indictment or the subpoenas, because after the election, nobody cares. If I weren't running, I'd right now be, I could be very happy, but I like this better because we're making our country great. We're helping people, much more important. But it's all happening for a single reason, because I'm the only candidate that they don't want to run against. They're people of great misinformation or disinformation, very similar meanings. I go both. Misinformation, disinformation, very close. They always say the opposite. So they say, we want to run against Trump. We want to run. If I'm leading, they want to run against Trump. They don't want to run against me. I mean, these polls are so incredible that are coming out. They don't want to run. They want to run against anybody but me. They'll take the sanctimonious in about 2 seconds. But they say, we want to run against Trump. In last week's big ABC Washington Post poll, I'm leading by 10 points against Biden. And in another one, I'm leading by 12. Another one, I'm leading by 7. They're not happy. They're not happy. And look, how could they be happy? Who would vote for this person? Who would vote for this person? Our country is being destroyed. And, I don't know. Maybe people feel sorry for him. That's the only way he can win, is if you feel sorry. But don't feel sorry for him, because he's not a nice person. And he never was a nice person. And he goes after political opponents and things in a way that nobody ever has done, other than in banana republics or third world countries. That's what they do. That's exactly what they do. And in the brand new, thank you, in the brand new New York Post poll, just came out an hour ago, I'm beating Biden by 11 points when asked who you think will win. And just a few minutes before I came up on stage, the morning console poll, that's a very big one. That's a very respected poll. I'm at 63%, and Ron DeSanctimonious is at 12%. And the others are way lower. And in New Hampshire, DeSanctimonious has now fallen into 5th place. Oh, have I done a number on that guy? Have we done a number on him? Guy had no chance of getting elected governor. He came to see me, little tears in his eyes. He came to see me. Sir, I need your help. What do you need my help for? I didn't even know him that well, but he was one of about 100 congressmen that would talk about impeachment hoax number 1 and impeachment hoax number 2 on television. So I saw him a little bit. I need your help, sir. I'm not winning in Florida. He was losing by like 30 points or more. He was getting killed. It was over for him with the primary taking place in a short period of time. And I said, Ron, if I were George Washington and Abraham Lincoln combined and I came back from the dead and I endorsed you, I don't think it would matter. You're gone, man. He said, sir, you're very popular in Florida. You know, I got 1.2 million more votes than him. You keep hearing how many votes. I got 1.2 million votes than him. And I'm the one that turned Florida red, not him. He didn't turn Florida red. They all go on my fumes. But I said, if you do that, then I said, look, you know, I didn't know the Secretary of Agriculture. His name is Adam Putnam, nice guy. But he was leading by numbers that were like, not as much as I'm leading these guys by, but he was leading by big numbers. It was over. They were already measuring the carpet in the State House. They were going to have the most beautiful carpet you've ever seen in the mansion, as they call it. But I said, all right, Ron, let's do it. And I did it. And this guy went up like a rocket ship. I've never seen anything like it. He was dead. In other words, without me, he was dead. And then they asked him, and then I helped him get through the general election. By the way, he was running against a very hot guy. He turned out to be a crackhead, but these are minor problems. But he was the hottest. Him and Stacey Abrams were the two hottest female male politicians in the country, Democrats. And he said, I won't be able to beat him. I gave him 3 giant Trump rallies. I said, you're going to win, Ron. I don't think so, sir. And he won, okay? Then 4 years later, they said, will you run against the president? He said, I have no comment. I said, no comment. That means that guy's running. That means he's running. And I started hitting him very early. Harmeet said, don't please, sir. He's a Republican. Don't hit him. He's a Republican, sir. I said, I don't give a damn if he's a Republican. Got to hit him. He's a Republican, Harmeet. He's a Republican. I don't care what the hell he is. And I hit him hard, and he's crashing like a bird that's seriously wounded in flight. And here in California, we're leading by a gigantic margin with Trump at 48 and DeSantis, who's now at a number that's so low they don't even know what that. I think they've given up on him. But we're leading by close to 50 points, 5-0. And for NFL fans, do you have any NFL football fans here? We will not play prevent defense. You know what prevent defense is? You hold them scoreless for almost 4 quarters, then you just have to do once more, and they go to prevent. And prevent, right? All the football fans are nodding. There's only about 2% of you in this room. Prevent is something that's supposed to work, but it doesn't. It means you get soft. We don't get soft. We're also doing historic margins with the unbelievably great Hispanic American community. They love us, and I love them. In 2020, we did better than any president in more than 50 years, and we're going to win record numbers of Hispanic American votes next November. And the African American male has been unbelievable. Females have got to come along a little bit. Got to come along. But we're doing great. We're doing great. The radical left, that's right. And people from Vietnam love Trump. Where are the Vietnam? Oh, they are great. So many great. They are so great. They come all dressed up in those beautiful outfits. We love you. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. The radical left Democrats rigged the presidential election of 2020, and we're not going to let them rig the presidential election of 2024. Do you hear that? That's you. Every time the radical Democrats, Marxists, communists, fascists indict me, I consider it a great badge of honor. Because I'm being indicted for you. Thanks a lot. I appreciate it. How about I go home to our elegant First Lady that people really love? I go home Darling, tonight about 6 o'clock, I think I'm being indicted again. Oh. The good news is she's now taking it a little bit lighter, like, oh, again? How many times can you do it? I heard they were going to do it 2 more times, and they said, don't do it! To their people, to their maniacs. Never forget, our enemies want to stop us because we are the only ones that can stop them. The only ones. And we're going to get your situation taken care of in California for the vote. They want to take my freedom because I will never let them take away your freedom. They want to silence me because I will never let them silence you. And in the end, they're not after me, they're after you. I just happen to be, unfortunately for me, standing in the way. Here is just some of the agenda in closing that we will immediately implement when we become, it's all of us, we're all going to become, that's what it is. So this is a group effort. It really is. When we become the 47th President of the United States of America, I will totally obliterate the deep state we were starting. We knocked out Comey and all these guys. It is deeper than anyone ever thought, but we got rid of a lot of bad ones. Comey, got rid of him. Oh, sir, why did you fire him? They found out. Before I even arrive at the Oval Office, shortly after I win the presidency, I will have the horrible war between Russia and Ukraine settled. It'll get settled very fast. You want to have people not be killed. They're killing hundreds of thousands of people. Horrible. Would have never started if I were president. So many things. You wouldn't have had inflation. You wouldn't have had the war of Ukraine. China wouldn't be talking about Taiwan. And you wouldn't have had the most embarrassing day in the history of our country, that horrible situation that took place in Afghanistan. You wouldn't have had that. I think it was the lowest point. I think I'd actually convinced Putin to go in. He looked at that. He said, anybody that incompetent, I should do whatever the hell I want. And I'm the only candidate who can make this promise to you. I will prevent World War III. And we're much closer than anyone else. We're much closer. And this would be a war like no other because the level of power from weaponry, from all of the weapons, the new weapons and the nuclear weapons, has never been anything like it. This would not be 2 army tanks running around shooting each other. This is a level of power that nobody's ever seen before. This is obliteration. And I will have it stopped. I will have it stopped. To stop Biden's inflation catastrophe, bring down the cost of energy for Californians, to become energy independent again and even energy dominant. We were ready to become energy dominant. We were totally independent. As we were just 3 years ago. Think of it, 3 years ago we were energy independent. Oil was at $1.87 a gallon. Can you believe it? We will drill, baby, drill. Going to bring down inflation. Way, way down. That'll knock out inflation, a lot of it. Then we're going to get your interest rates down so you can actually go out and buy a house if you want it. Right now, nobody's buying houses because they can't get any money from the banks, right? On day one, I will sign a new executive order to cut federal funding for any school pushing critical race theory, transgender insanity, and other inappropriate racial, sexual, or political content on our children. And here in California, they're wiping away the names of Abraham Lincoln, Thomas Jefferson, and George Washington off your schools. Under my leadership, we will once again teach our children to love America, and we will have great schools that lead to great jobs so that our children can have incredible, beautiful lives. I will not give 1 penny to any school that has a vaccine mandate or mask mandate. No mandates. You want it, you can have it, but no mandates. As I said, very importantly, I will keep men out of women's sports. We will do that. And we will gain total independence from China, and I will hold the Chinese Communist Party accountable for unleashing the China virus upon the world. Something will happen with that. We will make the Silicon Valley tech tyrants answer for their illegal censorship, and we will restore free speech in America. What they did during the election was horrible. FBI and Twitter, they call it Twitter files. The 51 intelligence agents that all said the laptop from hell was from Russia. It wasn't from Russia. You know where it was from? It was from Hunter. Just as I did for 4 years, I will fully uphold your Second Amendment. Nothing happened with it. That wasn't easy. And I will secure our elections with special emphasis and force placed on California so that we can go all paper ballots, voter ID, same-day election, and you actually have to go to a booth. But until then, Republicans must win, and we must compete. We have to compete. We have to win this election. If we don't win this election, we're not going to have a country left anymore. So, in conclusion, this is what we must do to restore our country to greatness. The USA is a mess. Our economy is crashing. Inflation is out of control. China, Russia, Iran, and North Korea have formed together as a menacing and destructive coalition, and a very dangerous one at that. Our currency is crashing and will no longer be the world standard, which will be our greatest defeat in over 200 years. If that happens, we will revert to a status that you wouldn't believe how low we will be. It won't happen with me, not even a chance. Just like Russia would never have invaded Ukraine, and China would not be even thinking about raiding Taiwan, and we would have left Afghanistan with dignity and strength and pride instead of our greatest embarrassment in history. We would have kept Bagram, the big airbase, biggest airbase in the world. We would have kept it not because of Afghanistan, but because Bagram is 1 hour away from where China makes its nuclear weapons. And we left, in the dark of night, we left the lights on and we left the dogs behind. For those people that love dogs, they always say, did they take the dogs? No. And if you probably know anything about the Taliban, they're not big into the world of dogs, so you can imagine. If you took the 5 worst presidents in the history of the United States and added them up, they would not have done near the destruction to our country as crooked Joe Biden and the Biden administration have done. We are a failing nation. We are a nation in decline. And now these radical left lunatics want to interfere with our elections by using law enforcement. It's totally corrupt, and we won't let it happen. That's why you must show up to vote in the California primary on Super Tuesday, March 5th. March 5th, that's your first one. And we'll get to November. Get every Republican you know and bring them out for Team Trump. And we're a team. We're all a team together. Remember what I said. MAGA, Make America Great Again. America first. This is the greatest political institution ever in the history of our country. There's never been a movement like this. Newt Gingrich, who's a great guy, said last night, it's a phenomenon the likes of which has never happened in our country before. Look at the crowds. Forget about this crowd. Look outside. Thousands and thousands of people knowing they can't get in, and they come anyway. 2024 is our final battle. With you at my side, 2022. It's all a battle. If you want to know the truth, stand up. Let me see. Stand up. Whoa. Thank you. Thank you, Dad. It's all a battle. But 2024 is our great battle. We have to win. If we don't win that battle, we will not have a country anymore, in my opinion. With you at my side, we will demolish the deep state. We will expel the warmongers from our government. We'll get them in. These people that want wars in every places that nobody ever heard of. We lose our youth. We lose our money. And they don't even want us in their territory. We will drive out the globalists. We will cast out the communists, Marxists, and fascists. We will throw off the sick political class that hates our country. We will rout the fake news media. We will evict crooked Joe Biden from the White House. And we will finish the job once and for all. And I make this promise to you, the great people of California. We are going to save your state. The great silent majority is rising like never before. And under our leadership, the forgotten men and women will be forgotten no longer. with your help, your love, and your vote, we will put America first, and we will make America great again. Thank you, California. God bless you all. God bless America. Thank you. Thank you.
Guys, my name is Jaden Hurd, and I have a Christian show called Let It Be Heard, where we analyze culture and current events from a biblical perspective. I highly recommend you guys check us out. We now have episodes every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. And basically, what happens is we react to videos, we have talking points, we have on guests, and it's very exciting. Come check us out on Rumble on the RSBN channel. God bless you guys.
Wow, it's so soft and smooth.
It's cool to the touch. How did you do that?
Well, we took MyPillow's patented fill and combined it with this new technology that we didn't have back then when I invented MyPillow to bring you the best pillow in history, MyPillow 2.0. Because of all of you, MyPillow 2.0 has been a huge success. And now we're bringing you our best-selling Go Anywhere MyPillows with the same temperature-regulating technology. Made with my patented adjustable fill and brand new cooling fabric, they're truly the next generation of MyPillow. So go to MyPillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to save over 60% on our MyPillow 2.0 4-pack special. You'll get 2 MyPillows and 2 Go Anywhere MyPillows. Regular $259.92, now only $99.98. King size just $10 more. This is a limited time offer, so please order now.
Right Side Broadcasting is known for panning the crowds, showing the packed arenas, and allowing you to see the truth. We've covered hundreds of rallies, briefings, marches, CPAC, and the historic overturning of Roe v. Wade. Right Side Broadcasting was created in 2015 by our founder, Joe Seals, creating a unique broadcasting experience that allows you to make your own decision rather than force-feeding you an agenda. We don't cut or edit people's words or twist them to fit a particular point of view. We allow our correspondents to be open about their opinions while maintaining journalistic integrity. Right Side Broadcasting wants to continue our legacy with help from people just like you. Your donations and support allow us to continue to be the gold standard in live, unedited event coverage. Help our cause by sharing our broadcasts, subscribing on our social media platforms, and supporting us on our locals community. Your monthly or one-time contributions on our website are crucial in our fight for the truth. Thank you for all of your generous support.
My employees and I are excited to announce it's our 20th anniversary, and to celebrate, we're bringing you a limited edition MyPillow. The Giza Elegance MyPillow is made with the most amazing cotton, 2-inch pipe gusset, comes in 4 custom loft levels, and it's machine washable and dryable.
When I got MyPillow, I'm asleep almost immediately. I stay asleep at night, and I wake up more well-rested in the morning.
My patented fill adjusts to your exact individual needs and helps keep your neck supported and aligned. That's why we've been around for 20 years, because MyPillow works.
Go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to get your limited edition 20th anniversary MyPillow queen size. Retails for $69.98, now only $19.98. That's right, only $19.98.
With my 60-day money-back guarantee, you have nothing to lose.
Sleep well, America! And Donald J. Trump.
And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. From the lakes of Minnesota to the hills of Tennessee, across the plains of Texas, from sea to shining sea, from Detroit down to Houston and New York to LA, where there's pride in every American heart, and it's time we stand and say that I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA.
Thank you. Thank you very much. This is great. We're in this room where we wanted to keep it small, and outside we have thousands and thousands of people. Have you seen what's going on out there? But I'm thrilled to be back with the workers, UAW members, and proud patriots of the great state of Michigan. Great state, great people. Here in Michigan and across the country tonight, there are countless thousands of auto workers and skilled tradesmen worried about the future and what the future holds for themselves and for their incredible families. I want to begin this evening by saluting these truly great Americans who do not get the credit they deserve. You don't get the credit they deserve. And now they want to go all electric and put you all out of business. You know that, right? To the welders, assembly line workers, machine operators, forklift drivers, pipe fitters, tool and die makers, mechanics, electricians, technicians, and journeymen. We love being with you, and we love being with you right in your environment. You built this country, you love this country, and you are the ones that make our country run. You know that, right? Before I stepped into the political arena 7 years ago, I spent my whole life working alongside of Americans just like you. Spent a lot of time with you. You just don't know that, but I spent a lot of time with you and people just like you. Now, I put everything on the line to fight for you. I've risked it all to defend working class from the corrupt political class that has spent decades sucking the life, wealth, and blood out of this country. That's why I'm here tonight, to lay out a vision for a revival of economic nationalism and our automobile manufacturing lifeblood, which they're sucking out of our country. I want a future that protects American labor, not foreign labor. A future that puts American dreams over foreign profits. And a future that raises American wages, that strengthens American industry, that builds national pride, and that defends this country's dignity, not squanders it all to build up foreign countries that hate us. And you know where they are? They're located all over the world, but they're mostly on the other side of the world. We don't want that. Under crooked Joe Biden, you have none of this. You have none of the things we want. Instead of economic nationalism, you have ultra-left-wing globalism. They hate our country. And the workers of America are getting, to put it very nicely, screwed. You're getting screwed. Yesterday, Joe Biden came to Michigan to pose for photos at the picket line. But it's his policies that send Michigan auto workers to the unemployment line. He only came after I announced that I would be here. You know, he announced quite a bit later. Spoke for a few seconds. Did you notice he spoke for what, a few seconds? And he had absolutely no idea what he was saying. He didn't know where he was. He didn't know where he was. He didn't know what we were saying. Where am I? He's saying, where am I? Oh, you're in Michigan. Oh, that's great. What do they do in Michigan? They grow wheat in Michigan, he said. Don't they grow wheat? No, that's Iowa and other places. Biden's cruel and ridiculous electrical. Think of this. He wants electric vehicle mandates that will spell the death of the U.S. auto industry. You know, it doesn't matter. I watch it. You're negotiating a contract. You're all on picket lines and everything. But it doesn't make a damn bit of difference what you get, because in 2 years, you're all going to be out of business. You're not getting anything. What they're doing to the auto industry in Michigan and throughout the country is absolutely horrible and ridiculous. Hundreds of thousands of American jobs, your jobs, will be gone forever because crooked Joe Biden is selling out. But I don't think it's him. I don't think he actually knows what the hell he's doing. He doesn't. She says he doesn't know. He doesn't know. It's not his fault. Let's not blame him. But he's surrounded with radical left Marxists and crazy people, fascists, bad people. He's selling you out to China. He's selling you out to the environmental extremists on the radical left. People have no idea how bad this is going to be also for the environment. You know, those batteries, when they get rid of them, and lots of bad things happen, and when they're digging it out of the ground to make those batteries, it's going to be very bad for the environment. You can be loyal to American labor, or you can be loyal to the environmental lunatics, but you can't really be loyal to both. It's one or the other, and they understand that. The Democrat Party has no idea what they're doing right now. They have no idea what to do. Crooked Joe is siding with the left-wing crazies who will destroy automobile manufacturing and will destroy our country itself. They're destroying our country. You look at that at the border. We had the safest border in history. Now you look at what's happening. It's just a horror show. I side with the auto workers of America and with those who want to make America great again, and I always will. And I don't get one thing. I don't get why Ford and GM, why these car makers aren't fighting to make cars that are going to sell, to make cars that are going to be able to go on long distances. They immediately give up. I see it with the oil companies, too. They're promoting windmills, which don't work, by the way, but they don't work. They want windmills all over the place. It's like they're told what to do, and that's what they go against their industry. They're either stupid or they're gutless. But why do they concede so fast? This plant, we just walked through this plant, and the electric vehicles are going to put them out of business. They don't need any of this. The things that you make in Michigan, they don't need any of it. Why is it that these big, powerful car companies with guys that are making $35 million a year immediately quit? They say, you want electric vehicles, we'll give it to you, when the damn things don't go far enough and they're too expensive. And I'm not in that business, but I know a lot about it. They don't go far enough, and they're too expensive. A vote for Crooked Joe means the future of the auto industry will be made in China. That's what it's going to be. That's where they're made. My pledge to every automaker is this: a vote for President Trump means the future of the automobile will be made in America, where it should be. Made in America. It will be fueled by American energy. It will be sourced by American suppliers. It will be sculpted from American iron, aluminum, and steel, and it will be built by highly skilled American hands and high-wage American labor. That's what's going to happen. That's what's going to happen. And we'll do it first day in office. First day in office. It'll be signed out first day in office. What they're doing to our country is horrible. What they're doing to the auto workers of this country just doesn't make sense. I saved American auto manufacturing. You know that in my first term, and I'll save it again. We did great. We did everything to keep those jobs going. We'll save it again in our second term. Unfortunately, that's what we had to do because things happened during the election that you know about. Happened right here in this state also. And we will make it bigger, better, and stronger than ever before. That's what we're going to do. But we want to talk about it, but we talk, and we keep talking, but we don't want to talk too much. But before we do talk about the current UAW strike that we've been hearing about, and I see people really with mixed emotions because you're striking for wages, but you know your job's only going to be here for 2 years or 3 years if you're lucky. How will we rescue the auto manufacturing in the United States? Let's remember, you got to remember how we got here. For decades and decades, and I've been talking about this subject for 12 years, long before I ever thought of becoming a politician. How good was that? That's a lot of fun. I could have had the easiest, nicest life, L. I would have had the nicest, softest life instead I have to beat these lunatics up all day long. Every day. Every day, lunatics. I never heard of the word indictment. Now I get indicted like every 3 days. He spoke badly about the election. He must be indicted. He said something bad about Joe Biden. Joe Biden is the most corrupt president and most incompetent president we've ever had. Oh, no. No, I shouldn't have said that. I'm going to get indicted again for saying that. For decades, you've watched rotten and crooked politicians like Biden treat American jobs as disposable and American workers as expendable. They sat back and got rich by taking bribes to let other countries rape and pillage our jobs and our wealth. That's what happened. Joe Biden claims to be the most pro-union president in history. Nonsense. Think of it. His entire career, just think of it. His entire career has been an act of economic treason and union destruction. He's destroyed unions, shipping millions of American jobs overseas while personally taking money from foreign nations hand over fist. Look at the money he got from China. Look at what's coming out, China. Crooked Joe backed NAFTA. He backed China's entry into the World Trade Organization. He backed the horrendous Trans-Pacific Partnership, which would have destroyed the American auto industry had I not stopped it. You remember when I stopped it? You guys were gone. You were gone. And that was a done deal. And in fact, during the debate, I got beautiful Hillary Clinton. I don't call her crooked because I only use that name for Biden now. So I call her beautiful. She's a beautiful woman, beautiful Hillary Clinton. To change her position on TPP, they were trying to pull a fast one on you, so she actually changed her position during the campaign, but she would have changed it back had that been a different result. But thank goodness it wasn't, because we made things and did things that nobody believed possible. Nobody believed possible. Biden also backed a gentleman named Barack Hussein Obama. Have you ever heard of him? And his atrocious Korean trade deal. You've heard of him. Crooked Joe backed every single blood-sucking globalist attack on U.S. auto workers, and you've been attacked for a long time. Those attacks all stopped for 4 years with us, and they were getting so strong, and you were getting so strong, and they were building plants here again. Now the plants are going back to Mexico, and they're going back to China. And he's coming back. They're coming back for more. I don't know that he's going to make it to the starting gate, but let's assume he does. If it's not him, it'll be somebody else with the same ideas, because that's the ideas they have. They're very destructive for our country. But we will stop him. Hopefully your leaders at United Auto Workers will endorse Donald Trump. Because, you know, standard history for years and decades and years and years, they always endorse a Democrat. It's almost like an automatic reflex, and there's no reason for it, but it's a habit. It's a bad habit. Hasn't worked because, look, you've lost 38% of your industry over the period of 25 years. Much of it's gone to Mexico. We don't talk about Mexico. Much of it's gone to Mexico. They make plants in Mexico. A friend of mine, a great supporter, but a great gentleman who builds plants. That's what he builds, auto plants. He said to me the other day, you got to see the plants we're building in Mexico. I said, well, how do they compare to the U.S.? He said, not even a contest. And I said, isn't that a shame? You remember what I did? I said, you don't give us protection at our border. I'm going to charge you a tariff of 25%. We want 28,000 soldiers on our border, and we had the safest border in the history of our country. Now we have the worst border in the history of the world, by the way. After NAFTA, the United States lost nearly 4 million manufacturing jobs and almost 1 in 3 auto jobs. Joe Biden voted on that. He gave you that. Nearly 250,000 jobs were destroyed here in Michigan alone, including 40% of all auto jobs. Think of that. In fact, I had to check this number because it's inconceivable. You would think factories. 60,000 factories closed and went overseas. Can you imagine? 60,000. No, who would think that? When I first saw that number, I said, oh, somebody made a typographical error. Maybe it was 600 factories. Could have been 6,000, but that sounded too high. 60,000. And the good news is, if the number was wrong, the fake news will be checking it out. So I have to say, I have to give you the right numbers. Otherwise, the fake news is out there. Crooked Joe and his payday with the Biden family, they raked in millions and millions of dollars. You see what's going on. The news doesn't really report it. Very little news reports it. But it was the men and women who got, every single day, they got up and came back home with grease on their hands, and they were the ones that paid the price. They paid a big, big price. The only time Joe Biden has ever gotten his hands dirty is when he's taking cash from foreign countries, which is quite often, actually. It's quite often. Based on what we're seeing, it's much more often than anyone would have thought. But can you imagine an unannounced raid on his many homes? He would have made Senator Menendez look like a baby, just like a baby. Can you imagine? You know, they gave him 3 weeks' notice. You know, they said, we're going to raid your home over documents. They gave him 3 weeks. Would 3 weeks be enough? So I can imagine. I'd like to see what he cleaned out of there. Joe Biden only cares about enriching his own family. I care about enriching your family. That's why I did this. That's why I did it. I'm working for you, not for me. That is for sure, and I always will. I will always have your back. I promise you that. I will always have your back. When I came into office, the auto industry was on its knees, gasping its last breaths after 8 long years of Obama and Biden. But you finally got a president who stood up to the... You got to understand, I stood up to people that hate you. They hate you. Or they maybe hate our country. But I stood up for you. I stood up for the auto workers and stood up for the great state of Michigan like nobody's ever stood up before. And just as I promised, I withdrew from the Trans-Pacific Partnership my very first week. Do you remember 2016 when we won Michigan? Michigan hadn't been won in like decades. And everyone said, oh. And then we did much better in 2020. I mean, I hate to tell you, we did much better. But we're going to do so. We're going to swamp them. We're going to swamp them. We actually did much better, including in Michigan. I ended Obama's war on American energy. He had a war on American energy. Gasoline prices plummeted and soon reached $1.87 a gallon. How does that sound? Now, you know, it's over $5 and $6 and even $7 a gallon in some places, and it's going up higher and higher and higher. And I think they want that. That way you go all electric, so you can drive for 15 minutes before you have to get a charge. The economy boomed. The household incomes rose by more than $6,000 a year, which was a record. $6,000 a year during my term. A year. I ended the disaster known as NAFTA, the worst trade deal ever made, and replaced it with the brand new USMCA, Mexico, Canada. That's the best trade deal ever made, they say, in our country's history. I think the deal we made with China is even better, but unfortunately with COVID, I don't even talk about that one. But we made a lot of good deals with Japan, with South Korea, with many, many countries. We took bad deals and made them good deals. They were so bad, I used to ask my people, who made these deals? Why did they do it? Who made them? They were so bad, just on their face. With the USMCA, 75% of every car under that deal must be made in North America. In other words, they have to make 75% of the car in North America. Who ever heard of that? And a massive portion must be made by high-wage labor, which means American labor, you're high wage. Back in 2008, Biden and Obama promised you that they'd renegotiate NAFTA, but in 8 years, they never lifted a finger. They never changed a thing. You know, NAFTA was so bad that when it was negotiated a long time ago, decades ago, they made typographical errors, like in numbers. And they were bad typographic. They were bad for us. Cost us. Nobody went back to change them. They were typographical errors, and we lived with it for decades, with these errors. Can you imagine that? Normally, like, that happens. You do that in deals, too. And you go back the following day, say, they made a mistake. We're renegotiating this deal. I don't care if it's signed or not. And people sort of have to do that. Legally, they have to do that. If there's an error, if there's a typography. They made typographical errors. They made errors. Maybe they weren't so typographical. Probably the other side made them imperfect, actually. You know, they probably made them. But they made these errors, and they never corrected them for years, for decades. But I corrected them. You know how I did it? By terminating it. Terminating the whole damn deal. And I know how good the USMCA deal is because Canada, as you know, and Mexico are trying like hell to renegotiate it. They want to renegotiate that deal. But in less than 2 years, I got that done, the USMCA and many other deals. I also renegotiated Obama's Korea trade deal to fully restore your protective tariff on foreign pickup trucks. They wanted to change it. The Democrats wanted it to expire, and so did South Korea badly. They didn't want it. And without that, you wouldn't even have a truck industry. Right now, it's probably the strongest part of your industry. Without that, you wouldn't have an industry. So it's something I was very proud to do. It was not easy, but we got it done, and we got it done properly. Michigan jobs would have been exported, while millions and millions of foreign cars would have flooded American streets. That's what would have happened. Obama and Biden didn't care one bit, but I did, and I stopped it, and I stopped it cold. I took on communist China like no administration in history, did what I've done, bringing in hundreds of billions of dollars pouring into our treasury when no other president had gotten literally 10 cents. And I also got $28 billion for our great farmers. You know that, right? Our farmers. That's why I say, you think I'm going to do badly in Iowa or Nebraska, any of Wisconsin, any of our farm areas? I say, you know, I don't want to be too cocky. I just got very good polls from all those places, from everywhere. Jesus, be cocky. That's okay. But who else would have done that? $28 billion. I said to the Secretary of Agriculture, Sonny Perdue, I said, Sonny, how bad have they treated us? $28 billion over a period of about 5 years. I said, they're going to pay it back. And they paid it back. They paid it back. And then perhaps my greatest unsung achievement, I kept Chinese cars the hell out of America. Is that okay with you? Is that okay? UAW, is that okay? It's And a lot of people don't know this, but I imposed a whopping 27.5% tariff and tax on all Chinese automobiles coming into our country. And this magnificent tariff, they can't get it off because they make so much money with it. And by the way, if they took it off, you'd be out of business right away. They want to take it off. They're trying to take it off, but it's so good, it's so powerful, it's so strong, but they would take over your industry totally. But it remains in place to this day, not because they wanted to, but because they sort of have no choice. And it's no exaggeration to state that the Trump presidency and the deftly used and applied Trump tariffs and taxes saved the American auto industry from extinction time and time again, and we're going to do a version of it that's going to make you bigger and better and stronger. It's not even going to be a contest with where you are right now. But crooked Joe Biden is back like a wretched old vulture trying to finish off his prey. Can you believe it? I don't know. I just don't know. You know, I see some of these things that are happening. I say, I wonder if he has any idea that this stuff is happening. Biden's job-killing EV mandate has dictated that nearly 70% of all cars sold in the United States must be fully electric less than 10 years from now. Do you believe that? These are built specifically for people that want to take very short trips, okay? Hop in the car, darling, let's drive down to the store and let's drive back. Oh, it's crazy. It's crazy, you know. They say the happiest day when you buy an electric car is the first 10 minutes you're driving it. And then after that, panic sets in because you're worried, where the hell am I going to get a charge to keep this thing going? No. Panic! They get panicked. Despite colossal government subsidies, Ford alone is projecting to lose an astonishing $4.5 billion on electric vehicles. Why are they agreeing to this? That's what I don't understand. Why are they agreeing to it? Why does Ford and GM, why are they all agreeing to this? The cars aren't selling. They got them all over the place. You can buy them for peanuts. Why are they not fighting and saying it doesn't work? How about the trucks? The trucks go for like 1/5 of you take a Powerbuilt or one of the good brands, they go for just a small amount of time compared to a diesel-fired truck. Diesel-fired. You're not even allowed to say the word diesel-fired. Oh, that's bad for the environment. No, bad for the environment is having trucks all over the place that don't go. But on the electric vehicles this year, to comply with the mandate, is 60,000 loss. They're going to lose $60,000 for every car produced. That sounds like a great deal. But honestly, for UAW and for auto workers and for everybody and for the country, it's not sustainable. So they may try and do it, and I don't know, they're trying to do something for the environment. By the way, that's worse for the environment than what we're talking about. Much worse. But think of it. They're going to lose $60,000 a car. So when are they going to come to you and say, listen, we can't do this anymore? They're going to come to your head man, Sean. I've been watching him on television. He's a good man. I think he's a good man. But he's got to endorse Trump. You know, the one thing I say about a politician. I've known politicians all my life, and then if you would have told me I was going to be a politician someday, I would have said, no way, I don't want to be a politician. But the one thing I know is when you go out and you come out with an idea early, and then you're in an election and you sort of lose that idea, you always come back to that idea. So these people are into the electric thing. They may soften it up a little bit during the election. They're coming back, and they're coming back stronger than ever. It's like Ron DeSanctimonious. You know, he tried to destroy Social Security. Now he's trying to backpedal a little bit. He wanted to bring the minimum age to 70. He wanted to destroy it. He also put a heavy hit on Medicare. What happens is now they back up a little bit, but they always go back to it as soon as the election's over. So you can't go for that. And in the case of Biden, he's coming back to electric vehicles. Now he hasn't even left yet. So we're talking about, you know, but yeah, maybe someday soon he's going to leave because he wants to get more votes. But just remember, he's coming back. They always go back to their original thought. That's where they are. I don't know why, but that's where they are. Biden's mandate isn't a government regulation. It's a government assassination of your jobs and of your industry. The auto industry is being assassinated. And it makes no difference what you get. I don't care what you get in the next 2 weeks or 3 weeks or 5 weeks. They're going to be closing up, and they're going to be building those cars in China and other places. It's a hit job on Michigan and on Detroit, and that's not sustainable. These numbers are not sustainable. No company can afford to lose $60,000 a car. It's going to be more than that. All of these cars would be manufactured in foreign lands that you couldn't care less about. I want choice in schools and in the purchase of an automobile, an SUV or a truck. I want choice for my automobile, for my truck, for my SUV. And I also happen to want choice for schools. Do we agree with that choice? This is about auto workers and automobiles and workers, period. But I think we can say that everybody wants to see choice in schools also. If you want to buy an electric car, that's absolutely fine. I'm all for it. But we should not be forcing consumers to buy electric vehicles. They want to buy all trucks. They want to make all trucks electric. You know that, right? They're going to destroy, you talk about supply chain? They're going to destroy the supply chain. They're forcing the truckers to go all electric trucks. Now the trucks probably don't have the power. They only go about 300 miles, whereas a diesel fuel truck goes 2,000 miles. That's a big difference, would you say? Also, the battery takes up so much room, there's practically no room left for what you happen to be shipping. The whole thing is crazy. They want to do it with boats, too. I was with a boating manufacturer in a great state, South Carolina, with a great governor, by the way, Henry McMaster. And we were there 2 days ago, and I asked him that question. I said, he said, yeah, they want us to go all electric. I said, how does that work for a boat? He said, the entire boat would be like one big battery, we'd have no room for anything else. I said, what happens if the boat has an accident, starts sinking? Do you get electrocuted if the boat sinks? The guy said, I've never thought of that, actually, but I think I gave him an idea, actually. Now, can you imagine the boat goes down and you're sitting on top of a battery? I don't feel good about that, right? In other words, you have to stop approximately for a truck 6 times for the same trip. How are they going to stop 6 times? And yet, it's not stopping these lunatics in Washington. These are lunatics. These are deranged people. And I'm not saying you can't buy an electric car. If you want to buy an electric car or a hybrid or an all-gasoline car or a truck, that has to be your choice. You should have that choice. It's great, right? I could see electric cars working great for certain uses, short-term, short-distance uses. We have unlimited gasoline. Remember that. We have unlimited. China doesn't. We have unlimited gasoline. For 500 years, we have gasoline, more than any other country in the world. Can you imagine? A few years ago, we were energy independent. Now we're begging countries to give us gasoline. Can you imagine? No, can you even imagine? And we had the best, the lightest, the sweetest. We have the best stuff. Now we're getting it. We're taking tar. Tar. You know what tar is? It's like tar that they have to refine. You know where they refine it? In Houston, Texas, we take tar now from Venezuela. Venezuela was supposed to be the bad guys. Venezuela's getting rich. We're refining their tar. And we're not taking our beautiful, beautiful stuff. We have the best stuff, but we have the most. We have more than Saudi Arabia, more than Russia. We were energy independent, and we were going to make our fortune, and we were going to sell it to Europe. We were going to pay off our debt. We were going to lower taxes still further. It's amazing. And then these people came in, and they have no clue, or they have a clue, which is even more dangerous in a certain way. Right now, electric cars don't go far enough, and they're just far, far too expensive, and people aren't going to be able to afford them. And the cost of operation is also much more. This is their option, though, if they want them. It's their option, and it's an option that some people will take, and I am all for them, but I will not allow, under any circumstances, the American automobile industry to die. I want it to thrive, and to thrive like never before. So we're here today at Drake Enterprises, a family-owned, beautiful place. They gave me a tour. I said, this place is beautiful. I said, come on, let's go. I got to go fast. I got to make a speech. It's all over television, this speech. You know, we're competing with the job candidates. They're all running for a job. No, they're all job candidates. They want to be in the, they'll do anything. Secretary of something. They even say VP. I don't know. Does anybody see any VP in the group? I don't think so. No, we're, that's right. Can you imagine? They don't have a crowd like we have. When you look at the thousands of people outside that couldn't get in, why didn't you build a bigger plant? I'd like to. But we're here today at Drake Enterprises, a family-owned and operated Michigan auto parts supplier that has been manufacturing in America for over 70 years, right? Drake was founded by a great man in 1952, Benny Stempel, right? Benny, we love Benny, your father, your grandfather. An American man, he deceased, American man with a big American dream. He had a big, big, beautiful dream. Benny started with just 4 people. and soon came to dominate the production of gear shift levers for trucks. Today, the company produces transmission components, driveline components, engine components, and car parts for every one of the Detroit Big Three. So I won't tell them I've said bad things about them in your place, okay? I just want them to fight for what's right. It's common sense. But tonight I was honored to meet Benny's son, Lee, and Lee's children, Nate and Heather. Thank you very much. That's great. Beautiful family. Nate and Heather say their vision for this company is to prove that the American dream is still alive for their employees, like it was just for their granddad, who was so wonderful. So Lee, Nate, and Heather, we're going to help you get that job done, okay? And I want to congratulate you on 3 generations of American auto parts, proudly made in Michigan. We love Michigan. Great feeling for Michigan. Bad things are happening in Michigan. Your crime rate's through the roof. You got a lot of businesses moving out now. It's unbelievable, not even believable. Today, nearly 100% of Drake's business is producing components that go into vehicles with internal combustion engines, the very product that Joe Biden and the radical left Democrats and fascists, and Marxists, now they want to make them, for whatever reason, illegal. Figure that one out. And yes, it's true. Today's radical Democrat Party wants to legalize drugs, shoplifting, and sexual mutilation of your children, but they want to allow your gas-powered Suburban, Silverados, and Ford F-150s to die. They can die. Under a Trump administration, gasoline engines will be allowed. And sex changes for children will be banned. Is that okay? I think we have it. Can you believe it? Mutilization. You know, if you said 10 years ago, 15 years ago, we will stop the mutilization of children, somebody would say, what the hell is he talking about? Today, you have to say it because that's what they're doing. Mutilization of children without parent consent. The whole thing is insane. The country has gone insane. You know, a lot of it, they say, you're very conservative. I say, no, I'm a person of common sense. It's not conservative. It's common sense. We want to have a border. We want to have good voting. We want to have same-day voting with all paper ballots. And we want to have a thing called voter ID. Why do the Democrats not want voter ID? Because they want to cheat. We want to have voter ID. But if crooked Joe Biden gets his way, Drake employees and countless other auto workers and suppliers will really be decimated. I don't know. I hate to tell you what's going to happen, but you know what's going to happen. We're going to stop it. By most estimates, under Biden's electric vehicle mandate, 40% of all U.S. auto jobs will disappear. Think of this, in 1 or 2 years. Think 1 or 2 years, that's what you have to be talking about, not you're going to get X dollars an hour. It doesn't matter what the hell you're getting an hour. Do me a favor, just get your union guys, your leaders, to endorse me, okay? And I'll take care of the rest. Because in looking over the statistics now, they're saying, but the real number will be 100%. Because under Biden's mandate, the entire car industry will be packed up and shipped to China, which controls over 80% of the supply chain for electric vehicle batteries. They control the whole thing. So they think close to 100% of the business will be gone. Every time Joe Biden and the UAW's political leadership talk about a fair transition to all electric cars, American labor will be under siege. It's not going to work for you. It can't work. And I learned a lot today with this great family. I tell you, they said, you know, it just won't work. They don't need anything that you have right here in Michigan, and they have beautiful product. There's no such thing as a fair transition to the end of your way of life. You're going to lose your beautiful way of life. For auto workers, Biden's forced transition is a transition to hell. It's a transition to hell. It's a transition to unemployment and to inflation without end. The inflation that you have now, we didn't have inflation. We had the greatest economy in the history of our country. You know that because you went 4 years like you've never had in your history, in the history of Michigan. To the striking workers, I support you in your goal of fair wages and greater stability, and I truly hope you get a fair deal for yourselves and your families. But if your union leaders will not demand that Crooked Joe repeal his electric vehicle mandate immediately, then it doesn't matter what hourly wage you get. It just doesn't make a damn bit of difference, because in 2 to 3 years, you will not have one job in this state. And you've seen it happen before. You've seen what happened where massive percentages of your industry went to other countries like Mexico, like China, like South Korea, like Japan. In other words, your current negotiations don't mean as much as you think. I mean, I watch you out there with the pickets, but I don't think you're picketing for the right thing. But if they endorse me, your leadership, you can tell them I said it, although I have a feeling they may be watching tonight. Because, you know, when Biden came here yesterday, they only had 11 people. I'll bet you we have 10,000 people standing outside. Right? I think we do. That's... In fact, for a little while, we're driving through, the people are going crazy. I said, is this a rally tonight? No, but I said, is this a rally? We're driving through thousands and thousands of people. We just put it online. Incredible. The great Dan Scavino put it online. Where's Dan Scavino? The great Dan Scavino. He gets everything. He sees what's going on. Thank you, Dan. Where is he? One of the greats of all time, most powerful men in politics. He controls the internet. The great Dan Scavino. Get over here for the cameras, Dan. Get over here. Stephen Chung has done incredible. Jason Miller, a legend. Jason. Oh, somebody likes you over here, Jason. Now I have a great group of people. They all want to come. I said, you guys don't have to come. They said, no, we want to come. They want to come. And they don't want to come to keep me from falling either. They want to come for you see that? Now they have a new plan. How to keep this guy from standing up. We have to get him to stand up. How to keep him standing up and getting down a flight. You know, it's so unelegant. You know, I love those 747s, Air Force One. You know, I got new Air Force One. I saved $1.7 billion. They came to me. They said, sir, would you sign this? First day I was in office, I said, what is it? It's a new Air Force One. It's $5.7 billion. I said, that sounds like a lot of money for a plane. It's actually 2 planes, by the way, but they call it Air Force One. They're identical. I mean, even the wood grain, you can't tell the difference. I could tell because there was a little nick in one desk that wasn't on the other. So I could say, that's one, and the other one's two. No, it's incredible, actually. But, you know, those planes are like 32 years old, and nobody wanted to make the move and do it because they think, oh, it'll look luxury. In the meantime, they come in from Saudi Arabia and these other countries, brand new. They're like 3 months old, and they blow it away. And, you know, our country should have the latest and the greatest. So they wanted me to do it. It was $5.7 billion. I said, nope, it's too high. They said, why do you see that? Why are you saying that? Because Obama agreed to the deal. If they agreed to it, it's too high. So the head of Boeing came in and he said, sir, we have to get 5.7. I said, nope, I'm not doing it. I was supposed to sign it. I said, I'm not doing it, not for 5.7. It has to have a 3 on it. I didn't know what that meant, except I knew it was a hell of a cut, right? Right? Right, Al? So they said, sir, we're not going to do it. We're not going to do it. We'll take off $400 million. That was pretty good. I said, you know, I've been doing this for about 3 minutes, and I got $400 million. Can you imagine the money these people make doing these planes? So I said, no deal. I said, no deal. And it's got to have a 3, got to have a 3. And I held out, and they called up 2 weeks later. I said, what do they want? And they were calling. They said, sir, we're going to take another $300 million. That's $700 million off. And I haven't done anything. I probably worked for about 2.5 minutes, and I got 700. And I just said no, and I sort of forgot about it. A month and a half later, they called me up. Sir, we'll do it for $3 billion, $999,999,999,999,999,999,99, right? And I said, you have yourself a deal. So I saved $1.7 billion on that plane. I was very proud of it. Does anybody give me credit for that? No. Does the fake news call me and say, what a wonderful thing you did? No. That's okay. That's okay. But your leadership should endorse me, and I will not say a bad thing about them again, and they will have done their job. They will have done a proper job. In fact, if they endorse me, they will have the easiest labor leadership job anywhere in the country. They just have to sit back and watch as our auto industry reignites and booms. That's what's good. They don't even have... Right? I mean, how can they go with this guy? Can't find his way off a stage. I'm looking at these, I always sort of look at stages now. I get a little, because I say, how the hell do you not find your way? So every once in a while, I'll be in the middle of the speech, I'll look, stairs there, stairs there. And I say, how the hell does it work that you can't find your way off a stage? How does that work? But he can't. Joe Biden is surrendering our auto industry to China, just like he surrendered our borders to the cartels and he surrendered Afghanistan in the most embarrassing week, day, time period in the history of our country. He surrendered to the Taliban, took the military out first. You don't take the military, you take the military out last. So tell your UAW leadership, no problems with them. But they have to endorse Trump, because if they don't, all they're doing is committing suicide. And honestly, you don't want that to happen, because they're committing suicide on the back of your jobs, and you can't let that happen. The Democrats, as they wave the white flag of surrender over your future to other foreign countries, you can't have it done. So if you could speak to Sean, he's listening right now, I'm sure. Sean, endorse Trump, and you can take a nice 2-month vacation, come back, and you guys are going to be better than you ever were. You don't even have to worry. Because the other way, you won't have a vacation, Sean, and in a short period of time, you're not going to have a union, you're not going to have jobs, you're not going to have anything. You have the strongest you've ever had. You're going to do great. You're going to do great. And it's so easy. It's common sense. Again, it's common sense. But unlike them, I will never surrender. I'll never surrender for you. And the American worker never surrenders either. Never. But you need leadership. It's nice to say you never surrender, but you need direction and you need leadership. Crooked Joe puts China first, Mexico first, Ukraine first, Europe first, Asia first, illegal aliens first, environmental lunatics first, puts everyone else first. But he puts America last, he puts our workers last, he puts the UAW last, he puts our industries last, he puts your families last, he puts everything, he does put your children last, yeah. When you think of it, they should be at the top of your list. Thank you very much, I'm gonna use that. Do you mind if I use that from now on? Who said that? That was very good. He puts your children last. That's going at the top of my list. He puts everything that's good last. Mine is slightly different. I put America first every single time. So let me say to every UAW member and skilled workers all across our nation, Joe Biden, the Democrat Party, and their political cronies, cease to serve your interests a long time ago. They don't care about you. I mean, he came here yesterday. What did he have? 9 people, right? 9. We have 9,000 people outside. He had 9 people. And that's because they didn't know we were coming. They didn't even know we were coming. They just found out. In reality, they don't represent you. They represent a deep state bureaucracy, a global financial class, and a political class that have taken control of this country for their own enrichment and self-purposes. stealing your wealth and stealing your labor while shipping off our best and brightest to die in expensive, exotic, foreign wars in countries that you've never even heard of. And just like you're fighting for your rights and your American dream, I'm fighting for my rights and fighting for my freedom against the coordinated, corrupt, very politicized forces of evil. I've never seen anything like it. It's weaponized justice. We have a weaponized justice system. I want to indict, think of this, I want to indict my political opponent. He's beating me. We got to indict him. I think, that works two ways, because when the next one gets in, let's hope that's me. And I'm sure I'd never do a thing like that. I wouldn't do it. I would not do it. But you have an opponent and you say, let's indict him. And because people know me so well, we know each other very well, my ratings and my approval numbers went up. I'm the only person that ever got indicted where my numbers went up. It's a weird... That's because you know me. I didn't take a salary. I worked my ass off. And we did a phenomenal job. We did a phenomenal job for this country. But for the first time ever, I never thought they indict their political opponent. And what that does is it sets off a chain of events that's very dangerous in future years. It could happen to them very easily. The reason Crooked Joe and his thugs are trying so hard to stop me is that in my first term, I disrupted all of it. Oh, did I disrupt? That was called major disruption. And in my second term, which we're sort of having now, but I don't want the results, right? I don't want the results of this second term. This second term is a disaster for this country. Worst president, think of it. There's never been a president like this. I say that you could take the 5 worst presidents in history, add them up, and he's done a worse job than all of them added up. But now I'm changing it. I think I can make it to 10, because nobody, you look at our border, you look at everything, you look at our woke military. I defeated ISIS. Our military was so great. I rebuilt it. But you look at what's happening in this country, it's horrible. But in my second term, we'll finish the job and we'll get rid of the cheaters, the liars, the scammers, and the criminals. They'll lose their grip on power once and for all. So if you want to save your livelihood...
I was already imagining my escape. All right, Master Control, we are ready. We are live here in the motorcade on our way to the undisclosed location here in the Los Angeles area. Let's see if we can swing this camera around. Let's see if we can kind of show what it looks like on a typical day here in Los Angeles, to be honest with you. Northbound 405 it's come to a standstill, but normally this would be due to traffic congestion, but today we've got some police officers that have blocked the lane so that we can get off of the freeway here and go to where we're going. I've been told we're about 10 minutes away, so hopefully, as you guys are used to seeing the coverage, it is going to be unscripted, live, organic as it happens. We're going to pile out of this van here and go to this local business here. So we're glad you're joining us on this very active Friday. We just had a brief replay of the President Trump's speech there in Clinton Township in Michigan, addressing the United Auto Workers a few days ago. And, of course, the president wrapping up about an hour and about a 35-minute speech here in Anaheim, and talking about a lot of the issues that are going on here in California, everything from the water situation to electric cars to the crime, law and order, taxes, homelessness. It really addressed a lot of the issues that are plaguing this state and have been for quite some time. Before we get started, I do want to thank a lot of our partners for today. And if you are collectible and you are a Trump supporter and you want to get one heck of a collector item, go check out the thetrumpknife.com. That's thetrumpknife.com. .com. It's got a great Save America logo on it. It is a collectible. You can use this knife for self-defense, multifunctional utility, camping, hiking, or just taking it, putting it in your pocket for a long walk. You can do it. The blade is razor sharp, 420 steel blade. The entire length of the knife is 8 inches, and the blade is 3.5. This knife makes a perfect gift. And of course, we want to advise everybody to check your local regulations in regards to carrying this knife. But go check it out, thetrumpknife.com, thetrumpknife.com, and get special discount of 70% off. All right, so we're about, it's 4:17 here local time here in the Los Angeles area, and I've been told we're about maybe 5 minutes out from the location. And I'm just going to recall, we're going to pull up, we're going to get in position, and that's when the President Trump will exit his vehicle in the motorcade, and we'll get him walking into a business. And we have not, we don't know where we're going, which kind of makes it all the better with you guys as this all plays out on this very busy Friday program schedule. We will be live in Iowa here on Sunday, yet another speech with President Trump visiting a caucus event there in the state of Iowa. And then from there on out, we don't know. Nothing is on the schedule as of now, but we do encourage all of our viewers to go to our website, rsbnetwork.com. That's rsbnetwork.com for all of the updated schedules. All right, we've exited the freeway. I don't know if you can show this, and what the police have done a great job of blocking off a lot of these cross streets here that where we're at because of simply the traffic concerns with we've done obviously these in the past, and very different from going across Iowa, cornfields for basically an hour. This was a very dense, highly populated city like Los Angeles coming across. So I would imagine this is a very different scenario, the way we're going to roll into this. See if we can tell where we're at right now. As you can see, I'm sure a lot of neighbors are wondering exactly what is going on. And of course, we were at Iowa State, and we rolled up at a fraternity house. That had a very different feel to it. Yeah. Right there, got it. Thank you very much. Yes, sir. And that had a very different feel to it. This particular motorcade is really different than what we've been used to before, so I'm really interested to see exactly what this looks like. We have a lady trying to cross the street here, which is, I would imagine if you live in this area, the question of what's going on has got to be going across a lot of people's minds right now. We are going through it, I think, the Westwood area, if I'm not mistaken. So very, I've got people back and forth. There's obviously a heavy residential area that we're going through right now. And, of course, people are coming out of the house and looking around student housing facility in this area. So looks like we might be getting kind of close. We're coming up on, I believe this is Santa Monica Boulevard, if I'm not mistaken. And we've been told that we're kind of on high alert right now to pile out of this vehicle. And like I said, we're going to do our very best to get in position and get you a shot of what's about to unfold. We've got obviously some people that have gathered in the corner wondering exactly what is going on. Obviously, a lot of law enforcement here is on the ground, first responders. We've got kind of a big crowd, obviously. And we are going to pile out of here. As we are live here on the ground in front of Carvel Ice Cream. In front of Carvel Ice Cream. Got a group of supporters up here. How you doing, Rick? Doing all right? Good to see you. The great Rick Grinnell here as well. Thank you.
Brian!
How you doing? Oh yeah, thank you. All right, let's get in position there. Oh, I'm sorry, bud. I'm sorry. Okay, this. I'm sorry. Sorry. Yeah, go ahead. Swing around here. We're live inside of Carvel Ice Cream. Here, I need to waiting for the president to come. Looks like a group of, here we go, the president making his way. You can hear the crowd outside. He's walked over to take some pictures. We're going to let this play out. We are live here at Carvel Ice Cream off of Santa Monica Boulevard in the Brentwood area, waiting for President Trump to walk in the front door. And as you can see, there is a large crowd gathered outside to meet the president. We've got, looks like some workers and employees in here. I'm sure this is something that they didn't think would happen today. And what a great surprise for a lot of people here in the Los Angeles area, as President Trump had just wrapped up a great speech there at the California GOP, talking about the state of California, talking about all of the issues this state is plagued with. Now, obviously, having such a large economy and being really the fifth largest economy in the world and the largest economy here. 14% of our nation's economy is based out of this state. Just trying to see if we can. You got a good shot of that right now. President Trump signing some autographs. Yeah. All right, looks like he's about to make his way here. Now he's going to the other side. Take some pictures, sign some hats. And I'll ask you, I even see Brick Suit in the crowd. Brick Suit. It looks like he's having a few words with Brick Suit in front of this Carvel Ice Cream here in Los Angeles. I just heard someone scream, "Make California better." The president really taking a few moments with the crowd here that I would imagine did not expect this to happen on a Friday afternoon here in Los Angeles, but what a surprise here for these fans out front. And this is one of those unique experiences that is something you can only get with something like this. Let's listen in as he walks in the door. We've probably got about 25 to 30 people in here to meet the president inside thinks he might. Here he is. Let's listen in.
That's a lot of people. How are you? Nice to see you.
Mr. President, doing good.
Hello, everybody. How's it going, everybody here? Everybody happy?
Mr. President, what's your message to the people of California?
It's in a lot of trouble, California. They're doing very badly, and we'll turn it all around. The whole country's going to be turned around.
Would you want?
Thank you very much, everybody, for being here. Who wants a Carvel?
President commenting about California and
How did you get inside? This should be a good location. It is. I like that. Yeah. You're all set? And take care of the people. Okay. Compliments, all right? I love your cake, your birthday cake. Oh, right here. Oh, good. I like that. You know what? I've known Carvel and I knew Tom Carvel a long time ago. When you were young. Yes. Okay, but yeah, it's good stuff. I really like it. You take care of the people if you would. Take care of everybody else. All right? And I'm going to do it. You take that back in the plane, right?
No, I got something to throw to you. Oh, yeah, we got
You do?
We tried.
I like it. He knew what I liked.
he knows what you like, Mr.
Yeah,
President.
I've known Carvel for a long time.
Yeah,
What's going on?
it's a New York thing. Can I get your thoughts on the looming shutdown of the United States government right now?
Well, you have to take care of the border. I mean, you know, we want to take care of a border. We want to have a closed border. We don't want people coming in from mental institutions, from prisons. And I can see exactly what's happening. The Democrats don't want to do it. They want to ruin our country. And they're going to have to make certain concessions. But when you have a border like this, when you have all of what the damage they've done to the military with the woke military, when you look at Afghanistan, the most horrible period of time, I think, in the country's history in terms of embarrassment, the Republicans are going to have to get tough. When you look at what they've done to weaponize elections, what a disgrace that is. So, I don't know. It looks like it's maybe not going to work out. We have to close up our border. We have to have fair elections. Close up the border, have fair elections. If they don't do that, we don't have a country, so it doesn't matter. Okay?
Are you going to your trial on Monday?
Excuse me?
Are you going to go to your trial?
I may, yeah.
Do you plan to testify?
It's a disgrace.
You plan to testify?
It's a rigged. Everything about this city is rigged.
You said that you'd like to.
It's all rigged. This whole country is rigged out.
Would you like to run against Governor Newsom?
I'd love it. I think, look, what could be better than Biden, but I'd love Newsom. If that works out, I don't think it's going to. I think Biden's trying to limp along and try and get there, but it could be Newsom, could be one of 3 or 4 other people.
I know you probably didn't watch
I know we just had the highest poll numbers we've ever had, period. So it's good.
General Milley today at his retirement ceremony said, quote, "We don't take an oath from a wannabe dictator." Do you actually
Well, General
believe that
Milley,
should
what
be
he
put to
did
death?
is really treasonous. If you look at what he said to China, he's either stupid or it's treason. But what he said to China should never be allowed. That can never be allowed in our country.
Did you suggest
And you know
that
what, General Milley, who I know, he's a lazy guy, who left billions and billions of dollars worth of equipment with the Taliban. General Milley's a lazy guy who's not very smart. But what General Milley did to China and with China is a disgrace. And
But why
frankly, there
suggest
are
that?
many people that would call it treason.
But why suggest
Thank
that?
you very much.
Any thoughts on Senator Feinstein?
Thank you. Well, it's too bad. She was a nice woman. I knew her actually fairly well. We got along, different persuasion, but we knew her fairly well. Diane Fox. So we wish her family the best.
Favorite ice cream?
Yeah. Chocolate or vanilla? In here. I like this guy.
Thanks for coming.
Did you overstate the value of your properties, sir?
What about Scott Hall? Is that a coward?
Why did you overstate the size of your Trump Tower apartment by 20,000 square feet?
Why can't you remember it? Why do you read that? Wait.
So why did you
remember it?
So why did you overstate the size of your apartment by 20,000 square feet? You said that your apartment was
My
valued.
financial statements, just for you, by the way.
You said it was valued.
It's a big deal. My financial statements are much lower than the actual net worth. This judge and your fake Attorney General of New York, who's driving business out, who's letting murderers run all over the city. They don't do anything to murderers that are running all over the city. The Attorney General is a racist, Letitia James. She ought to be ashamed.
Did you not overvalue your apartment at $327,000?
His thoughts on a lot of topics here. Now, what we're going to do is probably walk out of here, show the scene here, and we're going to get back in the motorcade and go back to Anaheim. Now, we're not going to be with the president on that. He's going to go to a separate location. Hey, I want to thank our partners over at the Birch Gold Group. You want to get more information on investing in gold, metal, and silver and precious metals, go check them out. Just simply text the words Trump to 989898, Trump to 989898. That is the Birch Gold Group. Let's see if we can, I don't know, Will, I'll let you get up there. I don't know if you can boom that camera up a little bit. The president still and so we let's see if we can go. He's going to close the door.
Donald, why is there only 100 people here? I thought you were popular. Why are you?
Are you? Hey, go home. Hey, are you an idiot or what?
There's like 100 people here.
Why don't you get the hell out of here? What are you doing here? What, you don't think it's popular? This guy's an idiot, President Trump. This guy's an idiot. I'm going to throw his ass out of here. I'm going to throw his ass out of here. He's an idiot. All right, let's get over. Some guy. All right. That's all right. Some guy was heckling in there. Look at the support you have here in California. It's amazing. People are lining the streets.
Thank you very much. We appreciate it.
God bless you. We support you. You know that. You know that. Thank you very much. All right. That's what we do. Let's get back. Yeah, we got to get him in the car. Sit back. We'll go ahead and turn back over here. That's fine. That's fine.
Call your boss then and have him call me later. Get him in the pen. Go.
There we go. Piece of the crowd here. Obviously, a lot of support here. Without a doubt, the president has tremendous support here in California. And despite what the guy thinks inside, hey! Well, hang on. Sorry. All right. President Trump signing a few more autographs. They're saying build the wall, build the wall. Hang on. President Trump waving to everyone as he gets in the vehicle. Well, that was a tremendous stop. That's a little different than the previous locations that we have done. And we're going to get back in the... Thank you very much for watching. Thanks for your support. That's awesome. We got to get back in the vehicle. Hey, we want to remind everybody, please get that Trump Want It t-shirt. Trump Want It t-shirt. The information for that is on your screen. I'm really looking for my camera guy at this point. I don't really quite know where he's at. Come on, Will, let's go. We got to load up. This is how we do it here in Southern California. Thanks for watching us. We're going to get back in the motorcade vehicle. As always, go to our website for all the latest information on rallies, stories, do all that. RSBNetwork.com, RSBNetwork.com. Until next time from Southern California, goodbye and God bless.
What's up, guys? My name is Jaden Hurd, and I have a Christian show called Let It Be Heard, where we analyze culture and current events from a biblical perspective. I highly recommend you guys check us out. We now have episodes every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. And basically, what happens is we react to videos, we have talking points, we have on guests, and it's very exciting. Come check us out on Rumble on the RSBN channel. God bless you guys.
Wow, it's so soft and smooth.
It's cool to the touch. How did you do that?
Well, we took MyPillow's patented fill and combined it with this new technology that we didn't have back then when I invented MyPillow to bring you the best pillow in history, MyPillow 2.0. Because of all of you, MyPillow 2.0 has been a huge success. And now we're bringing you our best-selling Go Anywhere MyPillows with the same temperature regulating technology. Made with my patented adjustable fill and brand new cooling fabric, they're truly the next generation of MyPillow. So go to MyPillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to save over 60% on our MyPillow 2.0 4-pack special. You'll get 2 MyPillows and 2 Go Anywhere MyPillows, regular $259.92, now only $99.98. King size just $10 more. This is a limited time offer, so please order now.
Right Side Broadcasting is known for panning the crowds, showing the packed arenas, and allowing you to see the truth. We've covered hundreds of rallies, briefings, marches, CPAC, and the historic overturning of Roe v. Wade. Right Side Broadcasting was created in 2015 by our founder, Joe Seals, creating a unique broadcasting experience that allows you to make your own decision rather than force-feeding you an agenda. We don't cut or edit people's words or twist them to fit a particular point of view. We allow our correspondents to be open about their opinions while maintaining journalistic integrity. Right Side Broadcasting wants to continue our legacy with help from people just like you. Your donations and support allow us to continue to be the gold standard in live, unedited event coverage. Help our cause by sharing our broadcasts, subscribing on our social media platforms, and supporting us on our locals community. Your monthly or one-time contributions on our website are crucial in our fight for the truth. Thank you for all of your generous support.
My employees and I are excited to announce it's our 20th anniversary, and to celebrate, we're bringing you a limited edition MyPillow. The Giza Elegance MyPillow is made with the most amazing cotton, 2-inch pipe gusset, comes in 4 custom loft levels, and it's machine washable and dryable.
When I got MyPillow, I'm asleep almost immediately. I stay asleep at night and I wake up more well-rested in the morning.
My patented fill adjusts to your exact individual needs and helps keep your neck supported and aligned. That's why we've been around for 20 years, because MyPillow works.
Go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to get your limited edition 20th anniversary MyPillow queen size. Retails for $69.98, now only $19.98. That's right, only $19.98.
With my 60-day money-back guarantee, you have nothing to lose. Sleep well, America!